Dacia, partenaire automobile officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
Don't worry.
It is so emotional.
On va vous laisser vivre ces images.
2, on! Way faster transition compared to Katie Scheid.
What is going on? This is not good.
Your UTMB champion!
Une nouvelle fois ici à Chamonix. Fantastica.
And a beautiful victory.
Et les larmes de joie et de bonheur.
Going through the crowd.
And there we go. We are live. Welcome back. We are in the city of Viella at the Spanish Pyrenees at the border with France. And I am with my co-host, Corinne. Welcome, Corinne. Actually, let's have a look at. There you go. It's a pleasure to be here. Pleasure to be back with you all at this European major of the UTMB World Series. The major, it means that many more people will be involved, many more stones will be given away, and more spots will allow some runners to get involved in the UTMB World Series final at the end of August in Chamonix. What do we got, Corinne? This is going to be a long one today, but even a longer one tomorrow. So let's warm up.
Yeah, today's not so bad.
Build into it.
Yeah, today's not so bad. We're going to be catching you all up on what's been going on in the 100-kilometer event before the start of the 100-mile. Later today, we'll be following runners until we run out of daylight later this evening, and then we'll be with you all day on Saturday tracking the 100-mile runners as they make their way around the circuit to the finish. But yeah, there's lots of places in UTMB finale on the line, and also stones for everyone who finishes, which is a huge endeavor.
And so these are images of the village in Viella, where all the runners could pick up their bibs and attend workshops, elite athletes presentations, obviously stacked field here in this Valder in Vence. And we'll have images, I think, of a 6-kilometer race in town that is organized for all the volunteers and all the people who are kind of making this event possible and getting involved. So it's just kind of a way to say thank you for all of these people giving their time to allow all these runners to get out and achieve their impossible on the trails and inspire you at home to get out there as well.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I didn't know that they had a 6K in town today, but that's a great way to celebrate everyone else who's involved in the event, while the long ultra folks are out there making their way through the mountains. I can't believe that the 100K runners, the front of the pack, are already at some 70K into the race already.
Yes, indeed, Corinne. There's been a lot going on since this morning. Local time 6 a.m. was the start of the CDH, the 100K category, but the actual distance is 110 kilometers with 6,400 meters of elevation gain. Started this morning, like I said, in Les at 6 a.m. and we'll finish here in the same finish line for all races of this Val d'Aran by UTMB sometime tonight. Hopefully before we have to stop with the live coverage, as you said, because we'll simply be losing daylight.
Yeah, and then the 50K yesterday was incredibly exciting. We got to cover almost from start to finish. We came in about 2 hours into the race and guided the runners remotely with our voices all the way to the finish line. And I thought the races yesterday were quite exciting, like really, really good competition, really close finishes. I'm wondering, how you felt about the 50K yesterday.
Yeah, it was really cool. Those are actually new images for us. This is the very technical first part of the race, that first climb that we didn't get to see during the live. In the first images, we also saw that the weather was actually quite dark. We had been reported that fact, but we didn't quite see it on the images. But it shows you how wild and technical this course was. And then this is what like at the front in the action when things started getting serious between the top competitors, where like Raúl Criado, the younger Spanish runner, really made a push quite early on towards the top first part of the race, and then never looked back. And he was followed by Marcos Ramos Gonzalez, who was fourth in the 100K I think last year, and Aritz Gea was third. And then in the women's, Oceania Cortazar, that you saw on the images, won the race. Anna Comet was second, and Monica Vives was third. So that was a quick recap of what happened yesterday. In a nutshell, I'm pretty sure the live will still be available on YouTube if you want to see the whole thing again. And we're definitely looking forward to catching up with what happened this morning in the 110 kilometer race, the CDH. And that hopefully we'll have images of shortly. I know we should have also a 3D profile of the race for you to catch an understanding of what this course looks like. And also, this is a very, very gnarly one. As per the stats, 6,400 meters of gain is no joke.
Yeah, it's well over 22,000 feet of climbing in just, about 65 or so miles for anyone watching that's awake in the US. But yeah, that's a very verti focused race. And we should also add that yesterday the podium was swept by 3 Spanish runners on both sides. So it was a very, I feel like the finish line atmosphere was extra exciting yesterday, with Spain making the sweep happen on both the men's and women's sides.
True. Yeah, we talked about the home advantage, or like at least the familiarity with this very like type of terrain that's quite unique, both from a technical perspective, but also from the fact that the climbs and the descents are quite steep. And so when you're not prepared for that or conditioned physically for that, it can really take a toll on you. So we saw definitely a massive number of Spanish runners. I think even in the women's race, it was a bit more international, but in the men's race, I think there was only a Portuguese runner who was breaking.
And a French runner made it into.
And 10th. A French runner. That's right. Thank you, Crepine. There we go. We've got the 3D map of this 100K starting in Les this morning at 6 a.m. local time. And so you see it's a similar profile going for a very, very long climb to start the race. So all that as the sun is rising across very technical terrain and then starting dropping down. So this is a very has heaps of glacier-fed lakes in this area, and runners will be able to hopefully look around them to appreciate that. And there you go. This is a long stretch. Beret is this very famous ski resort. And so this is going to be a big aid station, both for the 100K and for the 100 miles. Actually, we'll see this tomorrow. And then they're, again, using the same course of the 50K yesterday. They're actually not taking a slightly different route to get to RTS. And then, however, that last climb is the same one into Viela. And we've seen yesterday, it was already a brutal climb for the 50K runners. So they'll have run double that distance. So it will be only more challenging. So hopefully I'll still have some in the tank for that. And fun fact about the starting area where they launched this CDH this morning, which I didn't know, and I was actually I wouldn't have guessed ever. They have an ecological production center for one of the world's most prizes, caviar. So they have the sturgeon fishes up there. I thought they only were in the sea, but clearly I was wrong. Yeah, they produce caviar up in the mountains, which is quite
That's
interesting.
wild.
If you're, yeah, so that village Les is right at the French border, still on the Spanish side, and also has lots of history with chapels and various buildings that the runners, I'm sure, had the chance to appreciate. So maybe
Before they headed up into the mountains.
Yeah, how about a golden spoon of caviar to get you started?
Yeah, that's what the first aid station actually had at it.
Well, I mean, I heard it was pretty salty. That's probably good for electrolytes.
Yeah, but it probably helps a little bit there. Yeah, what a wild fact. I never would have guessed that that's what's going on in the mountains in the Pyrenees, but it is what it is. And then we will get kind of a recap, I think, of the start this morning of those runners and some of and maybe I think a little bit of a recap as they made their way to the first aid station. Again, the men at the front of the CDH 110 kilometer race are approaching, I think, the 78 kilometer mark. The lead women have come through the 61 kilometer mark. So we'll be catching up on kind of what's been going on in those races as they continue to unfold this morning and make their way to the finish arch that you see in front of you. The hype there will build and build and build. Martin, does the 100 mile start at this and start and finish in the same location?
Yes, correct.
Like
it starts right there under this arch. And here we've got the top 3 announced. I think that was our elite panel. I'm not sure if that corresponds to the actual ranking. I know Azara Garcia is leading
in first right now in the women's race.
In first, yep. We'll see if Mary Klacker is from Norway is announced second. That corresponds to the current ranking, or if it not, then those were our top athletes that we were expecting to do well, and so far it's 100% accurate. So there you go, Nuria Piquez, which was also a very good pick. 47 years young, Nuria, just like Ludo Pomeray. And she's currently sitting in third. She is, I'm trying to see, 52. So some 14 minutes back. It's not that much, especially knowing
it's still pretty
the
close.
final part. Yeah. And then Maite Mayora, that we've seen quite a lot in the UTMB World Series races earlier this year. There she is, and she's sitting in fourth. Some 16 minutes back from the podium from Nuria Piquez. Stephanie Howe as well. I'm glad to see her in the top 10.
Or fifth right now.
Apparently she dropped down to 6.
Okay. I wonder if her tracker just hasn't come through.
Possibly. It's good to see her doing well.
Yeah, it's her first ultra of this length back, I think, since having her son. So she's there. I saw a great photo of them standing at this arch, her holding her little boy, Julian. It's pretty cool to see her back on the start line. Also to point out, in the women's top 6 right now, it's almost entirely women in the 40-plus category. Younger Norwegian in her mid to late 30s, and then a Spanish woman, Sarah, in kind of the only young gun in that group. But otherwise, it's a bunch of veterans at the front of that race.
Yeah, good point, Corinne. So this is like, once again, like every day we get more years to our potential racing days. So that's good. Here it was announced in first, Lionel Cristian Magnole, who's been very successful here. He had won the very first edition of the
racing, right?
He is. I think he is in 4th, 5th, 6th place right now.
Okay.
From Romania, Peter Frano, who did extremely well at World Champs, surprised a lot of people, especially because in the 80K he was clearly the only one in the top 10 running without poles. So the question will be, will he adapt the same strategy on such a crazy steep terrain? But definitely, if he's in shape, like, he could really do well. Currently, he's sitting in 4th. And his 9th expected. Yeah, they're within 13 minutes from first to 4th. So all in a nutshell. And Pere Aurel, same. We all know Pere, especially the size of his thighs. Like, he's got the biggest amount of meat in the circuit. So that's definitely going to come handy in these long downhills. And Pere Aurel, running for Merrill, is currently sitting in 2nd place in this CDH 110 kilometers, 8 hours and 18 minutes elapsed. So whoever did this top 3 was pretty right.
Yeah, and then I was digging in a little bit about our Norwegian athlete who's currently sitting in 2nd place in the women's race, because she has no races in her UTMB Index Awards, but she did just finish 8th at the long trail race at Worlds in Innsbruck back in June. So she finished right behind Alison Baca and Emily Schmitz of the U.S., finishing 8th there, only like 90
solid.
seconds back from them. So yeah, super solid race there. Good to kind of like start to put a name to the face and a name to the performances. I think she's raced quite a bit in Norway, but does not have results really pulling up for her via the UTMB system anyway. I'm going to dig into kind of her ITRA stuff as well, but yeah, quite a talented runner. I think just we're having a hard time figuring out everything she's run outside of Norway, but obviously right where she's supposed to be in that podium fight right now, keeping it pretty close. There's a good battle going on the women's side, although Azara, I think, is like kind of extending her lead right now.
Yeah, Corinne, and then like to carry on about Mary Klakkerg, her name is Greenland Ultra Runners, so perhaps she even lives there. If anybody in the chat knows about Mary and you have anything you can share with us, you are definitely welcome to do so. That would be awesome to have feedback on Mary, to know a little bit more about her, and therefore be able to share a little bit more about her with everyone. Oh, hey, Nuts. Nuts is in the house. Very faithful listener, follower, and contributor to those live coverage. Good to have you back. And yes, indeed, Peter Frano is already back. And I'm not sure if he's out here to get a stone for the UTMB final. But seemingly, indeed, he's in good shape and recovered so far, sitting in 4th place. So we're gonna have a quick commercial break. on those beautiful images. It's good to have great weather for today. And we'll be back with you very shortly. Stay with us.
The Ultra Trail de Mont-Blanc is the Super Bowl of trail running.
3 times I've raced UTMB, I feel like I've underperformed every time.
He sets the biggest goals possible.
I kind of say it's like digging a hole. It gets tiring, it gets hard, and for some reason you just go, I'm just gonna keep digging. The places where you really grow are the ones that keep kicking you in the teeth. We're back just with those aerial shots of the city, the valley, and somewhere in there the aid station of Colomiers, which we expect the next runners to come through. 80k into that 110 kilometers, so things will start to get somehow serious. As you can see, the time, we're 8 hours and 24 minutes elapsed, and they have yet to reach the 80k mark. So it shows you how tough that terrain is.
Yeah, lots of climbing in the front half of this race, and then they're now kind of merging into that 50k course that we got to follow along with yesterday, where we'll see kind of that big punchy climb before that descent down into the finish area. Yeah, true. It is a heavily loaded first part of the race with some 1,400 meter climb in the first 20k, and I think we'll have at some point the images of the start line first this morning of the CDH, and I think we'll have a bit more of a recap. That's it. There you go, Stephanie Howe. Got all the usual suspects up at the front, t-shirts, so it looks like the weather is getting warmer. Yoria Picas, Azara, Maite, everybody's here in the early hours of the day. And we're back with the visual. I'm pretty sure we'll have more images of what happened this morning, so probably a little bit later on. But we'll get a recap
from the first 8 hours of what we haven't seen on the live yet. And thanks Havard Langdal for the precision. The Greenland Ultra Runner is actually based in Oslo, which does make sense. So she is not based in Greenland. And Maria probably lives near Oslo. Thanks a lot for that detail. And yes, indeed, the views are inspiring. They're absolutely crazy. That just wants to make you to dive into it and go for a run somewhere around there. The trails are endless. And there we go. I think this is the full recap. 5:45 this morning, 5:45 a.m.
Ahora todos tenéis el móvil en la mano y nadie aplaude, ¿no? Vamos a ver, aplaudimos. Atentos, vamos. 30 segundos para la salida.
Here, Dipa giving the countdown. So it is good to see Nuria Piquez back at it. I'm sure Sergi is out there either supporting or cheering for her from afar. He's helping her with many things. Nuria has contributed to making Eurosport what it is today with her performances, with her smile, with her attitude. And yeah, it's a delight to see her back with solid intentions. Like, she's coming back for UTMB.
Yeah, just an ageless wonder, truly.
Yeah. And so these are the early days of the race, giving our camera runners a run for their money early on. No warm-up. So Azara Garcia had taken the lead already from the start with Stephanie Howe.
Yeah, with Steph Howe there.
Look at that, it looks like a travel through time. The runners ended up crossing a few of the mining roads. There has been quite a bit of a mining activity in the Val d'Aran in the past. Lionel Christian Manole. Nope. No, wrong. He used to wear a Kinetic brand, but that's not Lionel.
It's Sebastian Krovig, the Norwegian athlete currently sitting in third place in the men's race, representing Dynafit.
There's Lionel here, Peter Frano as well here, Pereorel. Yeah, they're all here. So they were all together in these early days, and it looked like Azara had pulled away from Stephanie Howe a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like after maybe a disappointing Worlds for Azara, she's maybe looking for a bit of redemption here.
Yeah. And I mean, I think she's a bit like Nuria, but I just don't have I haven't had the chance to know her personally. But she looks like the same kind of runner, like keep it to yourself, quiet, but happy to be there always, and have the good why, as per they towed the line and they pushed themselves in the mountains. Speaking about a smile, there she is. That's Mary.
Yeah, that's Yeah, Yeah, I don't know if it's Mary or Mari.
Yep, very good question.
M-A-R-I. One of the Norwegians in the audience can help us with pronunciation of her name, but yeah, a good string of women coming through there, though. I think Maria was in that mix.
And look at those villages hanging off the mountains. And so that was it, I think, all the way until the first aid station. Raoul Buttacci, as we had expected, followed by Pere Aurel, Sebastian Krogvik, Peter Frano, Hose, and Hugo Consavels. All within 12 minutes. No, because Raoul Buttacci has already gone through the next aid station, my bad. And from Jonas, it looks like it's Marie. So, more like the French pronunciation.
Yeah, Marie. Awesome. We'll be keeping our eyes on her. She's off to a great start right now. And it does look like Azara's come through that 70K aid station. So we'll be looking to get a split back to the chase pack. Kind of the top 5-6 women coming through that checkpoint in the next probably, I mean, it could be as much as 20 minutes. Zara could have that much of a gap right now over the chasing women. Things are really opening up in that race. So we'll be keeping our eyes on the women coming to the 70K mark. On the men's side, we should have second place and third place. We should have, honestly, second through fifth through that 76-kilometer aid station here imminently. So we'll be waiting for those splits to update here before we start to get, I think, live aerial images of the men coming through this next section.
Right, okay, so thanks for that, Karen. We'll have a bit of an update as per what's going on in the front. We have Courtney on the field, actually, and she said top men all looked super smooth coming through Beret, the famous ski resort, when she saw them. And then Azara and Marie also looked pretty good. And then I think it seems like Stephanie Howe was apparently in fifth place, so I think you were right, Corinne.
I know. I just think that's just people cheering. I think that's just
okay. Hoping that she goes into fifth.
That's
there you go.
We've got Free Trail Fantasy on the line here. We need some points. So Steph, keep moving up is what's going on. That's a call out cheer for Steph Howe to move her way up into the top 5 more than anything.
I had totally missed that. And Paul Lacob, why is it not done in English? It is in English, but also in French, in Spanish, and in Chinese. So if you'd rather listen to a different language that would correspond to you better, like I think all you got to do is go on YouTube and look for the corresponding language. If something helps you understand and follow this race better, we got many options here.
Yeah, and as soon we had really good drone footage yesterday, kind of heading into this part of the course that corresponds or overlaps the 55-kilometer race. So really excited to start to be able to pick out some of the runners as they make their way into this next section of terrain. And then I think we'll probably pick them up on the road like yesterday as they descend off that kind of plateau on their way down towards like the 96-kilometer aid station.
Right.
So lots of good things yet to come. And then we'll be keeping our eye on the start of the 100-mile race as well. That'll be starting later today. We'll send them off into the night more than anything. They'll be running through the night, finishing kind of all afternoon and evening tomorrow. But yeah, that is what we're going to be keeping our eyes on.
Yes, Corinne, they're going to be out for quite a while. And I remember last year I had the privilege to be on the finish line physically to welcome most of these runners. And I think we had the third woman coming just past midnight, something like that. So I don't think we'll have the opportunity to broadcast that live. Perhaps we'll leave the fixed camera on the finish line for whoever want to wake up during the night and see the runners come through. I am unsure about this quite yet. And indeed, we'll be following the start of the 100-mile that will take place at
what was
4
the back
p.m.
half of that thought? Okay. I was
Yeah.
like, where is this going, Martin? You're, all of a sudden you started to do public math, and I think the brain began to panic a little bit. And I was like, was there a conclusion to that sentence? There sure was. It's early for me. It's not so early for you. You should be wide awake.
Oh yeah, no, I am wide awake. I was just trying to scroll through the right document. We've got quite a few documents here open to keep you all entertained and informed about what's happening. And yes, the start of the VDA, the 100 miles, is going to take place in Viella at 4 p.m. precisely. And so we'll be able, obviously, to share that with you all before jumping back with the CDH, the 100K, around 5:20. So that will give you a little bit of an...
What we should mention, I guess, do you know what Katie ran in this 100K last year? Katie Scheid, recent second place finisher at Western States. What she ran? 'Cause she won the 110K here last year on her way to her UTMB win. Just kind of wondering how the times compare.
She did, and she was in 6th place in 13 hours and 6 minutes. 6th place overall.
Yeah, it seems like the men's podium is going to be a bit faster. That men's top 5-6 group should be, I think, a bit faster this year based on their current splits. We'll see kind of what that looks like on the back end, in part because those top 5-6 men are all still very close together right now in the race. So I'm assuming that spread's going to come down just a little bit.
Yeah, last year, Andreu Simon from Spain had won in 11 hours 48. 11:59 was Philipp Auserhofer, and in 12:29 was Johan Lantz from Sweden. And so, yeah, Katie Scheid was 13:06 in 6th place overall. We've got a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with you right away. Stay with us.
Dacia, partenaire automobile officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
And we're back live, still with our eye in the sky. No live images of our runners quite yet. We have had a little bit of a replay from what happened at the start this morning. I do know that we had people out on course, both drones and camera runners and folks on e-bikes. We're going to be trying to bring you some of that imagery that we couldn't get out live this morning at the start of the race, due to kind of cell signal being able to have those images come in clearly off of those camera bikers and camera runners. So hopefully we'll be able to bring you a little bit of that as we await our men and women to come through the next zone where we have good aerial coverage. We do have the podium chase pack in the men's race through that 77-kilometer Lacabago aid station, which looks like right now Raul's got a solid 12 or so minute lead over Peter Frano, has moved up into second, followed by Hugo in third position. They are running together along with Sebastian Krovig. So those three men, second, third, and fourth, are all together, but they are a solid 12 minutes off of our race leader right now.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be Raul at this moment, because even with some 12 minutes lead, the likes of Peter Frano, Hugo Gonçalves, I don't know him as much, but Sebastian Krokvik on a course like this could be absolutely lethal in the later stages. In 2021, he did win TDS, so he knows the more technical terrain. He knows the harder terrains. And so we can expect that he's going to have everything dialed, his race pacing, his nutrition, and could potentially finish very strong. So these three runners chasing the leader will be dangerous, and definitely trio. Will be. Yes, it will be fun to watch all the way until the end, to see who will have the best, and if potentially they work with each other to try and reel in Raul Petacci, or if they just race each other to the ground. We shall see. And again, for me, the biggest question. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, to follow up on Hugo, who you were like, I don't know quite as much about him. He's raced predominantly in Portugal, but he did win the Maxi Challenger race back earlier this spring, placing first there in that kind of 44-ish kilometer race in 4:32:36. And I think that race was actually quite close for the podium this year. So had a good race back at Maxi. Did a tune-up 20-kilometer style race not that long ago in Portugal. But, it looks really, really solid. Has done some 100Ks in the past. Has a kind of a wide variety of stuff. Back in 2021, finished 21st at CCC, but seems to have been like on a very much an upward trajectory since then. So he's got some results there. I think that he's right in the mix with that group of guys.
Yeah, just a precision for the Maxi race. The 44K. There was one with a disclosed course, and there was one with an undisclosed course. And the undisclosed course was the actual competitive race, where like all the elite athletes had to catch a bus in Annecy and then get to the secret start and then race. So I don't know how competitive that other one was. So maybe take that win with a pinch of salt. But yeah, you're absolutely right in the sense that he has raced essentially outside of Portugal just for this one and for CCC. So that will be a bit of a change. But yeah, we've seen yesterday. They are newcomers, and they are strong. They are hungry, and Raul Criado made us realize, like, yes, we could expect new faces, younger people, younger athletes coming into the sport, maybe with an earlier focus on trail running rather than coming from different sports, whether it's like track, mountain running, triathlon, and transitioning into trail running. Those young guns are now starting their athletic career with a focus on trail running, and seems to turn out pretty well.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting thing to follow along with. But yeah, we've got a lot of newer names coming into the fold. So curious to kind of keep some eyes on folks who we might not have been on our radar previously.
But yeah, I was gonna say earlier, like for me, the biggest question as of right now is Peter Frano. Is he using poles? Because during Worlds long distance, was the 80K, and if some of you didn't follow it, it was a really like challenging course with quite a lot of elevation, starting with like 1200 plus meter of ascent, and he was definitely in the top 10, the only runner without poles. And so on such a course
Drew
as
Holman
well,
and
like,
Eric LaPuma didn't use poles either.
and they were in top 10.
Yeah, they were 5th and 7th.
Oh, brilliant. So I am wrong. Thanks for correcting me, Corinne.
Yeah, Americans aren't very good at using poles, generally speaking. So we oftentimes show up to those races ill-prepared or unprepared to use poles, particularly those who don't come from a Nordic skiing background. And so, yeah, that was, I think Zach Miller was using poles of that American trio who went 5, 6, and 7, but Drew and Eric were both sans poles for the race.
Yeah, now you talk about it, I do remember that finish very well.
I was like, I hope you did. You were awake for it. You were there.
Oh yeah,
You were on the mic.
I was there.
It was quite a finish.
Yeah, it was awesome. Like, and obviously, you know, Zach's finish like is always give it all. But then you could sense that all of them were trying to run as fast as possible for the team, because in mountain running, every position equals points, and this is how they rank teams. But in trail, whether it was short distance or long distance, it was on time, and therefore every second counted. And in the end, the last French runner came in and ended up giving gold to France. But the US at that point were still battling for first in the men's category for the long distance.
Yeah, it came down to a 5-minute difference. I think that's the key thing to point out there, is that it's a cumulative time at your top 3 runners. And so you add up the time of those top 3 athletes, that is your accumulative time. That's what you score with. And yeah, the French team, in part because their young stud at the front won by quite a margin. And that was enough to bump the entire French team's accumulative score to be 5 minutes faster than the U.S. men, which we joked a little bit was, kind of when the U.S. men took gold at Worlds in Thailand over France, that was kind of the same sort of thing. Like, it was a bit of a surprise. A lot of it was due to tight racing, but also Adam Peterman kind of being off the front a little bit. And so it was an okay thing to trade back, but they'll be looking for a fresh battle come 2025, where actually the racing will be taking place right in the region that we are looking at right now.
Yes, correct. It'll be confront. In September 2025. And so we are still waiting for images of the race leaders.
Yeah, I think that my guess is that we should be picking up. We did have a camera. I do believe that we have a drone in the area of the next checkpoint for the lead of the men's race around the 81 kilometer mark at Colomers. So I think that we should be able to pick up the lead pack there. On the women's side, I think part of the chase pack has hit that next aid station. We'll see. Yeah, so we do have an official gap now between Azara and Mari, the Norwegian athlete. It looks like the official time gap is 19 minutes. So Azara is continuing to pull away over the women that are chasing behind her. We'll be waiting for Nuria Pikas to come to that aid station, but probably another 15 to 18 minutes back, followed by Maite Mora and Sarah Sanati, then Steph Howe, kind of that group in 3, 4, 5, and 6. but it's going to be, 18 to 50 minutes or so for those 4 women to make their way through that 70-kilometer aid station.
Yeah, as you said, it'll be good to see, especially like Nuria Piquez and Montemayor, where they stand behind Marie, and if that's going to be a similar situation and with the men's, that we're going to be having a fairly big battle for second, third, and fourth, while the first runner is pulling away a little bit. Zara Garcia is indeed opening that lead. And with some, if they are on the same schedule as Katie Scheid, we can expect another 4 hours or so, 3.5 of racing. So 19 minutes. If something goes wrong, could eventually come down to not much.
Yeah, it'll be curious to see kind of what those overall finish times look like this year to last year. I know that it seems to be kind of a perfect day. It did seem like it was a bit warm out there, though, as well. Kind of curious from your perspective, being on the ground last year, how the weather compares between last year's edition and this year's edition of the race, as far as what we might expect with times. I think Albert did say it was warm this morning, but kind of curious, again, just from your perspective, being on the ground last year versus kind of what we've heard from the course this year, how the weather might compare between the two events.
Last year the start was actually quite chilly, especially because it's down in the valley. There's the river that brought like some humidity and mist. And then during the day, it was pretty good. I don't recall any bad weather. I think it was during the night that it started to pour a little bit, mainly on the 100-mile runners. But yeah, when you're exposed in these valleys, if there's no wind, that's get toasty pretty quickly. Luckily, as we talked about, and as you could also see on the 3D maps, the runners will run past many creeks and lakes, and so if not to drink, you can definitely dunk your feet, your hands, your cap, whatever you feel like, into cold alpine water, and that will definitely help cooling you down.
Yeah, for those of you in the chat looking for a specific runner, if it's not someone that we're talking about actively, remember you can always go to live.utmb.world and then follow along specifically with this event. There you can find not only runners ranked in the top 10 for men and women, but you can also search by name, by bib number, by country, etc., to find a specific runner that you might be looking for. So keep that in mind. That information is widely available to you. We know that you guys can find it. But yeah, again, you're going to go to live.utmb.world, and then you're going to follow the Valeron event. And there you can see what's going on, not only with the top 10 men and women, but also with anyone else that you might be looking for in the field.
Yes, and therefore that will make us almost redundant, because you'll have just as much information as we will. So it'll be a matter of who's the fastest to pull out all the details. But it's cool. It's cool that you guys have access to this, because sometimes we will be missing a few things, and having you on board to sometimes steer us back in the right direction.
Particularly if you're looking for your sister who's running in, her first ever 100-kilometer, who might not be at the top of the race, etc. So it's like, yes, it is one to be like, oh my goodness, first has passed through such and such aid station. Yes, 100% follow that along. But it's more so like, hey, if you're looking for someone specifically from your community that like might not be right at the very front of the race that we're going to be following with both camera and kind of us talking through the event. That's going to be your best way to figure out what's happening with them, because generally speaking, we're more or less going to be covering the top 5. And then with cameras, we should be able to see the top 3 as they make their way into the final 50 kilometers of this race. So that's kind of what you should expect from what you're going to be able to see visually as we make it into the back kind of quarter of this race.
And then once again, quick update on the top 5 that, as Corinne said, you have available on the live.utmb.world. You select the event, Valorant by UTMB, and then you select the race, CDH, and you will land on that page. That gives you all the information that you need and more, and therefore you can follow indeed whoever you want. Good stuff.
Yeah, and it's going to be, as things get more and more spread out as well, it's going to be kind of a battle of attrition, both for the runners and for us doing commentary. But I'm very hopeful that our runners are going to be coming into line of sight from either our drone in the sky or our camera runners and bikers on the ground. We were able to get images from this part of the course yesterday, so I anticipate we'll be able to get images from this part of the course today. But yeah, good to see the top 6 are actually through on the 77-kilometer mark in the men's race at this point. Again, that top 5, actually 2, 3, and 4, again, running together. 12 minutes back of Raul at the front. And then it looks like 5 and 6, Albin and Ionel, are running together as well, coming through about 11 minutes behind that chase pack of 2, 3, and 4, all fighting for the podium. And then something interesting to point out, unlike what we saw on the 55K yesterday, the current top 10 in both the men's and women's races, while there definitely is some Spanish influence, it's a little bit more international. We've got Romania at the front of this race. We've got Slovakia, Portugal, Norway, Romania again, France, Spain, and I believe Malaysia in the mix. And then I'll actually need to pull that up. And on the women's side, Spain kind of heavily influencing the top 5, with Norway in there, the US, Portugal, France, Bolivia, and Spain, again, rounding out that top 10 group. So a little bit more international flavor today in the men's and women's 110-kilometer race. The CDH here. Oh, Moroccan was the 10th that I missed in the men's race, rounding out that top 10 group. So there we have it. Definitely a little bit different than what we saw yesterday, where the men's group, I think, had one Portuguese athlete in 6th and a French athlete in 10th. And then again, Spain sweeping both the top 3 on both the men's and women's races yesterday in the 55K.
Yeah, and something I am noticing since we've started the live is Pere Orel has dropped down to 7th. So he must be stuck somewhere. Or must have gotten stuck somewhere.
It says he's imminent still at that aid station, which could just mean that his bib didn't read well there for whatever reason. So it's very possible that he's still in that top 6 or 7 group, and we're just not getting updates from that bib efficiently or effectively. Yeah. But only time will tell, essentially, unfortunately.
No, and that's a very good question, and comment, sorry, because then and it would reshuffle the cards, because when we started the live, he was in 2nd place, so perhaps he is with that group with Peter Frano, Hugo Gonçalves, and Sebastian Krogvik, still in the top 3, because he was 2nd, so yes. Maybe we'll have something happen in Colomiers. Yeah.
We'll hold on for a second until we have eyes on it. There are moments where you're like, do I want to believe what I'm seeing? I don't know if I should. And sometimes it's the bib, and sometimes it's the runner, and we just have to wait to find out what's actually happening. So you and us both, you at home, curious, us here in our separate studios, curious. We will find out if that is in fact his bib not reading well at that aid station or not. We're still waiting for Nuria to come through the next aid station.
Ooh, ladies and gentlemen, this is the finish of the first man in the La Restonica Trail by UTMB. This is on the island of Corsica. A beautiful event that has been going on for years, the biggest trail running event in Corsica. If you don't know this island, it's in the Mediterranean, close to Sicily, which is an Italian island. Corsica is French, and the landscape is incredible. It's super technical, super alpine, very dry. Every step you got to be very, very careful about what you put your feet. And we have. That's awesome.
It's a kids race, or that's not a kids race. It's the kids beating him to the finish line. They took the paper for him. Oh, champagne all around too. Wow, what a finish!
And so I can't quite see who that runner is. Maybe I know. Okay, we missed that. But that was the finish. So that is another event.
We can use the technology available to everyone that's called the internet. Give me a second. I'll figure out who it is for you. But yeah, there are 3 UTMB races going on this weekend. We've got Trail Verbier going on in Switzerland. We've got
Restonica
things
Trail
going on Mediterranean islands. It's a really great race weekend.
Yeah, and obviously the European major here in the Spanish Pyrenees, Val d'Aran by UTMB, with the CDH, PDA, and VDA, 3 main distances that will be one of the 3 biggest gateways to the UTMB World Series final, being a major. Then the top 10 men and women of each race will punch their ticket directly into UTMB Mont-Blanc, the UTMB World Series final.
So that was
at the end of
Lambert
August.
Santelli.
Lambert Santelli, ooh la la. Yes, so he's from Corsica. I think he had
100-mile race.
Yeah, he had the FKT on the GR20 that originally Kilian had established. And then François Den took it, and then Lambert Santelli, I think, managed to get it. So quick commercial break. We'll be back.
And we're back, still with our eye in the sky, trying to find the runners for you. I do think that we'll have them, have the men coming through this next aid station. You and I both, you at home, us here we do have confirmation that we should have our runners on screen just after this next aid station for the men, which I believe means that we should be seeing them imminently, because I think our lead is almost there. So we should be getting images of Raul in the coming minutes, and then that chase pack of 2, 3, and 4, and hopefully...
Yeah, we'll be figuring out if Pere is still there.
Is in fact in that mix or not. Yeah, because his tracker still hasn't come through that 77-kilometer aid station, which to me really makes it feel like an error on the chip or on the bib. So we'll keep our eyes on that to see how many men we do see come through this next aid station. But we should be getting images from just past Colomiers, which means that we should be seeing those runners in just a matter of minutes.
All right, and then it's going to be on.
Yeah, everyone in our little back chat is like, please give us the images. Please tell us that they're coming. So you're right there with us. Don't worry. We're all in this together. But that is what we anticipate to be seeing next. I don't think we have updated splits on the women's side. We're waiting for Nuria to come through that 61 kilometer or that 70 kilometer aid station, and she should be through there shortly, which will give us an idea of how far back she is of second position. But all three of those women really running on their own right now on that side of the 110 kilometer race, a 19-minute gap between first and second. And we believe it's going to be something similar between second and third, as well as between third and fourth. So kind of some big time chunks opening up on the women's side of the race, kind of just past the halfway point into their day at, something like 8 hours of runtime. So they've been out there for quite a while. They still have quite a ways to go, but they have accomplished much of the climbing that they'll face on the day as they hit this next aid station.
Yeah, and just in the chat, Antonio Vitelli, thank you so much. I completely got it out as if it was a true fact. But yeah, Corsica is actually close to Sardinia, not Sicily. My bad, Sicily is much further south in the Mediterranean. And an archipelago of a few islands. But yeah, no, it's Sardinia indeed. Thanks for correcting me, and apologize for if I misled any of you listeners. And then we get a question from Courtney for you, Corinne, in the chat.
Yeah, I'm replying in the chat.
Come on, well, you can talk about it to everyone.
I was going to do Wildstrubel in the fall, but I don't think I am anymore. I think I'm going to do a spring qualifier instead. But yeah, I mean, there's a ton of good options. But I think I'd want something that's a little bit on the shorter side for that, like, quote-unquote 100-mile distance. So things like the 110K at Wildstrubel count for the UTMB, like, full 100-mile race category. But that's because it's like this race where it's, 110, 120 kilometers with, 6,000, 7,000 meters of climbing. And so that's kind of what I lean into a little bit more as far as a race that I'm looking for. But I'd also, Transvolcania, I love that race. That's now a UTMB race in Europe. So that sounds pretty good to me. Would love to go back there. Really any island race I can get to. So hearing more about this race on the island this weekend definitely has like some gears turning. That sounds like a pretty fun adventure. But for me too, it's like timing it in the season becomes an important factor as well.
Yeah, to maybe to add to that, aside from your personal preference, if you like technical, like definitely Restonica Trail is is probably one of the most technical in the circuit. Then you've got bigger climbs like this here on the UTMB Major in Val d'Aran. You've got such a variety of races. But yeah, true, like the one in Crans-Montana, Wildstrobel that we covered last year, the images were mind-blowing.
It was beautiful. Yeah, it looks like a super, super beautiful course. It's in September. The Julian Alps race in Slovenia too, like that. Slovenia is a really beautiful country. The mountains there are pretty spectacular. So it's like, in my mind, racing is an opportunity to get to go run in a new place or a new location as well, to see a new part of the world. So while like a race like Istria doesn't like particularly suit my wants or style, being like a faster, slightly flatter race, but like having an excuse to go to Croatia sounds pretty good. So I feel like that's a little bit of it, as well as like a combination of like a good mountain race definitely speaks to me, but also like getting to go to some place pretty special also speaks to me. So I've definitely chosen races for those reasons as well, just to get to see a new part of the world or a new part of Europe that I haven't been to, or something of that nature. Which means too, like, oh, like there's a UTMB race in Korea. Like, okay, sign me up. I'll go to. I'd love to go to South Korea and run some new to me trails over there. So yeah, well, I know that is outside of Europe. I do think that that's kind of a piece of I do a lot of like run vacation, where it's like the race becomes kind of a focal vacation of the year as well, where I get to go to somewhere a little bit different than my usual place that I live.
Yeah, I mean, when we have the privilege to travel and to go to those places, like it's an easy call to make, right?
Yeah, it's pretty nice to get to use running as a way to see the world. I mean, I went and skied in Georgia in the Caucasus Mountains last spring. And like, man, if there was a race there, a running race, I'd go there in a heartbeat as well. So I feel like it's, there's lots of different bits of the world to be seen still. So yeah, I think there's lots of opportunity. And that's definitely part of what, why the UTMB World Series exists, is a little bit to get to kind of share those running cultures from all over Europe, all over the US and North America, Oceania, like getting to, the race in Thailand that we did commentary for in December looks absolutely phenomenal. I don't know, getting to experience a bunch of that is pretty cool. So I'd recommend, maybe picking a race that allows you to experience a new place, where you get to maybe, you go to the race and then you hang out for another 7 to 10 days. I'm going to go to Cape Town, which is not a UTMB race, in November for that reason. My mom's going to come. I'm going to run the 100-miler, and then we're going to hang out for like 10 days and just explore South Africa. So I think that is a pretty cool, very privileged, very fortunate experience to have. It does look like
sweet.
Raul,
So,
our leader, is into that next aid station as well.
He's gone through. He's gone through.
Yeah, so we'll be looking for a split back from him, but that does mean we should have images of him shortly if we are in fact going to pick up our runners out just outside of that aid station. So you keep your fingers crossed, but he has 81 kilometers in, 9:08:51 on the clock. He had a 12-minute lead at the 77-kilometer mark just 4 kilometers ago. We'll see if that holds. But again, it's not quite like bike racing, where the chase, when there's a group of cyclists working together, they generally are moving faster than an individual. and some of that is like slipstream and drafting. And while that doesn't work to the same extent in running, working with a group, it's definitely pushes you. I think it allows you to move at a faster speed while working not quite as hard. And so you don't want to be the person being chased, I think, by a really, really solid chase pack of probably 3 to 5 guys who are likely moving well together.
Yeah, what might save you if you're in that position is the fact that you're racing a major, and therefore it's more than only 3 spots for the UTMB final, so they might not fight just as hard for the top 3 spots, and therefore like go too deep into the pain cave, into the well to get one of the qualifying automatic entries into UTMB, the UTMB final in Chamonix.
Yeah, it's nice when it's top 10, and so it's not just the podium fight.
Yeah. And that's definitely a big reason why all these runners come to one of the 3 UTMB majors, the Canyons by UTMB in June over in the US, and then this one, Val d'Aran, in like right now in July, and then Doi Yên Thanh An by UTMB in Thailand in December. That therefore qualifies you for the 2024 UTMB final.
Yeah, and we're in a little bit of an extension of that qualifying window. In part, both an extension in the qualifying window, and then for the elites allowing to be moved up 1 or down 1 race distance as well with the qualifier, I think is nice, with the idea that you don't have to run a 100-mile race to qualify for UTMB that same year. Obviously, everyone else is here to collect stones, which is great because those stones are going to be what puts you in the lottery come this next winter. And then also on the line this weekend is a combination of age group automatic entries. And I would imagine anyone that gets an automatic entry in that age group would more than likely be using it for 2024. It's a little bit hard to book accommodations in Chamonix for a race that's
and there he is.
only 8 weeks away.
Yeah. So options are here, and the man who will have the most options here is Raul Butacci from Romania on that dirt track, which is slightly uphill. Last year, remember, that was a tough part, kind of the douche grade we were familiar to use, that you have to run, but it just hurts a little bit. It's exposed as well, and there's going to be a few creeks. Last year, you asked me about the weather. Last year, that was a very hot section, and runners were stopping to get their caps and their head wet in the creeks that were coming off the mountain across that 4-draft track.
Yep, and just to kind of, for those of you who might be less familiar with his name as well, particularly if I think you're awake and watching this during your work hours from like the East Coast of the U.S., Raul was 8th at CCC last August. He was 4th at Transgran Canaria in the Classic, the 127K, not all that long ago, this spring in February. He was 4th there. He's raced a couple other kind of tune-up races between now and between then and now, including Zagama. He was 32nd at Zagama. Definitely a little bit different of an effort than what he's having to do out there today. But yeah, like clearly has quite the race pedigree. I think anytime you get a top 10 at a OCC or CCC or UTMB style race right now means that you're able to mix it up with the big dogs. Also, I guess to add, was 13th at Worlds back in Thailand last fall as well. So yeah, 8th at CCC, followed by a 13th at Worlds, and then a 4th at Transgran Canaria in the classic distance. It's a pretty good end to 2022 and start to 2023. So I'd say his stock is on the rise if you were going to invest in someone.
Yeah, I'm yet to see a company who's going to do like tokens in some sort of cryptocurrency for trail runners that you can invest in. But as you said, Corinne, he is definitely on the rise and showing here He's moving really, really well. And so no wonder he's opening his lead. Let's see if we can hear a little bit something from our camera mountain biker. There we go. 10 minutes later, the Portuguese runner Hugo Gonçalves has made it into Colomiers.
That's that stream action that you're talking about. There's a stream that's
yes,
crossing
there we go.
that dirt double track right now, and he's stopping to put it on his face. He's got a buff, it looks like, in his hand that he's just soaked down as well. He splashed water on his legs. So taking a moment, or into his hat there, taking a moment to cool down a little bit. It's, I think, it's not too humid out, and so again, you're going to be able to utilize evaporative cooling. So getting that moisture onto your clothes, onto your cap, onto your skin is going to help with some cooling effect via evaporative cooling. So taking 10 seconds here, 30 seconds there to do that can save you in a big way as you continue to work up this, kind of long, open, double track dirt road section of the course. And I imagine we should be getting splits from our other chasers at this aid station here imminently as well, unless Hugo has opened up a bit of a gap over third, fourth, and fifth, which is distinctly possible, but we'll wait for those splits to come in at that aid station.
Yeah, and I was trying to understand what was going on, because indeed they were quite close together, and they are not anymore. The course into Colomiers is a long descent. I mean, not real long, but like it's a fairly significant descent into the Colomiers station. So perhaps, and that's a total wild guess, Hugo Gonçalves is stronger going downhill, and this is where he's made his push to pull away from Peter Frano and Sebastian Krogvik. So we'll see as the race unfolds in the next descent. But here on that runnable four-wheel drive track, definitely Raul Botecci is putting a very strong effort, knowing that he's already 80 plus K into the race.
Yeah, still waiting for an update from there. I was also going to see too, in the 55K, you couldn't have aid at all. You couldn't have any outside aid. You're just relying on the volunteers in the aid stations. But I'm trying to pull up. I was wondering if there is crew access during this race, because that would be a reason why someone might take a little bit longer in an aid station, for example. It looks like they've got crew access at what is that aid station? Not at that aid station. They've got crew access at the, oh my goodness, it's like they've set up the UTMB websites that, because I'm in the US, it defaults to miles. Which means it doesn't line up with the actual aid stations. That's really crazy. At 96K, they can see crew at that aid station. So I was like, oh, maybe someone's slower coming into the aid or leaving the aid because they're seeing a little bit of crew assistance, but that is not the case. Their crewable aid station is 96K into the event. So I was trying to speculate there and did not speculate well. Oh, no, we do have our other men through there, but there is a gap. Hugo's opened up about 5 minutes over Peter Freno and Sebastian Krogvik. Those two men are still together. They're 5 seconds separating them. So, yep, right now, first, Raul, who's on your screen, he's got a 10-minute lead over Hugo. So that gap's come down a little bit. And then, but Hugo has opened up a 5-minute gap over Peter Freno and Sebastian Krogvik in third and fourth position. So that is kind of interesting. It looks like they're predicting that gap continues to come down between Raul and Hugo. So we'll be keeping our eyes on that a little bit as far as what we think might be happening as they make their way towards that 91-kilometer aid station. It's a bit of a downhill on this next section, as you mentioned, and they've got a little bit of uphill out of the aid, and then it's kind of a downhill to a flat. They're on a bench for a while before they descend. They start descending kind of more rapidly to the next two aid stations. And then I think we should be having more splits come through from the women's race. So Nuria Pikas is through that last aid station. She is 19. So there's 19 minutes between 1 and 2, 19 minutes between 2 and 3. So really big gaps in the women's field right now. And by the time that fourth comes through that aid station, it's going to be at least a 10-minute gap between third and fourth as well. So lots and lots of spread happening on the women's race into that 70-kilometer aid station. I mean, Azari's going to finish potentially in the top 10. She's moved up to 13th in the overall. So she is cruising and starting to pick up more and more guys as she goes. So Azari is on a mission right now through the 70-kilometer mark. We expect her actually to be extending her lead on her way to the next aid station, and she should be to that 76-kilometer aid station, 77-kilometer aid station in the next 3 to 4 minutes. So it's not going to be that long before we see her come through that 80-ish K aid station, and we all of a sudden pick up images of her as well. Azara is on a tear, is how I would describe it.
No, yeah, it is really cool to see, and not that is an unfamiliar scenario, because we always tend to see that with the lead female runner creeping up into the men's and into the top 10. You've had that at Western States very clearly, but I can't help but emphasize the fact that the way right now our male leader is running is really impressive, because I don't remember many runners at this pace. I mean, now it's obviously transitioning into a little bit of a downhill, so of course she's moving a little faster, but like that is a long sections, like about 10 Ks with very little elevation, about 300 meters on a kind of a undulating track, and he's moving really well. So it will be interesting. Maybe Hugo has made a push into the kilometers aid station on that long downhill that looked also quite technical, which would mean that why he's closed the gap a little bit onto Raul, but then opened the gap on Peter Frano and Sebastian Krokvik. But yeah, I'm very curious already about the next splits in the men's race as well. I think we do have a quick commercial break, and we'll be back shortly with you, but finally we have images, so now it's time to stay with us.
Dacia, partenaire automobile officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
The Ultra Trail de Mont-Blanc is the Super Bowl of trail running.
3 times I've raced UTMB, I feel like I've underperformed every time.
He sets the biggest goals possible.
I kind of say it's like digging a hole. It gets tiring, it gets hard, and for some reason you just go, I'm just gonna keep digging. The places where you really grow are the ones that keep kicking you in the teeth.
Boom.
Riveting. And we're back. We were just joking off air that you guys are staying for the live, or you're coming for the live, staying for this dirt road. We're going to be seeing a lot of this dirt double track today and tomorrow, because it is one of the areas in these mountains that we can utilize camera runners, and in this case, camera e-bikers with our athletes. So this will be a familiar sight for many of you. I actually think Verbier has a bunch of this as well. which is going on this weekend. So I feel like I'm getting deja vu to last year, where I was watching a lot of this dirt double track through the mountains. But it's good to know that there's some variety of terrain out there, and hopefully we'll be able to pull in some images from earlier this morning. Again, these runners started at 6 a.m. local time. They've been running for 9.5 hours right now. The man on your screen is in the lead. He's a 10-minute lead over second place. We do think that gap is predicted to come down a little bit by the time they make it to the next aid station. They're predicting it to be about only an 8-minute gap there, so we do think that Hugo is moving a little bit faster through that section. But we do have 3, 4, and 5 all through that aid. Again, Einel's by himself, and we did eventually get a split from your Spanish friend, Perry-Orell. He did come through that 77-kilometer aid station, but he came through back in 9th position, having dropped a significant amount of time. So kind of curious to know what's going on back there. But we do have our fifth place male through that 81-kilometer mark. Einel is through there. He is about 6.5 minutes back of that duo in 3rd and 4th of Peter Frano and Sebastian Krovig, though. So Raul off the front, Hugo looking to close that down a little bit, Peter Frano and Sebastian Krovig working together, and then 6.5 minutes back from them, Einel has come through that aid station as well.
Well, yeah. So what we were hoping to be indeed like a misread of the bib by the timing system wasn't the case, and Perry-Orell was probably indeed in bad shape. Something must have happened. Hopefully he didn't get lost or anything, but he's still on course so far, still within the top 10. So depending on what his objective for this race was, he's still in the money to punch his ticket for the UTMB final.
For this year or for next year, which is kind of the nice piece of that puzzle, because this is kind of like the latest I think you could possibly race a 100-ish kilometer race and still line up for UTMB in good form. I feel like doing the 100-mile race here and then trying to line up for UTMB in end of August, early September would be a little bit risky. But I also wonder too, like, you guys are in the hottest part of the day at this point as well. In the last like 2 hours is going to be kind of peak afternoon temperatures, and so I wonder if Einel has just got a little too warm in that last section of the course, and that's going to take a little bit of time to recover from potentially. Just because you are kind of in peak afternoon temps. There is some cloud coverage out there, but it still looks really, really sunny. Definitely direct sun on this double track road through the mountains, and so that will take a toll on its athletes. We did see Raul stop at a little creek stream to splash water on himself, so it's definitely, temperatures have been on the rise out there today, which I don't think is uncommon to see in these summer July mountain races. You're either going to get raging storms up in the high country, or you're going to be hot in that direct sun.
Yeah, Corinne, and actually I'm looking at the live cam from RTS, that aid station where the 50K runners yesterday went through. That was just prior with the little incident with Bernard Dematteis. That aid station, you come in and you get out the same way. And the flags are flying, the trees are being blown out, so it looks like there's actually quite a bit of wind down there. So perhaps it's isolated, but perhaps it is a bit of a storm brewing a little further away on the course. We'll figure it out, but yes, it looks like it's a very different weather scenario down there.
Yeah, and then we have a great message in the chat from David Elbring. He says, loving seeing this dirt road. It was pitch black last year when I was suffering from insomnia during my second night during the VDA. So great knowing that what it actually looks like.
Great.
So yes,
here.
David, we love seeing what it actually looks like as well.
And there he is.
Hugo. We had him for a moment. We seemed to have lost coverage from that camera, but we did see just a glimpse of our second place male on that road section as well. that is going to be your Portuguese runner, Hugo, who we were excited to kind of see in the mix, 33 years old, I think, predominantly at races to his name within Portugal. So good to see him here kind of on this bigger stage. I mean, if you're running between Raul and Peter Frano and Sebastian Krovig, you're in the mix proper.
Yeah, you're in a good place.
Yeah, you're in good company.
Yeah. And so that first part of the dirt road, as we said, is slightly uphill, kind of a douche grade, and he's running as well, so he's definitely not fading away, and on par with Raul's pace that we just saw earlier. There's just quite a few minutes in between the top two men right now, and we'll be able to see as well if he makes the same decision when he's gonna get to that creek crossing, and it looks like he's just gonna go through, but we're losing him again.
Yeah, and whenever we default to the drone, that's because our cameras on the ground are having issues with signals. And also, if it is warm out there too, I've done a number of these races where like the heat can affect our equipment out on the race course quite significantly as well. It turns out camera gear does not like being in the direct sun either. You don't like it. Your camera doesn't like it. So could be a little bit of that going on. It looks like sixth place is also through that 81 kilometer aid station. And that's Albin Beersen, French athlete. He's only a minute or so back of Einel. So 5 and 6, very close together. 3 and 4, very close together. 2 and 1 might be getting closer together because it does look like Hugo has been moving a little bit more quickly, particularly on the downhill section that was into that last aid. So curious to see what that looks like when they do arrive at that 91 kilometer aid station, and then even more so at the 96 kilometer aid station, which we know has a significant downhill into it. We've got our 100-mile runners getting ready, getting into that start shoot.
Yeah.
That's where our cameras are right now. Exciting to see this race get underway and not that long.
And back, there we go, with Hugo Gonçalves from Portugal. We're really going back and forth here. And,
We're doing a lot of going
gear
back and
check.
forth, and that's just the nature of the beast. Yeah. Making sure you have all that mandatory equipment. Again, they've got waterproof seam-sealed jacket with a hood. Oftentimes that includes rain pants. It includes a base layer, collapsible cup, probably 2 headlamps on these athletes because they're about to head into the night with spare batteries. For those headlamps, they need to be able to carry at least a liter of water. If they start with poles, they need to finish with poles. Most of these races also require that you carry some sort of cap, as well as a lightweight pair of gloves. So you'll see, I kind of joke that we all look like Ninja Turtles lining up for these races because of all the gear. They'll have an elasticated bandage in there as well in case of injury, and like an emergency space blanket. So yeah, there's a lot of gear that gets tucked into this, as well as like generally like an ID, and then some sort of phone as well that might be carrying your smartphone, that might be carrying a little mini phone. I've carried both in races or either in races, and there have definitely been moments where I've had the mini phone and I've realized that I don't have anyone's numbers in it that I would like to call. And so you're kind of SOL when that happens. But yeah, so you'll see that they are carrying quite a bit of mandatory gear, and that is pretty common of all of these races, but that is particularly common in these 100-mile races where they're going to be heading off through the night. Some of these athletes will be running through 2 nights, even as I think the final cutoff will be Sunday local time. It is now Friday afternoon.
Yes, Corinne, and as much as in the early days, people were complaining a little bit about all this kit, having to carry all this kit, and then sad things have happened. I remember that even in China, where several people died of the hypothermia because just a massive cold front just hit a race where people were not prepared and had no mandatory equipment. And then as people get out there more and more, it used to be like almost people from from the cities coming doing mountain races and not being familiar with the dangers that they can potentially encounter
in such a different environment. And but I think more and more people are starting to understand the why of it, and I think less and less people complain. But it's also interesting because that's on you to make the right choices when it comes to this. And if you want to go the lightest with, yes, indeed, a mini phone, like the lightest jacket, and but if you end up needing them, then it's on you. And at the end of the day, you're like, ooh, did I go too light? And so the question is like, how did you handle?
Did I make a mistake?
Yeah, this is like, because it's a fine line. Like, you want something that's going to keep you warm and safe, as well as if you want to be competitive, you don't want to carry too much weight. So like, that was my question, Corinne. Like, how did you end up figuring out that situation where you had a mini phone with nobody's number in it?
Oh, so that incident in particular was 2019 at UTMB, where I had, I believe, norovirus. And so I started puking like 20K in and puked until I decided to drop out at 120K in or something. So it's it's a mistake that I won't make again, but I really wanted to like talk to, I knew Jason Koop was over there in a wake, and he's a good friend of mine. My mom was over there actually. And so what I ended up doing is that I ran into a friend on the course who I knew had my mom's phone number, weirdly enough, from helping out at a big ski race. And so I was like, can I call my mom? And so I stopped on the side of the trail and used this friend's phone to call my mom. And then Coop called me and was like, you're fine, keep going. You're calling me because you want permission to drop out, and you should keep going a bit longer. So I did. I ran like another 50K. I ran another 50K before I finally pulled the plug. But that is, it is what it is.
Yeah, so if you carry light equipment, just make sure you know a few people on the course that can help you out. And yeah, the equipment, gear check. So we're less than 20 minutes away from the start of the 100-mile in the city center of Viella, where they will finish indeed all the way until late on Sunday.
Yeah, and it sounds like, we're going to continue to watch this check-in happen. So some of them are receiving trackers, and generally it's like they're predicted to be near the front of the race. In some of these races, you can also rent a tracker essentially, but they generally will only have 5 to 10 to distribute to the men's and women's fields. But we've got a quick commercial break coming. We will be right back in just a couple minutes.
Yeah, you better.
And we're back. And what I was just saying to Martin off air, although half the time our mics are hot, so maybe you hear us just complaining during commercial breaks. But I was just saying that 3rd and 4th and 5th are all officially through that 70-kilometer aid station in the women's race. Again, Azara is leading that women's race. She's about 19 minutes or so up on Mari of Norway. Mari is 20 minutes up on Nuria Pikas. And then I think it's another 19 or so minutes back to 4th place, Mighty. And then Sarah has also come through that aid station, and she's about 8 minutes or so behind 4th position. Stephanie Howe is who we expect to come through that aid station next. She should be through there imminently. And we'll kind of round out our top 6 in that location. On the men's side, we're still waiting for 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th to come to that next aid station. And what that does mean, though, is that I'm pretty sure our lead lady, Azara, is going to be moving up into the top 10 here in kind of short order in the overall, as we do expect her to be at that. Actually, we probably expect her to already be through that 76-kilometer aid station. So curious to see what the split is there, because we do expect Mara to be there shortly as well. So we'll be keeping our eyes on the front of the women's race through those splits, and then we'll be able to pick them up on camera probably another 40 minutes after that. But again, we are down at the start and finish line for the 100-mile race. This is where the 110-kilometer will be finishing later this afternoon and evening. But yep, the 100-mile runners are starting to roll into town for what will be their 4 p.m. start local time. And here is that course profile of the large circuit they will be running over the next 2 days for some of these athletes.
Yeah, and I saw very quickly as you were looking at the rankings, Julien Chaurier, the French runner representing Hoka, is at the start and will be competing in this 100-mile. Another veteran of the discipline, has done all UTMB races, some very successfully, and has kept running a lot throughout his career. And it's good to see him still there. I think he started with triathlon and I think road biking, and turned into trail running. And that is the beast, ladies and gentlemen. 163 kilometers, 10,000 meters of elevation gain and loss through those big mountains and valleys of the Spanish Pyrenees. And they're going to go high. They're going to go really high.
What's our total elevation gain for the 100-mile race for VDA?
10,000 meters.
Oof.
So that is,
it's a big
yeah, that is that is similar to UTMB, but in a very different fashion, knowing that during UTMB, that we can call it runnable, but those climbs are on a terrain that is more technical and most of the time steeper. So I'm basing those comments on the feedback we've received from the top runners last year at the finish line. They were saying jokingly that UTMB Mont-Blanc should be the qualifier for this race because it is
that's pretty awesome.
It's extremely hard. So we definitely look forward to all these runners to have like an adventure of a lifetime through those mountains and those valleys. And the crowds, the supporters are in the house in Viella. They're starting to line up. Several rows deep, close to that starting line to see everybody come out. And I'm sure at this point we can hear Depa. No, not quite yet.
You can always
He's warming up.
Hear Depa is the thing.
There we go.
You can hear him in there. He's always the hype is always real with Depa. But I was just looking through I was glancing over the women's start list for the 100-mile race, and initially I was talking to Alyssa Clark. She wasn't going to race, and she's going to race Vermont 100 here in the States, and then I think something changed getting her over there in time for Valderon. I do know that her luggage did not make it, though, and so I think she's borrowing a bunch of stuff from her Vibram teammate, Scotty Hawker, who ran the 50K yesterday. But whose name is on the top of the women's start list? None other than Beth Pascal's little sister, Fiona Pascal, who I've been following her name for the last like 18 months or so. She popped up, she like was 3rd overall in a race in the UK and really gave the men a run for their money, ran an incredibly fast time. And I messaged Beth and I said, "Are you guys related?" And she said, "Yeah, and I'm worried I'm never going to be as fast as her ever again." And so Fiona, I think, is someone to watch out for. A similar story to Beth, like only recently it feels like started running, got a coach, and has been on a tear. But that's who is on your screen right now. 34 years old, Fiona Pascal. Incredibly fast woman. Really excited to see her here. I think the course is going to suit her really well. I don't know that she's done a 100-mile race, so that will be interesting to see kind of her in this position. But Alyssa Clark actually won the Canyons, the inaugural Canyons Endurance 100-mile run back in April. So I think that they could be a really good match for one another. So I'm very excited to see Fiona and Alyssa Clark get to duke it out over the course of this 100-mile race.
Wow. Great intel. Thanks, Corinne. And that's going to make things even more interesting for this 100-mile because, I mean, yes, we're all familiar with the Beth achievements. And actually, it's like when you mentioned that her little sister Fiona had run canyons. That I was like, ooh, that's just a warm-up to show up one day to Western States. And knowing what Beth has accomplished there.
Fiona has not run. I don't think Fiona hasn't run canyons. Alyssa Clark, the woman that was just on your screen,
my bad,
just won the Canyons 100-mile back in April. No. Fiona's been running predominantly in the UK. She had a great run at the Snowdonia by UTMB race earlier this spring back in May. But no, this will be kind of her, I think, a big stage performance for her, and really excited to see what that looks like.
Gotcha.
But yeah, with Beth Pascal as your big sister, you're kind of in a good you're in a good lineage. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, the genes are there.
Yeah, this will be a much different race than what Alyssa ran at Canyons. Canyons was it should have been a fast course, but it was so hot. It was the first really hot weekend in the U.S. of the spring, summer. It was, 100 degrees Fahrenheit. It was super, super warm. They had to do some course rerouting due to the snow level plus the fire that affected about 16 miles of the Western States Trail. And Alyssa managed to come out on top of that race. But yeah, excited to see what happens here. On your screen is kind of predicted top finisher, kind of coming in with the highest ranking. That's Miguel, Portuguese athlete, only 27 years old, here towing the line at the 100-mile race. Second back at the classic race at Trans Gran Canaria this spring. That's a pretty good opening lineup for his 2023.
Yeah, and he was first at Maxi race in Annecy, and that was a stacked race. And it's about a 50-miler with quite a lot of elevation gain and loss on technical terrain. And he came out on top ahead of big names like Aurélien Dunant-Palaz. And a really impressive race from that young man. So we can definitely expect him to deliver today if he's fully recovered. But yeah, this is definitely one to look at for Isaac Fargas as well. Pretty solid contender in a top 3 for this VDA. But not quite, I would say, to the level of Miguel.
Wow. Here we go. Take a breath. Breathe it all in. Good luck to everybody from all over the world.
Yeah, I would anticipate there'll be some surprises in this men's 100-mile field. I feel like it's a group of unknowns, although probably regionally very talented athletes. And so we've got I think 9 men with UTMB index scores over 800. So nothing to scoff at by any means, but I feel like Miguel is definitely someone that we have identified as being quite fit, quite fast, and ready to tackle the distance. But I would not be surprised if there are a few surprises in the field who people might be coming in a little bit under the radar, and we anticipate them to kind of outperform their index ranking.
Yeah, we'd love that. We like a dark horse, or again, I don't keep bringing him up, but like Julien Charrier, if he's on a good day, that's a course for him. Like, he's a really strong hiker, and he can last. So 100 miles is not going to be an issue for him. And so yeah, if he's on a good day, like I could definitely bumping up to a potential top 3.
Yeah, and then we've got a countdown clock going on right now. The VDA 100-mile race is going to go off, and it looks like just under 3.5 minutes. I wonder if we can turn the audio up from the start line and just take in that atmosphere for the next couple minutes as we get ready for this start to get underway.
And you ask, and you shall receive. Here is Depa. So there we go. You've got the public starting to warm up.
We can turn that audio up a little bit louder too. Thank you.
It sounds like UTMB. It is UTMB. Welcome to the UTMB family. Look after each other. Respect.
And we transitioned away from the start line and then back to it. It looks like there is action in both the VDA and the CDH. And there you go.
De cerrar los ojos, de pensar en lo que tenéis por delante. 100 millas en el corazón del UTMB, 100 millas en la Val d'Aran, 100 millas en lo mayor de Europa, 100 millas en la carrera más importante de UTMB en España. Corredoras, corredores, falta 1 minuto. 1 minute to go, guys. This is your time. This is your race. Vamos arriba. Último minuto. Que suene el público. Vamos todos. Arriba las manos. ¡Hey, hey, 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 hey! Vamos con la cuenta atrás. Atentos. Vamos con los 10 últimos. Catherine, en francés. 30 seconds. 30 segundos. 30 seconds. Attends. Atención, corredoras, corredores. 20 segundos. Y vamos con la cuenta atrás.
There you go. Less than 20 seconds away from the start of the 100-mile, the big race. And we've got our camera runner in the foreground, ready to follow the top leaders. And there you go. And so, Corinne, when you're at the start of a 100-mile like this, like what goes through your mind in the first kilometers?
Oh, I hate these starts, like, more than anything. They're very crowded. They're very loud. I remember standing at the start line at Madeira, and I thought, wow, I really hate this right now. And I was like, but you know what? I know in like 10 kilometers, we'll be like in the woods. It'll be dark. We'll be spread out. It'll be like I'll be working with a few people, but I won't be like trapped in this like small little start pen with like people screaming and clapping and all that kind of, like, I honestly hate it, like, so much. So it is exciting. It feels good once they actually tell you that you can go and you get to spread out a little bit, and it feels like, okay, like I can settle into what I actually want to do, what I'm supposed to do. And it's kind of also hilarious though, because they go out, you're running, you know, a sub 5 minute kilometer pace, and you're like, this is kind of silly because we're on the tarmac right now and we're going to go out as hard as physically possible before we hit some major climb and we all start walking, essentially. But it is, you know, that's racing, that's trail running. It's kind of these dichotomies, these, you know, things that are in juxtaposition to one another. But you know, that is racing. That is the way it is. It's kind of curious to see what will happen over the course of this race. But yeah, there'll be a lot of people who go out really hard who we'll never see ever again over the course of this day. So, you know, different things make different people happy. You can get your couple minutes of glory at the front of this race before we head into the mountains and things get a little bit spicier. But yeah, 160 or so kilometers with 10,000 meters of climbing. They've got a big day or two ahead of them for many of these runners. They'll be heading off into the night. We'll be live doing commentary until the sun goes down in this valley. But yeah, right now on your screen, this is the very start of the field, 2 minutes and 15 seconds in to their 160 kilometers rather, 100-mile race. But yeah, it's truthfully, yeah, start lines, not for me. Finish lines, a whole lot more enjoyable.
That's that was unexpected. So I'm glad I actually asked the question, because I feel like from the outside, and I haven't participated in such big races like this, so I don't have a personal experience in this, but like the races I used to partake in were much more confidential. So you're like, yeah, you soak in when people send you out. But I guess, yeah, maybe the Diagonale des Fous was a bit more mental. But because, I mean, it was already chaos. It was like 11 p.m. or something at night. So by this point, you don't really even know what the hell is happening to you. So you just you go back to really primal. Like everybody's running, you just run with the group, and eventually,
Yeah.
as you say,
Adam,
go ahead.
You was gonna say Adam Mueller in the chat says that the first kilometer where every pacing plan gets ripped to pieces, and I was like, yeah, I've talked to so many people before races like Western States, and I'm like, okay, the gun goes off. Does the plan disappear from your head? And they're like, 100%. The gun goes off and the plan that I've talked about goes out the window because I'm just so excited. So there's definitely a little bit of that for sure. It's going to be, you know, there's gonna be some pain that is experienced over the course of this race, unfortunately. But we do have an update in the women's field at the front of the 110 kilometer race. Just to bring this up, first and second are both through that 77 kilometer aid station. That does mean we should see our first place female just outside of Colomiers, probably in the next like 8 to 10 minutes. She came through there at 9:37:59 elapsed, and she still has a sizable lead. She's still holding kind of like that 18 or so minute gap over second position. So 1 and 2 both through the 77 kilometer mark. We anticipate that we will be seeing Nuria Pikas through there probably in the next like 12 to 15 minutes or so. So that'll be 1, 2, and 3 through the 77 kilometer mark. Azara currently sitting in 14th position overall. Mari sitting in 18th position overall, on their way kind of towards our next camera runners / camera e-bikers, who will bring them in or bring them up the road past that 81-ish kilometer aid station.
Yeah, and knowing Azara's skills on technical, that descent into Colomiers, she's definitely not going to lose any time on the rest of the field. If anything, she's probably going to open up the gap a little more. And as you said, then we're going to have the dirt road time, which is going to be great because we want to get a gauge of how the runners are feeling and how they're moving on that first slightly uphill and then slightly downhill four-wheel drive track. One pole, Corinne. What do we say about this?
I feel like that's generally something we see more with the Chinese athletes. I feel like who is it? Liu is who I'm thinking of. Who historically I think ran OCC with one pole. Definitely not a traditional tactic there.
Yeah, and although the fact that she's carrying it backwards is something that I learned actually only recently, and I felt quite ashamed to not know about this, but it's because when you're in a crowd...
Wait, so you don't stab people?
Yes, I was like really absorbed in my own thing.
Martin.
Like, oh yeah. And maybe I was stabbing away. So yeah, if you are in big crowds at starts like this, the best actually way to carry your poles is indeed with the bottom sharp part in front of you, so you know where you're going to point it out.
Yeah, kind of in front of you and kind of slightly up, so that it's not, you're not stabbing into the people directly in front of you either. But yeah, some of these races too, it's, poles don't really come out until things spread out a little bit more. But yeah, one pole is definitely not a traditional tactic that we see happen very often. But yeah, I feel like we've seen it a little bit more from some of the Chinese athletes, for example, who are just a little bit more uncomfortable with poles, and one pole has been kind of a seemingly honestly kind of effective tactic for them. Just enough assistance without being too uncoordinated, having to use two.
All right, still finishing the loop around town in Viella at a pace that's going to be much faster than the rest of the race. But as you said, for these first moments of glory, the first few kilometers where you feel good and fresh, you let it rip.
Yeah, there's Alyssa, who, as I said, her luggage did not make it. She's in that kind of gray-brown Vibram top, black Vibram bottoms. It sounds like she had some assistance from her teammate Scotty Hawker to make sure that she had everything she needed for race day. I'm sure they're sharing some mandatory equipment this weekend. He ran the 55K yesterday, and she's starting the 100-mile this afternoon. It's good teamwork to make sure that everyone's got the equipment that they need to head out into the mountains.
Yeah. And I think Scotty also ran together with Gediminas Gremius, so I don't know what the purpose was. You pointed out it potentially was to just pick up a stone. So Gigi also being with Vibram potentially might have chipped in as well to help her out.
Yeah, she just called out Scotty in particular in her Instagram post to be like, we're making it to the start. Thanks, Scotty. But yeah, I think that yesterday they probably needed to collect stones to be granted entry into UTMB finals races that are coming up in end of August / early September. There again is Alyssa Clark from the U.S. getting her poles out, getting ready to go. Poles, I'm sure, is something that she's also maybe had to borrow from her teammates, potentially with, what she was able to bring in a carry-on versus what she had to check in a bag. But yep, that is Alyssa Clark taking the race out in front. We expect that if Fiona did in fact get to the start, that Fiona and Alyssa will be well matched in this event. Excited to kind of get to follow that along. And then we'll try to identify some of the guys in our lead pack at the front of the men's race. Things will start to shape up pretty quickly, and we'll get an idea of who we're following along with, even though we will let them run through the night by themselves before coming back and joining them tomorrow. We will get an official split from the men's and women's fields at the 11-kilometer mark. And when that happens, we'll have a better idea of what is going on in both of those fields, kind of who's in that front pack. Things will still happen. It's a long way to run, but we'll have an idea of who we'll be tracking into the nighttime hours once they make it to that place. And then on the women's side of the 100K, we should be seeing images soon from our leading lady, but on the right hand side of your screen, that is actually race leader in the men's 100 kilometer race. He has just entered this kind of water checkpoint at the 92 kilometer mark. This is in the initial bit of the first downhill off the bench. This is Raul. He's still alone at the front of this race. He just clocked through there in 10:10:33 on the clock, 4:10 local time. So again, as you're following along on the live broadcast, you'll notice you've got two different screens going on right now. Green is going to be associated with the 110 kilometer race. Again, that's the CDH race. And red is going to be associated with the 100 mile race or the VDA race. So you'll be able to identify kind of which race is currently on your screen based on if it's got a green logo associated with it or a red logo associated with it. For the most part, we will get confused ourselves at times, but right now, left-hand side of your screen is the front of the men's race and the 100 mile. Right-hand side of your screen is we're watching Raul leave this 91, 92 kilometer water checkpoint and head his way into that big downhill that will take him all the way to the 96 kilometer mark where he can see crew. If he's got crew out there, we should again also be picking up Azara very shortly as she makes her way through the 81 kilometer aid station at Colmiers. We should see her on that dirt double track that we'll be getting to see a lot of over the next 24 hours.
Yeah, thanks for the clarification about the color coding. Indeed, that's going to be very helpful as we'll be transitioning back and forth between the two races. I am actually very impressed, surprised, or confused about the pace of that runner. Like, he's going in for 100 mile and he is running up that hill that looks to be fairly steep.
Looks quite steep. Yeah, looks very, very steep. You know, different strategies for different folks, for sure. So we'll be curious to see if this tactic is something that continues to work for him as he makes it deeper into the race. I will say though, you know, it's one of those things like for some people running these kind of steeper grades, but still probably under 15% versus hiking. It's just you got to listen to what feels most natural for you. You see that there's a camera runner in between the two of them. The man currently running in second position is hiking just as fast as the guy in front is running. You have to really listen to where you feel you're moving most effectively, and that has a lot to do generally with the terrain that you run on regularly at home as well. I know that living in the Bay Area, for example, for a number of years in California, I became much better at running fairly steep inclines just because most of our terrain there wasn't so steep that you needed to hike, versus here in the Pacific Northwest outside of Seattle where I live, a lot of our climbs are quite steep, and so I hike a lot more. And so I was in San Francisco recently and got to run with some friends. Oh, she's taking the plastic tip. Alyssa Clark helping out a friend. She said, "Excuse me, sir, that you have the plastic protector on your pole. Let me help you out." That's pretty awesome to see. She was like, "We can fix this for you." But yeah, just kind of back to that kind of running versus hiking. I was in the Bay Area. I had a Western States recently and ran with some friends. And I was like, "Oh, right, I can run everything here." Like, that's very different than what I train on at home, where I oftentimes have hiking in most of my runs just because of the nature of the trail. So you got to listen to where you feel most efficient and where you feel most natural. That kind of crossover point between running and hiking based on grade is different for each individual. So we'll see someone running alongside someone hiking, and it's just whatever's most efficient for you.
Yeah. And we'll see if, as you said, if that works out all the way through, because these are the very, very early hours of that 100-mile Germain Granger male winner last year in 23 hours and 24 minutes, knowing that the second place finisher, Gaspard Barta, was in 24 hours and 27 minutes, so almost like more than an hour back. So we'll see if he runs that much on incline and or that fast. Bruno Sousa from Portugal, one of our anticipated leaders. And but yeah, so far he's looking good, looking strong. And if he's enjoying that part, then so be it.
Yeah, I don't like, again, everyone has their own race to run, and that includes your own race strategy. And so, it might be effective, it might not. And that's just, I don't know. I think it's kind of hard to be too critical of someone else's race. I like to say that you can't win the race you didn't run. We got a lot of armchair quarterbacks in on the broadcast. You and I
Love
included in that. It's really easy to sit here from the comfort of home and say, "Yeah, would I be doing that right now? I don't know." Like you're not in the race. So you kind of let them do what they got to do. This is not his first 100K plus race of the year. He ran and was third at a 111 kilometer race in Portugal earlier in 2023. Did a 41 kilometer race in Portugal and was second. Also in 2023. So he's had a number of races to kind of kick off his year already. Again, that's Bruno Sousa, who I'm talking about at the front of the race. Portuguese athlete, veteran of the sport. He's been around for a hot second. Was 22nd back at the 2021 UTMB. Yeah, he's done some stuff. He's done some big races, including a 201 kilometer race in 2021 as well. So the guy's familiar with going the distance. So we'll keep our eyes on him as he gets deeper into the race. But that is currently who is at the front of the men's competition. And again, Alyssa Clark, currently on your screen, is, I think, the favorite coming into this in a big way. Again, I was talking to her earlier this week. The decision to race was not made until Friday last week. It seemed like she had, when I talked to her at Canyons back in April, she told me that she was going to do this and then the spine race in September.
Oh, wow.
And super excited for her to tackle that. She's such a tough human being and athlete. But something happened with her schedule where she wasn't going to be able to make it to this race, etc. And it seems like it just came together at the last moment. The Vermont 100's only, I think, in a couple weeks' time, so it didn't change, I think, her training or her preparation too much. She recovered from Canyons endurance 100-mile race back in April really smoothly. And so I think that this felt good. Also, so you'll notice she was first in the Ure 100-mile race back in 2021. The Ure 100-mile race has 44,000 feet of climbing.
So that's what, 12?
Elevation is not something that Alyssa Clark is afraid of by any means. So yeah, that's a race that happens, and most of that is above. Is also at super high elevation. So that's over 13,000 meters of climbing, and most of the race takes place over 3,000 meters.
Whoa. Yeah, that's a big
high elevation.
That's a big chunk.
And vert is not something that she's unfamiliar with. So we'll be keen to see how she does here. Again, on your screen, first male athlete in the 110 kilometer race. Raul descending kind of this steep bit of descent. He's got that e-bike following him. And then left-hand side of your screen is the front pack in the 100-mile race, including we're going to see a lot of Alyssa Clark over the next couple days. But really, there's just a long string of runners headed up the hill. I think some of the fast pace early on in these races too is just knowing that the race is going to choke up at some point into a single track. And if you're still in a big pack, or if you're still behind a big pack, sometimes you come to a literal stop as you make your way to the single track because things are so bunched up there. Things haven't spread out. And so sometimes going out a little bit fast just keeps you out of trouble in a way, and it allows you to not be kind of get stuck when the field narrows down to a single track climb, for example. So that is oftentimes part of that decision or strategy in the race.
Yeah, and so we when we had the split screen between first man in 100K and 100 mile, Raul Butacci was going down where we saw the 50K runners yesterday. So he's on his way down to the RTS aid station, where, as you mentioned earlier, he will have access to crew. So that'll be good for him to kind of regroup, get an understanding of what's happening behind him, and we'll see if that changes anything for him, knowing that he's got a solid lead on the rest of the field. And now we've got transitioning into power hiking and using the poles, Bruno Sousa. That now makes me feel a little bit more comfortable. He looks like it's going to be a much more sustainable approach. And as you said, the man has heaps of experience. He knows what he's doing, and probably, as you said, you know, if you clear away from your competitors a little bit, then you can set your own pace. You don't get too excited, and if it did indeed bottlenecked, then he would have been in the clear. So loads of good information being handed over to you all. And before we have a quick commercial break, a bit of a recap. You were ahead of me, Corinne. So we've got Bruno Sousa and Eliza Clark in the lead of the VDA, the 100 miles. Eliza, I'm going to have to practice that.
Oh. You'll get
All right,
there.
commercial break. We'll be back.
Dacia, partenaire automobile officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
All right, we're back. You can probably hear Martin chewing away on pancakes in the background because he's holding his microphone instead of putting himself on mute. You know, we're still working on him, you know, training him up. He doesn't have enough experience in the commentary world, but he's choking down some pancakes to try to stay awake and alive. But right now, again, on your screen, in red, the VDA, the 100-mile race that's happening here this weekend. That is Alyssa Clark, Vibram athlete, American athlete, at the front of the women's race. We expect someone like Fiona Pascal to be in the mix in this race as well. When our screen flashes to a green logo in your top left corner, that's going to be the 110-kilometer race. Those athletes are 80 to 90K in to their day. So we'll be following that race as they make their way to the finish. So keep your eyes out for those color changes. Again, at the front of that race is Azara. She's been leading all day. She's running quite near the top 10 overall. We expect to have images of her actually very shortly as she's made her way through, we believe, that kind of 81 kilometer aid station. On the men's side, we have both Raul and Hugo through that 92 kilometer aid station. That gap's actually extended back out again. Hugo had closed it down to, you know, about 8 or 10 minutes. It's now back out to 13 minutes. So Raul's making a move on that downhill to try to continue to extend his lead out front. The question is, where is the chase pack of Peter Frano and Sebastian Krovig? That is kind of what we'll be looking for next on the men's race. But yeah, we're looking for Azara. She'll be the next person that we hope to see on our screen here shortly.
Yeah, there's been some wrong turn. Apparently some of the runners have gone the wrong way, and so they're heading back onto the track as per what we've been just communicated from
in the 100 mile
from the studio. I couldn't catch exactly what had happened and whether it was the race leaders or this chasing pack, so I'm just as confused as we are.
Getting lost 25 minutes into your race is not a good way to start your race.
No, indeed. But one who's not getting lost and is Zrel Butaci from Romania on his way down to his crew on that rolling trail, and then he'll be on coming into the essentially the last aid station before his final climb up to the last big climb of his journey after RTS.
Yeah, and again, so we've got our 100-mile racers making their way back out onto course, it looks like. Not sure where a wrong turn was made, and then it does look like we do have our first lady in the 110-kilometer race, Azara. Again, she has come through that 81-kilometer mark officially at 10:25:06 elapsed. So just about 2 minutes ago, she made her way through that aid station. So we should see her. We should pick her up with our e-bikes, hopefully in the near future, on that double track that we've been following along with so frequently today. There's Alyssa Clark. On your screen again, we'll be seeing a lot of that Vibram singlet as she makes her way through this 100-mile race. Again, Alyssa Clark having won the Canyons Endurance Run back in April. She's actually not utilizing a position in the UTMB finals this September, August, because she's doing the spine race in September, I believe. We'll see if that tracks, but this will be her second 100-miler of the spring-summer campaign. So I imagine that will stay the case and that we'll see her at the UTMB finales next year in 2024, where I think that she'll be ready to put on a good performance there. She was supposed to do TDS last year, but I believe got COVID kind of at an inopportune time in July or August last summer, so did not race TDS, but she's good in the mountains. Excited to see how she does today as well. And again, we're hopeful that our camera runners / e-bikes are going to pick up Azara here shortly, just outside of that 81-kilometer aid station on that double track road. And then we'll be looking for a split back between her and Mari of Norway, who's been chasing in second all day long. She's actually the only other runner to come to the 77-kilometer check mark at this point, so there's been a big gap opening up in that women's top 3 pack as well. Probably about 18 to 20 minutes between first and second, and probably another 18 to 20 minutes between second and third in that race.
Yes, Corinne, that's a significant gap, and that seemingly seems to open more and more in that women's field. It shows that Azara, once again, veteran in the trail running, ultra running world, and when she is in shape and things align for her, like, she is extremely strong. She was moving up. She was 13th overall, and we're thinking that she would probably break into the top 10. That has yet to happen as she moved down one spot into 14th. But as you say, in the meantime, she is somehow pulling away from the rest of the women's field. So not speaking too soon, but it's looking good for the Spanish runner Azara Garcia. And as we have the temporary rankings in the CDH with the men's and the women's top 5. And Lionel Christian Manolé moving up, which is good. Like I said, he's got heaps of experience. He's done extremely well at this race. He will know exactly how to pace himself.
I think like we have a bit of a different information on the screen and on the live tracking because Yannick Chamalane is
I think it just might
indicated. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I just think that things are updated, or updating more quickly on the live trail than what's being put into these images. So yeah, Albin Berson looks like has moved up into third position, has come through that 92-kilometer mark as well, about 7 minutes back. We'll be looking for Peter Frano and Sebastian Krovig to be some of the next runners to come through that checkpoint. There's definitely been some kind of like changes happening in the back part of the men's top 10 as well, but right now kind of things still holding pretty steady at the front of the race. It looks like Sebastian Krovig has just come through that 92-kilometer mark with 10:30:34 elapsed, so just about a minute ago. And then we'll be looking for Peter Frano to be the next athlete to come through there. Again, Peter Frano just had that amazing performance back in June in Austria at Worlds, and there's, a question of, would he be recovered enough for this race? Kind of what is the goal of this race? Is it getting a spot into the UTMB finals for this year? Is it just to do another race? Is it for a spot in finals for next year? Kind of curious to know. Everyone's motivations are going to be a little bit different, but he should be the next athlete to come through that 92-kilometer mark. But right now it looks like Raul is out front by about 13 minutes, followed by Hugo. Hugo's got about a 7-minute gap on Albin Berson. And then Sebastian Krovig has come through that aid station as well. Actually, it looks like basically with
20,
Albin Berson,
yeah, really together.
15 seconds or so basically between the two of them. So, and then we expect Peter Frano to be in that group as well. And then my question is, where is our camera? And is it on Azara? And if it is, can we please have it? Thank you.
Yeah, until we get that, I can't help but notice the comeback of Albin Berson. Albin, who's probably now making his move because he was in 6th position before and he just has reeled in Peter Frano, and now he's running, as you said, with Sebastian Krovig. Albin has huge experience in long distances. He was 13th at UTMB last year, and in 2021 he was 4th at TDS. So it shows that he knows ultras, he's comfortable in the mountains, and maybe he just paced himself super well and is now starting to make a move. That'll be interesting to see on the images as soon as we have them, to see how he feels, how he looks, and whether this is kind of a bluff situation or if he's truly tracking forward for a late surge in that 110 kilometers. And I agree with you, Corinne. If we could have an update on the women's
110-kilometer race. Yeah, I'm being kind of aggressive in our Slack WhatsApp channel, saying, "Excuse me, hi, please give me a Zara, thank you." I did say please, so I feel like I'm being appropriate and nice. I did ask very nicely if we could have a Zara, but that is who we should be able to pick her up on that road. We do know that we've got cell service there. We do know that we have had e-bikes there with cameras. So ideally, we'll be picking up her outside of that 81-kilometer aid station on that dirt double track. We'll see if that is indeed the case, or if I am just pleading into the ether instead.
We shall see. In the meantime, I can't help but notice that Elisa was just, she seemed like on a stroll. She didn't look like she was working hard at all, looking over her shoulder to see who was behind her, but not looking too concerned either. Taking the time to wet her hat and put it back on. It looks like she's in control, and she's definitely doing her thing, which is good to watch because it shows that usually those athletes are really strong and don't have anything to prove to anyone else, and they just do their things, and that's how they pull away, just like Azara is doing right now. So now we have on your screen the color green with our mains leader Raul Butacci from Romania coming into the RTS aid station. he's gonna get there very soon. I don't know if we can hear anything from the ground. Yes, a little bit. And that's where we're telling you he's gonna have access to his crew. But still moving really well. With low knees, that ultra shuffle, still efficient.
Yeah, 96 kilometers into a 110 kilometer day. He'll have a big climb, a little bit of descent, and then a big climb out of here before he has that final long descent down to the finish line. So one more big punchy climb for this man before he's got a downhill, hopefully victory lap on his way to the finish line.
Yeah, and it's always the question when you are in this position, do you want to stay comfortable and take your time at the aid station, or try to actually rush out of it just to make sure you stay out of sight of your competition and bank on that gap that you already have. So we shall see. He looks like he's taking out his flask. There you go, picked up by his crew. Like, she is in control, no doubt about this, and that's what you want from your crew chief. I like that. No excitement, no moving all over the place. Pretty composed. She's checking in on him. And in the meantime, get the second runner, still quite a ways from the aid station. Yeah, preventing a massive blow up. It looks like Raul Butachi is in the safe for the win. In that 110 kilometers at the Val d'Aron by UTMB. He knows what he wants, he knows what he doesn't want, so I don't know if you see anything else, Corinne, but he looks pretty good to me at this point.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm mostly demanding to know where our cameras are in our WhatsApp channel. I'm trying to find Azara because we should have cameras dedicated to picking her up where we picked up the men outside of that aid station. That's only fair and only right that we make sure that we cover the front of that field as well. So trying to identify where those cameras are. But yeah, very smooth transition there at that aid station. It definitely took a little bit of time, but didn't waste time. I like to say efficient, not rushed.
Agreed.
When it comes to aid station time, right? Like, you want to be efficient, but you don't need to rush. And so get what you need, take that moment, and then get out of there. I know that it's true. A 0-minute mile is way slower than a 30-minute mile. Looks like he just said hi to a dog there on his way out of the aid station, which I have a lot of respect for. But yeah, he's going to run out of this aid, out of the city. He's going to be out of sight, out of mind of the second place man, Hugo, who is currently kind of on the chase. And then he's just got to make it up this one big climb before he gets to descend, hopefully on quads that are still functioning on his way down to the finish line. We've switched back to the front of the women's race in the VDA, the 100-mile race. Again, this is Alyssa Clark of the U.S. on your screen. We're 4.5 kilometers or so into that race, and we will get official splits at the 11-kilometer mark of the 100-mile race. So that will be where we get to identify, put names to faces, etc. When they make it there. They have a big climb and a bit of a descent to get to that point, but that is what we are looking to see. But yeah, again, Alyssa Clark, kind of race favorite coming into this, currently at the front of the women's race as we speak.
Yes, and leading a bit of a string of runners here. She is setting the pace. And I think that would be a smart move if it is intentional for this gentleman to stick behind her. She has experience. She will know how to pace herself right. And so sometimes sticking with the lead female runner is not a bad option if you can, obviously, because these are world-class athletes. and keeping up with them is not always in the cards. There we go, Corinne!
Thank goodness. I said, excuse me, I'm pretty sure we have a camera out there. We had a camera on our men out there. So I'm glad that Azara has made it, in fact, to that runner, or to that, probably that e-biker with a camera based on the height and the angle of that camera there. Azara, again, has made it through that 81-kilometer aid station and is now on that kind of slight uphill double track before she has a bit of a downhill bench before she gets to that official downhill that will take her down to where we saw those men at the front of the 100-kilometer race just a few moments ago. So again, Azara really putting on a masterclass performance here today. I'm curious to see what her times are going to look like when we get to the end of it, but she is, right now well out in front. She's going to have probably a 20 or so minute gap over second place. We'll get an official split here in just a little bit on that, but she is well out of front of second, which is, I think, a big and a good place to be 81 kilometers into her 110-kilometer day.
Yeah, almost like a similar scenario, but with even more of a lead. She's head down. She's definitely pushing to get that running stride on that douche grade, but she's still moving really well. Good arm swing to keep everything together.
Yeah, she's still running really, really strongly. Again, this is a slight uphill before it kind of flattens out into a downhill there, and she's making good work of it. She's definitely, she's continuing to push. That was that little stream that we saw Raul stop at to
no stop for Azara.
Get some water on him. Nope, she's on a mission. And again, I think that for her had a disappointing day at Worlds back in June, and so this is a great opportunity to kind of mix things up and get back into a place that she wants to be. Do you know if she's lining up at UTMB finals? Is she running? I feel like she's kind of run all the distances, but I would love to see her step up to like UTMB proper in the 100-mile race.
I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest. I wouldn't be surprised because aside from a few top names so far, Katie Scheid and Courtney Walter, it looks like it's going to be a very stacked field at UTMB in the females field, and so I feel like Azara wouldn't shine away from this. Quite the opposite, and if she knows she can have a big throwdown with some of the world's best, she would definitely try to go for it. And in the meantime, Raul Busachi is clocking the Ks at a really solid pace on that four-wheel drive track. He is definitely moving really, really well for someone who's run over 95 Ks. And as soon as he's going to hit, it's going to be a single track on his left. And he's going to take out the poles for this last huge climb. But he's looking really good, and it's 2.75 kilometers between first and second men. Last race in the 50K, it was 700 meters. So now there's much bigger gap. It's going to be extremely hard for anyone to come and challenge Raul Busachi. Today, the Romanian runner has played his cards right, and he will most likely come out on top. And I believe, I don't want to jinx it, but that's going to be a very similar scenario for Azara Garcia right now on that four-wheel drive track, still pushing forward, pulling away further and further from the rest of the women's field. It is a very exciting race, well managed, well controlled by these two runners, first man and first woman on your screen, with the green color indicating that we're following the CDH. The 110 kilometers with 6,400 meters of elevation gain started this morning, local time 6 a.m. in the little city of Les at the border between Spain and France. And those athletes are making their way to the city of Viella, where we saw earlier today at 4 p.m. local time, so some 45 minutes ago, the start of the 100-mile race, the VDA, 163 kilometers and over 10,000 meters of elevation gain and loss for this huge loop.
in the Pyrenees, in those beautiful mountains. We had the 3D map earlier that showed the immensity of that course, and that we expect them to potentially, if they're running on last year's pace, will be doing and closing that loop in just under 24 hours. Last year, the winner was French runner Germain Grangier in a 23 hours and 24 minutes, but second place was already in 24:27. Gaspar Barta from Spain. So those runners who have started 45 minutes ago are in for a long day out, potentially 2 nights for some of the mid-packers and back of the pack runners.
Yeah, we expect it to be a long day for many out there. But the front of the field will be making quick work of their kind of circumnavigation of the valley. They will be finishing where they started all of, something like 45 minutes ago. So big old loop. I know that someone earlier said, oh, it's so nice to see this dirt road that Azara is currently running on, because it was in the dark when I ran it last year during VDA, and it's nice to know that it exists and that it is what I thought it looked like. So yeah, it's quite entertaining to kind of read those comments from you all from the live chat, for those of you who have been here before. But yeah, it is quite a fast race.
Yeah, and I'm impressed. Like we keep looking at body motion. We're talking about strides and that, and I feel like Azara is striding out really long, because she is a very short woman.
Yeah, she's not very tall.
No.
I was joking about how like tall the camera looked, and I said, oh, it must be on a bike, and then I was like, well, Azara is quite short, so maybe it's not on a bike, but it definitely is our e-biker with the camera there behind her. Versus right now, we're gonna have a camera on foot to make sure that we continue to follow along with these runners kind of through this more technical section. Our bikes get hung up periodically through some of these locations, but it's kind of fun to watch the handoffs take place between our runners and our cyclists. Yesterday we had like it felt like a baton handover between 2 different camera runners in like the final 5 kilometers of the race, where one had run the initial part of the downhill and was tagging off to a fresh camera person to take the runner into the finish line. So yeah, it's the folks behind the scenes with the camera is...
Oh, there's been a move. There's been a move. This is our French runner.
That or we've misidentified.
Alban from representing Team Ultra. So if he's indicated as a second man, he would have made the move on Hugo Gonçalves.
On that downhill into this 96 kilometer aid station. So he's going to run into town, and then he'll run into that aid station.
Yes, coming into RTS, so he would have made the move, and this is what I anticipated, being absolutely unsure whether that was going to be true or not. But this seems to be coming together for Alban Berson. He's made the move, a late surge in this race, and he's looking like he's got a hell of a spring in his legs and moving at a solid pace. Let's hear it from the field, see if we can catch. There's still a sizable gap though between first and second. He's looking really good, I gotta say. And so, yep, moving now into second place, Alban Berson. We said like in 2021, I think to recall, was 4th at TDS. So he will handle the distance as well as the steep and technical climbs and descents. And we can see it here, pretty smooth. He is not messing around. He's on a mission.
Yeah, he's moving really, really smoothly as he makes his way into the aid station, taking those soft flasks out. He'll be ready to meet his crew, or at the very least, the volunteers there, and they're going to do a quick exchange to get some fresh bottles going before he leaves. Again, one big final uphill, getting out of here, and then one big downhill on his way to the finish line. We'll see what the official split is here in just a moment.
Yeah, that's that will be maybe a bit too late of a surge to be able to come and challenge Raul Butacci from Romania. But certainly very, very impressive back end of the course from the French runner. While Zara Garcia is still running strong. Interesting, see, she crossed another stream and had a feel of her water bottles, thinking like, okay, do I need to refill or not? And she gauged that she had enough, so she'll just keep trucking forward. But it's interesting to see that she is very present and mindful of what's going on around her. And in the meantime, Alban Berson, again, Team Ultra, coming into the RTS aid station and will meet up with his crew. Hopefully they are ready. There we go, yes they are.
Eating some food. Again, these runners started at 6 a.m. local time. They've now been running for almost 11 hours. Someone asked if, how is Azara's time compared to Katie Scheid's course record time from last year. And I believe that given that we're almost 11 hours into the race, that Katie's time of just over 13 hours is, I would say, pretty safe at this point. I'll have to do some split math there. But to point out, too, Alban has closed that gap. Again, to Raul, it's still a 13-minute gap, but remember, Alban has moved up from 6th position up into 2nd place, and so that gap has come down quite a ways. And the question is, will he see 3rd on his way out of this aid station is kind of the question there. Where is Hugo?
I don't think he's worrying about 3rd anymore, seeing the pace at which he was going at. But then, as you mentioned, 13 minutes back from the lead, and there is 13, just over 13 kilometers left. So that would mean to be able to gain on Raul Butacci 1 minute per K average for every single K until the finish line. That's going to be very, very tough because Raul did look good as well. Maybe not quite as fast, but definitely not 1 minute per K slower. So it will be a battle, but if Raul doesn't slow down, which he didn't seem to show any sign of fatigue, it's going to be an interesting fight, and definitely a solid comeback from the French runner. And look at this. This, ladies and gentlemen, is what Val d'Aran by UTMB is all about. Crazy steep, straight up the hill climbs. And that is so early, barely an hour into this 100-mile. Those runners are hammered with super steep terrain. But luckily, it looks like it's a bit windy, if I can picture correctly the high grass moving. And I think if it's the indication is correct, the leader is actually dropping Eric Runner.
Yeah, it's kind of what that looked like there. So, pretty impressive.
And transitioning back to kind of the mid-pack, somewhere on that climb before that right-hand turn onto the dirt track. And Elisa is probably somewhere in there. But while we had images of Azara Garcia,
I was gonna say. In
the
camera,
ahead.
You can hear the wind a little bit there. Oh yeah, just like as they make their way up this first big climb, you can hear the wind, like hitting the camera runner with them. So you can see how blustery it is. as they make their way up that first big climb. And third is in that aid station now as well.
There you go, Hugo Gonzalez from Portugal, who was running in second and has been passed by the second man on the right-hand side of your screen. Being encouraged by our camera runners, like, you can still make it, don't give up. If you run that well, you can do it. That is, I mean, that is optimistic, but it's good that they cheer them on. And it looks like actually Hugo might be in a tough spot right now.
Yeah, he's only 2.5 minutes behind Albon from the splits coming into this aid station. But yeah, it looks like he's really taking a moment. I'm not sure if it's the stomach, the mind, the feet, the legs, etc. But remember, they've been running for almost 11 hours. It's going to feel like he's been running for almost 11 hours. So kind of curious to see, you know, what he does to take a moment here to put himself back together before he gets out. But yeah, the decision to sit versus stand, you know, it's like there's a lot of talk about that too within the ultra running community. Like, unless I'm changing my shoes, I don't sit down, type of thing, just because it's like I feel like you're less likely to get back up, or you're more likely to stay there for a bit longer than you would otherwise. So yeah, unless I'm changing my socks or my shoes, I try to stay standing, stay mobile, get the food that I need. Unless it's like, oh man, I need to be here for a while, I try to stay out of that chair, because the chair is a place that you might just stay indefinitely otherwise.
Yeah, and now, like, you're talking about these two things, and I'm trying to relate this about another topic you talked about when we've both been covering live all the races. You're mentioning that one of the main reasons for cramps is actually neuromuscular, because the muscle don't relax anymore. So would sitting down have an impact and kind of tell the legs to, like, give them a chance to relax? So potentially they actually get a bit of rest.
No, because you're shortening your muscles. No, you're shortening your muscles across multiple joints, and so that would, if anything, potentially make it worse.
Okay, good to know. So you better be standing without much motion, and that would help further.
Yeah, I mean, the best thing to alleviate cramps is to, like, physically stretch. So sitting is not going to put you in a position to do that. But look who is also in that aid station. That is our Norwegian athlete, Sebastian Krovig, is going to make his way in and out. I think he's got a smile on his face. Even.
Yeah, I don't know if it was a grin.
A little bit more. I was going to say, yeah, going back for a little bit more watermelon, it looks like, before making his way back out. It's not, you know, they're in shelter right now. The sun's off of them. It's got to feel pretty nice in there. It's gonna feel a little bit worse as they head back into the sun on this final climb.
He's pulling a Zach Miller here with the watermelon.
Albon, I think, though. Like, just like reflecting on how people have looked coming in and out of these aid stations. Like, Raul's moving really well, obviously, but in comparison to the other men chasing for these podium spots, like, the Frenchman who's moved his way up into second was definitely the fastest moving person there. But yeah, so he's getting his head under the water there. It is definitely warming up out there. He's getting some water on his back, getting some water on his head, etc., trying to leave there a little bit soaked down. So the heat is definitely starting to take a toll on people out there on the course. Again, almost 11 hours in to a 110 kilometer day. Someone else pointed out in the chat that there's been a little bit of a course change, that last year the CDH was, in quotes, only 105 kilometers, recognizing that that's still a long ways to run, with 5,900 meters of climbing. And so this course this year is a little bit longer, it appears, with a little bit more climbing.
Yeah, and something else that I noticed, like, it seemed like he was on his own. He didn't have crew at this aid station, right?
He definitely had at least a personal camera human there for sure in that aid station. So I don't know if he didn't have crew or not. But no, again, talking to the course, Martin, you were there last year. Is it true that the course this year is 5 kilometers longer with like 400 more meters of climbing?
I haven't received that type of information, to be honest. So we'd have to double check. But thanks for pointing it out. If it is true, we'll definitely double check with with the team back there. What we can tell you for sure, it is 110 kilometers and 6,400 meters of elevation gain. And here, your 2021 TDS winner is leaving the aid station in third place. So that makes Hugo Gonçalves from Portugal losing 2 spots within that aid station. And he's some 6 minutes back from Alban Berson from France, who stormed out of the aid station chasing hard Raoul Butacci to try and come and challenge him for the win. But as we said, it will take him to gain a minute per K on Raoul the whole way until the finish line, which is no small feat.
Yeah, and again, our camera's back on the front of the women's race in the 100-mile event as they make their way up the first big climb of this course. Again, we will not have an official checkpoint until 11 kilometers into this race. They've got to make this big first ascent, and then they will descend a little bit down towards that 11-kilometer aid station where we will get that first accurate split. But essentially, they've got, 700 or so meter climb and then a descent down to that aid station. So it's a big long climb to get things started. It mellows out a little bit towards the top before kind of pitching up steeply. They go over the top of it and then descend down to that 11K. But Alyssa leading a long train of individuals at this point of the race, 6K in or so, making her way up this first big climb.
Yeah, and it's good to have like a front view of this to kind of get a better gauge of how steep that is. And as you said, Corinne, that's a brutal introduction into 100 miles. And for those who were listening and asking the question and adding a bit of information, indeed, it is 5 kilometers longer compared to last year, so we will not be able to compare the times one for one in this CDH.
Yeah, so slightly different courses, slightly different years, all that stuff does matter. Someone noticed too that the start of the VDA leaving, the start was also slightly different than last year as well. So I imagine there's some small course tweaks during this race that will be noticeable and not noticeable to our naked eye. So we'll try to stay abreast of those as we go. Again, on your screen, we're following Alyssa Clark at the lead of the 100-mile race. We'll be back shortly with some more updates, but for right now, a quick commercial break.
The Ultra Trail de Mont-Blanc is the Super Bowl of trail running.
3 times I've raced UTMB. I feel like I've underperformed every time.
He sets the biggest goals possible.
I kind of say it's like digging a hole. It gets tiring, it gets hard, and for some reason you just go, I'm just gonna keep digging. The places where you really grow are the ones that keep kicking you in the teeth.
Dacia, partenaire automobile officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
Have a good one.
All right, team, we're back. And again, he's going to branch onto the left, onto the left, onto the left. There we go. Into that last climb, and it starts really steep. There's a bit of a mellow track, and then it's full on, literally, all the way onto the last climb of this 110 kilometers. And then we're back with the red color coding, which means we are in the VDA, the 100 miles, excuse me. And with our current female leader, Alisa. I take a moment to say her name right. I was confused earlier, and it looks like the cloud cover is getting a little bit darker, and we already could hear the wind in our camera runners' cameras. Yep, that was 2 cameras in 1 sentence. And yeah, she's still moving well, in control. Alisa is definitely in the right pacing. Cap and sunglasses in her zone. She's pulled away from the train of runners that she had up until now on her tail. And Karina, as I was
Were you just commenting on how it looks kind of dark and stormy?
Absolutely. I was like, wow, things are turning, and maybe that wind in that precedent climb was just announcing something bigger. So
yeah, that looks stormy on my front. Weather moving in.
Yeah, and if that's the case, that's gonna be a challenging night, because there will be several times above 2,000 meters, and at night with rain, the temperature could really drop, especially if it gets windy. So
yeah, that's what all that mandatory gear is for. It becomes really, really important. Turns out,
yeah.
You know, so that is something to keep in mind, that you do have to take a moment to put that jacket on. Or, I mean, I've definitely, during TDS in 2018, I think I had to put on all of my mandatory gear at one point because we got hit by just a massive storm partway through, kind of late in the afternoon, and we all were just like frantically putting on all of our stuff. It was so like the heaviest, coldest, wettest rain, you know, base layers, rain jackets. I think I ran the rest of the race in my like wool base layer top after that, just because it was pretty cold and we were heading into a little bit into the night. But yeah, it's not for the faint of heart. Yeah, you can hear the wind. Those clouds are pretty dark. Like, I would not be surprised if they're heading into a little bit of weather over the course of this evening. Kind of, you're going to get lucky about where it hits, though, I think, more than anything.
And yeah, talking about like horrendous weather, do you remember at UTMB in 2018 when the weather was really, really bad? And Robert Hagenal, I remember he ran, he ran in from start pants. To finish in rain pants, and like his jacket, was on and off, and he came in to take second.
He made a lot of fans.
Yeah,
he made a lot of fans in those rain pants. I remember Fernanda coming into an aid station and just like looking so cold and just like eating so much soup because she looked just absolutely miserable.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, when you're cold and you're not well sheltered, like, your body's going to spend so much more energy trying to stay warm. So then indeed you need to pound more calories, which then in turn makes you more tired. So it's a downward spiral. So take that moment to stop, pull that jacket out of your bag, change into dry gear if you get the chance to bump into your crew before you head into the night or into a storm. Yeah, those are small details, but over a 100-mile distance, and therefore 24 plus hours all the way up to, like, I mean, the cut in La Réunion Island is 60 hours. I don't know if there are other 100 milers that offer like a more generous cut. But yeah, you're out there for a long time, so rule number one is look after yourself.
Yeah, always. Always rule number one is you still have to survive these things, right? You still have to be alive at the other side of it. So it is very, very important to make sure that you do take care of yourself out there. And that is why, we're not allowed to carry children's size rain jackets in our packs. It should be a rain jacket that does in fact fit you. There are rules for a reason. Although many of us like to push against those rules where and when we can. I do think that having been stuck in some bad weather, having seen disasters like the race in China, where a number of runners passed away due to inclement conditions, like, it is really, really important to take those things pretty seriously. Races can actually also, like within the UTMB series, institute like an extreme cold weather kit and an extreme hot weather kit where you have to carry, extra water or an extra insulative layer, etc., because their job is, their job is not just looking after the very back of the pack or the very front of the pack. Their job is looking after everyone who's towing the start line and heading off into the race. And so, it's important that those things exist for a reason, even when we think they're pretty silly sometimes. But yeah, it's weather like this that we're seeing on that horizon. It even looks like it's raining off in the distance there behind those runners. So yeah, getting wet and staying wet for that long can be quite miserable.
Yeah, but again, I feel like with Elise's experience, we can safely say that she will be fine. If she intended to go into like doing the spine race, that's asking for that kind of weather.
she's okay with weather, that's for sure. She is a climber and an ice climber and does like backcountry skiing. She's familiar with a variety of weather. So she's definitely a mountain human, a mountain person. So, is well prepared and well equipped. Even if she's using a lot of borrowed equipment, it sounds like today during the race, from her teammates, she knows how to handle kind of those conditions going off the rails.
Well, so if anything, that's going to be an advantage to her versus the rest of the field.
Yeah, I think so. I think I'm a person personally who really likes horrible conditions. I think that they are fun and challenging and exciting and complicates maybe the race as is. And so I feel like I feel like I'm a person that thrives in bad weather. And it looks like it's raining on our camera right now even. I saw some stuff. I don't think it's just bugs. I think that it is raining actively on our runners on screen right now. Curious to know if it's raining elsewhere on the course, but it is definitely raining at kilometer 7.2 of this race right now.
Yep. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It is happening. I could see it in the valley behind, and I thought the runners would have a little bit more time before it hits them, but no, it happened right away. And that's going to be very interesting to see. Now it's raining on them. Who's going to choose to actually stop and put the jacket right away to kind of keep the underlayer somehow dry? Although you know that when you put a waterproof jacket on and you're still moving hard up a hill, you're going to be sweating and it's going to be wet on the inside anyway. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the race strategy will be in these early stages of that race with such weather hitting the runners right now. But I would agree with you, Corinne. Like,
definitely.
I'm also like a bad weather person, and I feel like then it forces you to forget about other people in the race and you just fight the elements. And I feel like it helps you actually pull out the best possible race because you do your thing. And they're still climbing.
Yeah, this is a big, long climb. Again, I think it's like 700 meters from the start up over the top of it. And then the aid station that they'll hit is actually kind of down the other side of that climb a little bit. So they've got to. They're probably getting fairly close to the top of this climb though, because the aid station is once again down the other side a ways, and it's going to be around 11 kilometers into the race. So I do think that they are probably approaching the top of this climb in the next, 0.8 to 1.5 kilometers or so. They'll be up and through their first major climb of many. Again, there's 10,000 meters of climbing in today's race, so just getting the first 700 or so meters out of the way.
Yeah, and that under the rain.
No, it's just a quick moment. Nothing too big.
Okay, so you heard the camera person was talking about the weather, and she said, "Oh, like, do you think they'll stop the race?" Kind of worried, like, would the weather put a pause to the race or put a hold on them? Because that definitely has happened. That year that we got hit with a storm during TDS, a bunch of us were held in a tent for 30 or 40 minutes before being allowed to continue onward. So if it's just rain, they'll be okay. They get a little bit more concerned when there's thunder and lightning involved in it, and it looks like it's just rain, at least from what we can tell. But yeah, we're just getting an update a little bit on the weather from the camera person live in the field.
Yeah, and it was almost interesting. It's like a kid having so much fun. He's like, "What? Are they gonna stop the fun? Is that gonna affect the race?" He's like, "No, it's getting exciting only now. Like, don't take it away from us." So yes, confirms what you were saying, Corinne. She will be comfortable in that kind of weather, and she certainly does not want this to affect race conditions. She showed up for 100 miles, and she will want every mile of it. Ooh. Do you hear in the background? I believe this is thunder. So that confirms what we feared, as like it was a bit similar. We talked about this a little bit yesterday, that in this area in the Pyrenees, especially in summertime, you end up having those afternoon thunderstorms, just like we find in the U.S. Rockies. And it is definitely hitting now, so hopefully the thunder is coming from another valley away, and that will not indeed affect the race. But again, if it does, then it won't be for the right reasons. And yes, we get the confirmation from Courtney, who's definitely our eyes and ears on the ground, and she says there's definitely thunder and lightning in the area. Gotten much worse in the past 15 minutes or so. In Viella, so yeah, you can see from those drone shots, it's not pouring. Quite a difference.
It is wet and stormy out there.
So
and this is now on the 110. Sorry, that drone shot was from the 110 kilometer course, and so just noting that while yes, it is storming, remember that the 110 kilometer course is running towards basically not directly at the 100-mile race, but they're both kind of converging near the same area, right? We're 7.5 kilometers away from the finish line right now in the 100-mile race. The 110 kilometer race is actively running towards that same start-finish line area, and so they're all kind of running into this exact same storm system right now at the front of both races.
And I am actually confused whether this is snow or hail, because some of the rain or hail, sorry, because some of the drops seem to be very clear to me. So I don't know if this is the camera, but it is definitely hitting hard.
Off, lots of jackets going on. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Alyssa, it looked like she just grabbed a snack out of her bag. I wonder, I think she's going to stop here as well and put on a jacket, I believe. That runner's making sure he puts his pack on under his jacket, which is what I'd recommend too, so that you can easily strip that off as you get down the trail and get too warm. You can tie it around your waist and then tuck it back into your pack later. But yeah, look how windy it is. So they're all holding their jackets.
Oh, and there you go. Change of female leader. As Alisa was putting on her jacket, it sounded as was that no, it wasn't Fiona.
That was not Fiona. I'm not sure who that was. We'll get an ID at the next aid station again. But also just a reminder, that woman might also stop in 5 meters further away from the camera and also put on a jacket as well. That might be Maria Nikolova of Bulgaria, I believe. I didn't get a good look, but that is what that's who it looked like to me. Oh boy, I just clicked the wrong button on my computer. My whole thing's gonna freak out.
Yeah, this aerial shot is actually at the highest point in the 110 kilometers before dropping down into Viela, into the finish, and it looks like they are still in the clear for now. So the storm must be coming from the other side, which is good for the 110 kilometer runner, for the runners of the CDH. They'll be able to, actually not get hammered too much. I actually don't know, because Raul Butachi shouldn't be too far off. I'll check if we have had a split, because there's quite a lot going on at the minute.
We do not yet have a split. We don't expect Raul to be up there for another like 19 or so minutes. And again, that's going to be, yesterday we got 2 splits from that location. We got one from kind of like that proper aid, and then we got another split from them 2 kilometers or so up the trail, although both named the same thing. We don't expect him to be through that lower of the 2 kind of split points for another 18 to 19 minutes or so. But he is on his way up to that split point before he climbs then up to the top from there.
Yeah, and according to the predictions, they see Alban Berson come into that same aid station in 28 minutes, which would mean in 10 minutes behind Raul Butachi, which would mean that at this point he's gained 3 minutes on him, which is a substantial move, seeing that he had 13 minutes. He was 13 minutes back, but probably still not enough by the end, but it will be close. It will be close, and at this point, I am not sure whether Raul Butachi will get an update that it's coming back extremely strong behind him. And look at this on the other side. So once they'll get to the top of that climb and tip over on the other side, they will discover the madness that's happening on the other side, and how much water is pouring down onto the Viela Valley. That's going to be quite a sight, because they probably hear the thunder.
Yeah, as Courtney mentioned, as Courtney mentioned, that part of the course is also very slippery as well. Wet grass is quite slick. We also saw yesterday that the early morning rain shower created some very slippery, muddy sections of trail as well. So the 100K runners, particularly the middle and the back of the pack, and then the 100-mile runners, just the entire field, are going to be in for some very interesting conditions, pending kind of how big this storm is, how fast it moves through. You know, are we hit by several bouts of weather over the course of the evening into the morning hours? All of that could definitely throw some layers of complexity into not only the front end of the race, but just everyone trying to safely make their way around the course.
Yeah, and from a statistics perspective, it's also interesting to know. I wouldn't have expected that, but then once you explain it, it does make sense. But the rest of the field, mid-pack and back of the pack, usually get less affected in terms of DNF rate in bad weather versus very hot weather. This is at least the stats we've had with the UTMB Mont-Blanc. Look at this.
Oh my goodness. And Albert did confirm that it was hailing at the top of the VDA course there. So just a summer storm, so it should pass through very quickly, but very, very windy. Oh my goodness. I'm very happy that all those runners stopped and threw on jackets. There is Alyssa there in the black on black now. 7.7 kilometers, and I think the other woman is just there in front of her. I think I saw the bottom of a skort right with this camera runner as well. But yeah, we want the camera runner and the runners to all be safe on this kind of slippery, grassy bit. But what a way to wake up in your 100-mile race, just 90 minutes in, getting ready
Just,
for what could be a very long 48 hours.
Wow. Yeah, that's one way to keep you in shape early on. Oh my. And I remember last year, the top runners going through there, it was beautiful. Like, sun was shining, we had blue skies, we had 360 degrees view. And that's a whole different ball game today. And yeah, hopefully not too long. But yeah, that will definitely be a start to remember for all those runners. And hopefully a camera runner had a jacket with them, because it looked like that weather just hit them at a point where it didn't seem that it was going to go that bad. It might have been forecasted, in which case he would have been prepared, hopefully, fingers crossed.
Yeah, this will also, these summer storms too, will be a break in the heat. For some people, it'll feel really nice that the heat will have been broken, type of thing, by a storm moving through. But I imagine for our top runners, or not just our top runners, again, everyone that's being affected by the weather right now, it's not even so much a break in the heat, but it could leave you chilled for quite a while. Hopefully, they have some time to re-warm before they head into the night. But yeah, particularly if you don't see your crew for a while, that could be pretty brutal. But we are back now on our screen. This is the leading woman in the 110-kilometer race. This is Azara. She is making her way down this descent. She looks like she's still moving quite well through this section. I want to double check to see if we have any updated splits from the women's race there briefly. It does look like we have 3 women through that 81-kilometer mark. So our podium is all through there. Again, Azara, Mari, and Nuria are all through that section. Azara still has a 17 or so minute gap over Mari, so that's come down a little bit, but not significantly. And then, but Nuria has fallen back further from Mari. That gap now between second and third is almost 40 minutes. 39 minutes between second and third in the women's 110-kilometer race. So that race is definitely starting to splinter in a big way there. But there again, we're just behind who we believe is the race leader of the VDA 100-mile race for the women, Alyssa Clark, getting blown around in this wind. Hat staying on, though. That's a big thing, right?
Yeah, it's literally blowing sideways, and these runners are still making their way up. As you can see up top, it's 90 minutes into the race, a race that last year was won by Germain Granger in 23 and spare hours. So they are in for at least one night out, just like a very similar format to UTMB Mont-Blanc. And so they better be ready. They better be ready for hopefully not a too crazy night, but we shall see. And then when we had images of Azara, that's a very different weather here.
This is a section that was slippery yesterday. I remember we saw it. Yep, the section is still slippery.
Still is.
We saw our women's race leader slipping and sliding through here yesterday in the 55K. I just wanted to point out that the first place that VDA runners can see crew or have like their own personal crew there is going to be about 50K into the race. So they have to make it quite a ways. Not only just up and over this climb, but up and over some of the higher parts of the course before descending to the valley, where they will see their crew around the 50-kilometer mark. So they've got to make it quite a ways before they get that personalized assistance.
Yeah, and I don't know what our camera runner with the lead men is doing, and if he's been entirely dropped, because we haven't had an update from the men's in the 100-mile race. But yeah, Azara, there she is. Ooh! All right, well that'll give you a bit of an understanding of what's happening here in Viella, where they were only an hour and a half ago, and that cleared out the spectators from the street. Everybody took shelter. In a very different scenario
from a weather perspective that it was last year. But it's good to see Aid Station Fireball back on the live. And as they say, love me some good weather. That will make things just a little bit more spicy, a little bit more exciting. And then Azara Garcia here at the Aid Station, struggling a little bit to open her soft last. There we go. It's open. She can refill. And then she'll be on her way down to the RTS Aid Station, where she'll be able to catch up with her crew. And then get some good tunes cracking at the Aid Station. Oh, wow. Wow. So on the one hand, the 100-mile runners are under like hail, and then Azara is obviously still feeling hot enough to pour water over her. Can someone give her the memo that she's about to enter a massive storm?
Yeah, like you're gonna be cold soon, don't worry.
It's coming your way. Wow. There you go. Here again, beautiful images. First woman on the left-hand side, again color-coded. The red is the 100-mile, the VDA, and the green is the CDH, the 110-kilometer that we're currently following simultaneously. And yes, it looks like the rain has finally taken its toll on our camera runner and their equipment. And there we go, as we have these aerial shots of the thunderstorms hitting the valley of Viella. We'll have a short commercial break and hopefully back with you shortly to see Raul Butacci, probably, maybe not see, but at the last Aid Station. See you soon.
Dacia, partenaire automobile officiel de l'UTMB World Series. Dacia, partenaire automobile officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
The Ultra Trail de Mont-Blanc is the Super Bowl of trail running.
3 times I've raced UTMB, I feel like I've underperformed every time.
He sets the biggest goals possible.
I kind of say it's like digging a hole. It gets tiring, it gets hard, and for some reason you just go, I'm just gonna keep digging. The places where you really grow are the ones that keep kicking you in the teeth.
All right.
Back into the thick of the weather. Just where we wanted to be. This is, I think, the top of that climb. The first opening climb of the 100-mile race before they descend down to the 11-kilometer aid station. Maybe temporarily getting a small reprieve from just being fully exposed like this.
Yeah, and she took off her hood, which would leave the cap exposed. I think that's a bold move. Because with that wind blowing, you don't want to lose it so early in the race. Because as you said, they will only see their crew at the 50K mark. So that's a wee ways. Not that at this point you should be too worried about the sun.
For too much longer anyway. Yeah. Yeah, I think the sun is going to be a non-factor for the next 6 or so hours. 6 to 10 hours or so. We're going to be heading into night before we know it. Although I feel like sometimes when we have weather like this is like a little bit of early nighttime where it's just darker than you want it to be this early in the event. But yeah, she's moving really well up this climb. I feel like everyone, I mean, I would be cold. I feel like from this angle, it looks very cold. But yeah, a windy, blustery, we know they had some hail just behind them. It doesn't look like it's actively raining too badly on them right now, but it definitely is very, very windy still.
Yeah, it's hitting them hard, and as you said, Corinne, like they are like you couldn't get more exposed than that. So all the jackets are on, and they soldier through to essentially get out of that ridge. So far, we had the confirmation there's no course. The course hasn't been affected, the race hasn't been affected, no decision has been made to alter anything, so they are still on for what they signed up for. We'll keep you updated, obviously, and once again, look at this contrast between our first woman in the 100-mile and Azara Garcia, who is leading the 110-kilometer and she is running currently in a different valley on her way down to Arties. Which is going to be the 95.5 kilometer aid station. Whoop, a little bit of a slippage on the left, but no consequence here for Elisa. And yeah, Azara will make it to there and still under the sun. Just one valley away from where those runners in the 100-mile are currently going through.
Yeah, 2 very different races going on right now. Getting closer and closer to the finish line for Azara on the right-hand side. Getting further and further into starting this 100-mile race on the left-hand side with Alyssa Clark. Going to be, I think it's really interesting with the 50K, 100K, 100-mile, very UTMB-esque, finale-esque in format. As far as the start times of the events this week at Val d'Aran versus I feel like a lot of races, the 100-mile race starts a little bit earlier in the race week just because it takes them a little bit longer to finish, and maybe the 100K or 50K is on the Saturday or the Sunday. So this race week at Val d'Aran feels very familiar with UTMB finals, with the 50K kind of happening middle of the week, then the 100K, then the 100-mile starting during the 100K. So it's an interesting format where I feel like most races do it a little bit differently in order to kind of like get the 100-milers to finish within a reasonable time window.
Yeah, no, you're right, Corinne. That's a very good point. And also looking at Azara Garcia running down, I don't know if you share that feeling, but I feel like she's not as smooth as she was, and it looks like she's tiptoeing a little more than previously. So I don't know if the legs are getting tired or she's just personally less comfortable on steep technical terrain, but which I'm a bit confused about because usually yeah.
I was going to say that's just like a steeper section of terrain, and so she just might not be opening it up quite as much. But I did want to point out that we do have our men's splits through the 11-kilometer aid station in the 100-mile race. Bruno Sousa, who we saw leading early up that climb, did in fact not make it to the aid station first. Johan, a French runner, is the first one to that aid station, 1:33:10 elapsed. He's followed by Miguel, who we expect to kind of be up in that mix. Arsenio in second, just behind him. There's a couple minute gap before third, which is Florent. Guihard of France in third. Spanish runner Enrique Gomez in fourth. Another French runner in the mix, so 3 French runners in the top 5 right now. Nicholas in 5th position. And then 6th is Bruno Sousa, who we saw leading very early, the Portuguese runner there. So our top 10 plus men are all through that aid station right now. If the 50K men's race was mostly Spanish, the current 100-mile men's race has a lot of French names in that mix. You've got French runners in 10th, 8th, 5th, 3rd, and 1st currently on the men's side of things.
Allez les bleus, as we say here. And I was looking at the pedigree of Johan Le Cauchois. And it looks like he's done not only long stuff, but stuff on technical terrain as well. So he's done La Diagonale des Fous in La Réunion, which is a 100-miler, and La Terre des Dieux as well, which is in Corsica, actually. We're closing the loop here, also on the island. It's a 100-mile, very, very technical. It also has 11,400 meters of climb, where he placed 4th. So he is familiar. He is prepared for the long and for the technical. So he is. This is not a fluke or a bluff to be standing in the lead at this point. But again, I was really impressed in this early season by Miguel Arsenio. So we'll see how these two run together with also Florent Girard. And being 2 Frenchmen, they might potentially run a little bit together, helping each other out. Because when you're in for such a long day out, you might as well find good company.
Yeah, and then we have a small update on the men's side of things. Our lead runner, Raul, has made it through that 102-kilometer check mark. We should kind of get an unofficial secondary check mark around the 104-kilometer mark. So we should have a secondary time for him there. So while it will say the same name of that checkpoint in the on the live tracker at live.utmb.world. That's a bit of an update. And then also I just noticed that 2 runners have withdrawn from the men's top 10, and that includes Peter Frano, did withdraw at that 96-kilometer checkpoint. He had fallen back, it looked like, to 7th or so there. So I'm wondering if the legs just didn't quite have it, or if he's dealing with a bit of an injury on that descent. But he has withdrawn from the race. And it also looks like Remy Berchet, of the French runner for Scott, has also withdrawn. He withdrew at that 96-kilometer mark as well. So those are kind of the updates on that front. Albon is still pushing, I think, pretty hard. We expect to see a split from him in the next 6 minutes or so. Sebastian Krovig kind of off by himself in 3rd position. 4th, Hugo did make it out of that aid station. He's currently running in 4th position, but probably 10 or so minutes behind Sebastian Krovig. So those are the updates on the men's side. Peter Frano being a kind of a big name and a contender to notice that he has withdrawn at the 96-kilometer mark. We hope that he is okay and that it's just, not his day type of scenario. Then on the women's side, right now on your screen is Azara. We are still waiting for our 2nd place female to come through that 92-kilometer checkpoint. 15 minutes have already elapsed since Azara came through there, and That runner is not expected to be there for another 15 minutes or so. So we do think that Azara probably has close to like a 25 to 30 minute lead. We will see if that holds, if that prediction holds here in just a little bit. But yeah, those I think are the most current updates from that 110 kilometer race.
Yeah, Corinne, true. And we were all wondering, I mean, a little bit with the question mark about Peter Frano having had such a big race at Worlds. It was probably a bit of a gamble to come in into such a hard 100K as well. So hopefully that's just him running out of juice and not like anything more substantial, whether it's an injury or anything. But yeah, definitely a surprise. And Rémi Berchet, like a strong and steady runner in ultra, mostly in France, but he travels a bit, and could have definitely have the potential to go in the top 10. So if he withdrew, there probably is an issue, because he's usually one to grind it out. So we'll I don't know if I'll get an update from Rémi, but hopefully he's okay. And as you said, Azara Garcia now just making her way down into RTS with a solid and comfortable lead. So as much as I had the feeling she was a little bit slowing down on the downhill, right now she's proving me absolutely wrong. She's moving really well with the arms relaxed, and doesn't seem like she'll be slowing down regardless of that lead. Yeah, that's the downhill that I know Azara Garcia is capable of. That makes me feel better. I was a bit worried, but no, she is definitely moving really well down on her way to her crew that she'll meet in some 10-15 minutes. What was the expectation again? Predicted time? 8 minutes.
Who?
Azara at the RTS aid station. So 8 minutes. So she'll be popping out of that trail.
And then we're still waiting. And then we're still waiting for a split for Mari at that 92 kilometer aid station. So we do think that the gap has opened up quite significantly between first and second position. Azara is still not quite in the top 10, currently ranked in the 11th in the scratch, so sitting just outside the top 10 overall, but running really, really smoothly right now. Making sure that we stay on the right trail, looking for those course markings.
Yep. And so that's the way, that's the single track now we know pretty well, and that will lead her into first onto the road, and then into the little village of RTS, where she'll get an update from her crew, and probably also, okay, so that will be a smart move from her crew to make sure that her jacket is easily accessible for the later stages in that race, if she has to pull it up in the last climb.
Yeah, looking really, really smooth. Running very well. She is well on her way to putting this 110 kilometer race away, so to speak. Courtney, our local legend, I want to say, on the ground there, said that, you know, she knows that Nuria has run that final climb and descent to the finish line, and that if you're not prepared well for that final climb, it can just break you emotionally, because it is such a kicker to have to make it up that thing before the descent to the finish line. So good to know that Nuria has seen that and experienced that, and I'll be curious to know kind of what happens over the course of those kind of final 15 kilometers or so as runners make their way from the checkpoint where they're going to see their crew here momentarily at the 96K mark, all the way up and over the final climb to the finish line. And we should, I mean, I guess pending conditions for our drone, it's very possible that we'll be able to pick up our lead male very soon, I think, from near the top of that climb before he makes the turn to go down the final descent to the finish line.
Well, so there we go. On on the left-hand side of your screen is the race recap of yesterday's 50K, where we had a mix of early rain. As you can see, the runners are muddy, and then they would have transitioned into much better weather to finish under the sun in the city of Viella. A lot had happened yesterday. If you weren't with us, this is your chance to catch up with what happened there. That race was 55 kilometers, 3,300 meters of elevation gain, and 3,700 meters of elevation loss, point to point. And it was, we're going to see him on the images very soon. Raul Criado, there we go, and there he is with the light blue-green backpack, who took the win ahead of Marcos Ramos Gonzalez and Aritz Ejea. There he is. Raul Criado, the young Spanish runner, took the win. And then in the women's, Oriana Cortazar ahead of Ana Comet and Monica Vives to round up that women's podium in the 50K. And there we go, back with the 100 mile coming down, and it looks like it's quieting down. They're almost in the clear, if I want to put it that way, as we're definitely losing light on that side of the valley. In the meantime, it seems like Azara is still running under very good weather conditions. You can see the sun, and we'll get a better understanding of what it would like, when she comes out. Looks all right. You can see the storm brewing in the distance. And it looks like after a very steep uphill, it's a rather steep downhill that the rain would have made quite slippery too.
What's your name? David. And you? Alyssa.
They're new fast friends.
Nice to follow you. Wonderful adventure. Oh,
all right, she's picking up people.
Oh, no. Oh, look how muddy. Oh my goodness, the entire back of his shorts are just fully covered in mud. I think our camera person just went down. Or no, he's
Here's
cutting.
stuff
He's
that
cutting.
I'm cutting off.
To go around the tree. Yeah, he's like, I don't have to do that. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is where having a pole out might be helpful. There's some mud just coating these individuals. I think it was Courtney in the chat who said that things get very slippery and very dangerous out there when it rains, and that is definitely what it looks like right there. Oh my goodness, what a slip and slide. You want some lugs on your shoes. I can say the Speed Ultra would not be the shoe I wear today. Need a few more lugs, I think, for some of that mud.
Yeah, definitely
Maybe
go like
ground,
Speed Pro soft ground. Yeah.
Something with a little bit more traction. But here, I said this would happen shortly.
There we
This
go.
is Raul. This is our race leader as he approaches the top of his final climb of the day.
Yeah, and as you see, same technique, double pole, pushing hard, bent over to climb himself up to the very last part, which is the most like with the one with the most incline. It is tough, but he's got it so far. We know that the Frenchman Alban Berson was chasing hard, but so far Raul Butaci from Romania is still holding on to that lead that had gone down to 10 minutes, but being less than 10 Ks away from the finish line. If he just keeps trucking forward, he should be in the safe. And there we go, Azara Garcia coming into the little village of RTS. She is prepared. She has already one flask out. Definitely a local favorite. A lot of people are out there cheering her on.
Yeah, how will Depa lose his mind? Like absolutely lose his mind? Take a quick bathroom break. Will Depa lose his mind when she comes across the finish line?
Oh, I mean, already whenever somebody crosses the finish line, he does lose his mind, but that's going to be indeed next level when she's going to cross the finish line. And I remember actually last year, I can't recall whether it was the first female in the 100K or in the 100 miles, but it was tenfolds bigger than for the first male, because somehow we had the time to build up, and he did an incredible job to rally the entire village onto the finish line, and it was insane. And so it must have been the 100K, the 100 miles, because it wasn't Katie coming in, and Katie won the 100K, so it must have been for the 100 mile. So yeah, that's in a long story short, that will be crazy at the finish. And if you are like Courtney in Viella or close by, definitely come down for those finishes, because that will be high in emotion to welcome these runners after they've worked so hard to make it to the finish line. Speaking of working hard, this is definitely what Raul Butachi is at right now.
Yeah, an absolutely brutal climb up to the top of this. But then, you know, at that point in time, you got to tuck it away. You got a steep descent for a part of the way down before you hit the tarmac on your way into town. And that will, I don't know, that might be a blessing. It might be a curse depending on the athlete, but we'll see how it goes. Here we are back down in that aid station, taking a seat with her crew, getting cleaned up a little bit. It feels really good actually to like wash your face or brush your teeth sometimes in the midst of these long races, just because you feel so sticky from being out there all day.
And I think here is on the left is Andreu Blanes with his newborn child, because he ran Transgran Canaria earlier this year and he won in really good fashion, and he knew that that was going to be then kind of the end of his season, because he wanted to focus on like his newborn child and his family. But it's good for him to still be out there. So also we're talking about sitting and standing, so she chose the chair.
Someone asked if she'd moved up yet into the top 10, and I think that she's still officially on her entrance into the aid station in 11th. It's possible that there's a guy or two sitting in there, and if that's the case, she will move up a position naturally by leaving the aid station ahead of them. But as far as we know right now, still sitting in 11th position on, and then when she leaves here, she'll be on her way into the final climb before a descent down to the finish line. Currently 11 hours and 52 minutes into her race. Everyone wants to get this done before it's headlamp time. That's the goal.
Oof, yeah. So by the body language of that information she's beginning is probably like, hey, you can take your time. If you carry on like this, you have it in the bag, just don't get excited, look after yourself, something like that. Like the hand on the shoulder of Andrew Simon seemed to say something like this. And I like what you said, like, take your time but not rushed. Like, efficient but not rushed. Is that what you said, Corinne? When you go through an aid station?
Yeah. Yep. You want to be efficient but not rushed. And this is like, you know, I'd be like, okay, she's got plenty of time. We know that she's got a good gap. It's taking these moments to have the fortitude to make it up. This final climb is good, but I'd also be like, okay, let's get you out of here. Let's get you back on the race course.
Let's finish this thing.
Let's eat and walk type of thing. Yeah. Yeah, and I think Peter Frano is still technically listed in the rankings, which would mean that Azara likely is sitting in the 10th overall classification. Generally speaking, when people withdraw, they start to get pulled out of that overall ranking because they're no longer in the race, so their position no longer, you know, counts in the race. But if he's still listed in the rankings, that'd probably bump her into 10th overall if Peter is still listed there.
There you go. She's out. Carried on. Oof. And still on that, climbing that wall, that last steep part.
Oh,
it just gets steeper and steeper
brutal
as you get closer to the top, to the summit. So you really have to earn that descent.
Yeah, you're basically vertical on parts of this.
Raul Butachi here doing his best to be done with that final climb and make it to the other side to drop down into Viella. From there, it will be all downhill. And a steep downhill, that very first section of that mountain we saw yesterday. Runners in the 50K bombing down at a blistering pace through that kind of terrain, that grassy area, grassy patches with a tiny bit of a trail winding through it. Oof. What do you think, Corinne?
It does look like we have official. Oh, I was gonna say, it does look like we have official splits for our first two women through the 11-kilometer mark in the 100-mile race. Alyssa Clark through there officially, followed by Ana Cristina of Romania, I think. So that is who we couldn't quite identify on the live feed, I believe. So Alyssa Clark through there, Ana Cristina through there, separated by about 5 minutes right now, it looks like. So that will be, and that just updated again. So we actually have, it looks like 4 women through there. Tara Warren of the U.S., she's a Utah-based masters athlete, is also through there in 2:06 elapsed. And Julia Gertry of Belgium is also through there in 2:06:42 elapsed. So top 4 women all through that aid station. Noticeably absent from that list is Fiona Pascal, which makes me wonder if she started or not. We'll try to get that squared away and sorted out, but top 4 women all through that aid station as we continue to watch Raul, our leading man in the 110-kilometer race, make his way up towards the top of this final climb before descending down towards the finish line. And he's almost there. He's like, he can see the top of this thing. He is very close to cresting it and having put that whole climb behind him. Now on your screen, this is a replay from the start, I believe, of the 100-mile race that started about 2 hours ago.
Yes, Corinne, and as you can all notice, it was beautiful weather, so it was good timing because shortly after that, about like 90 minutes later, it was pouring down with a late afternoon thunderstorm. So at least we got to send out all these 100-mile runners into beautiful weather and with heaps of spectators sending them out. And a little bit of an intel about Raoul Butacci right now leading the CDH, the 110 kilometers, who was climbing up that last part in a similar fashion as Lionel Christian Manolet. He is from Romania originally, but has been living in Spain since he was a young teenager. So he will probably be very familiar with this terrain as well.
Yeah, basically a local boy.
And now we're back with Alisa leading the 100-mile race. Almost 2 hours elapsed and still looks like it's raining on the runners. Yeah, that trail is going to get more and more slippery as more and more runners stomp over it.
Oh, it's going to be so sloppy and slippery and wet and muddy, and people's feet are going to be bad because they've been wet so early. It's just, oof, that's pretty brutal.
That's a good point, indeed. Like the feet, which obviously are quite essential to move forward. Yeah, when they get wet early, I didn't even think of that. And there he is. He has gone over the last bump. Ladies and gentlemen, Raoul Butacci, originally from Romania, but again living in Spain since he was a young adult, is now making his way down into Viella. And if he keeps going, he doesn't slow down too much to not let the French runner Alban Berson come back onto him to challenge him for the win, since he's been standing in the lead since the early hours, even not early days. It's been a single day race. They started this morning in Les at 6 a.m. local time, and 11:52 minutes elapsed. It looks like the clock is actually stuck. So I hope we're still there.
11:52. Our clock has stopped moving. Oh no, it's digital. How does the digital clock break?
And it looks like on the drone images now it's starting to rain on that part of the course for the CDH runners. And it was at the last aid station. Yeah. Still a fair bit between Raoul and Alban, and based on the estimations, actually the gap is going to remain at 13 minutes between Raoul and Alban. So if we follow those predictions, then there will not be a change in positions in the later stage of the race in the CDH.
Yeah, the gap is currently 16 minutes.
Yeah, it has increased. So maybe Alban Berson blew a bit too many matches to close the gap and creep up into second place and might be paying the price a little bit. But in the meantime, Azara Garcia right now in the lead on that dirt road right before taking a left-hand turn for her into that final climb, and still looking extremely strong. And so we'll have a short commercial break and we will be back with you to carry on that live coverage of both the CDH and the VDA. Stay with us.
Yeah, you better. Yeah, you better.
Dacia, partenaire automobile officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
But a new one is coming.
Well, we're back and the rain is still there and pouring down on those VDA runners. That's going to definitely make the race way more complicated physically and mentally. You're going to be, as a runner, fighting the elements and making sure you look after yourself even more than if the conditions were better. But that should definitely play an advantage of those mountain runners who are familiar with those environments and won't be challenged as much. They will have the right equipment and will be prepared for that kind of weather. So yeah, it'll be good to see as well. The choice of footwear will be essential. As we saw, the trail is getting very, very slippery. So if you have lugs, as Corinne was saying, this is definitely going to help. And she's taking off her jacket, so it looks like the little bit of sun that's peeking out now is making the temperature much more bearable, and the light rain coming down doesn't seem to be an issue for Alisa.
Look behind. Rainbow.
I don't know.
Rainbow.
Ah, it's here.
So she's pointing behind. She's like, oh, look, there's a rainbow behind. So she's having a really good time right now. And a camera runner here is trying to contact the team with, since you see his phone, he's not texting or updating his social media status. This is the way they communicate between one another. It's kind of a walkie-talkie system, but using a mobile application, and that allows them to always be in touch with the studios. Oh, and a pole got stuck and left in the mud. Quickly picked up. And so interesting move here from Alisa, who chose to take off her jacket despite the rain still coming down. So as I would guess, like probably the fact that the sun is out is making the temperature a bit too hot, and she wouldn't want to. Oh, there you go. The ground is completely soaked. But I guess now, by this point, the feet are wet.
C'est le bordel. C'est le bordel. Ah ouais, pareil.
Oh no. And we have our male camera runner with no jacket.
T'as pété ou tu le suivais? J'ai rattrapé la tête du coup. Mais après c'était plus long, moi. Cassé couille. Là je suis gelé. Vous avez pris la grêle là-haut? Ouais. Ah, je suis tombé. Ouais, mais bon. T'es con, chabillé gros? Moi je suis gelé là. Hey, nice! Prends un épaule. Moi je suis retombé là. Ah, mais bon.
Just taking in some of the surrounding prettiness, it seems.
Yeah, she was pointing out there's apparently a big rainbow going on as the sun just peeked out. But yeah, our camera runner here offering us the images, caught up with another one who was with the men's leader, and they were both saying like it's pretty rough out there, and none of them were actually adequately geared up for it. And so they were saying they were pretty cold. There we go. You see him here with the armband, the like neon orange armband, and he said like, "Yeah, I'm freezing cold." And it seems like he didn't even have reception to offer us images of the male leader.
I don't know if you saw it, but it does appear that our second place female athlete in the 110 kilometer race has made it into that 96 kilometer aid station. I don't know that she's left there yet because it still says on race. So oftentimes that means that they're waiting for her to leave that aid station. It looks like the gap is about 15 minutes between Azari and Mari. So not quite as big as we thought it might be, but still fairly sizable. So 15 minutes right now between first and second place in that race. Officially, they are running in 10th and 15th position overall. We'll wait for Nuria to come into that next checkpoint, but I don't think we have a split from Nuria yet, even at the 91K mark yet. So really, like, the front two women have pulled away from third, fourth, and fifth in a pretty big way, it looks like at this point, because we don't have any updated splits from the 91 kilometer aid station yet.
Yes. Hey, Kern, that's a very good point that Mary is much closer than we thought from Azara. Azara, we know, has stopped for quite a while at this aid station, and as you say, like, I can definitely second that when it's on race, it means that she is in between two mats, in between two trackers. She is still at the aid station. I guess we don't have images because the camera runner is probably running back towards her to catch her there. After he followed Azara on that dirt road. But yeah, as you said, still 15 minutes and counting between these two female runner in the 110 kilometers. So with some 13 kilometers to go, with a monster climb to conquer
before dropping into Viella.
Yeah, and our next actual checkpoint for the 100-mile race will be at the 25-kilometer mark. So they've got a descent from the last aid station that they were just in, and then kind of a gradual climb up to the 25K mark. So we'll be waiting for our runners to make it there. We expect the women will be there in probably about an hour and 45 minutes is the current estimate. And the lead men will be there in about 45 to 50 minutes. And we're back
and there we
with our lead in the men's race as he makes his way down this probably very slippery grass as it's actively raining. And he descends towards the finish line right now, 105.7 kilometers in. I think technically we've been told the course is about 108 kilometers in length or so. We're calling it 110, but curious to see kind of what that looks like when Raul makes it there again. Romanian by birth, but apparently has lived in Spain since he was a child. So definitely a little bit of a some local flavor, local favorite in that sense a little bit. But I was just looking at the men's top 10 in this race right now. Romania, France, Norway, Portugal, Spain, Morocco, France, Spain, Latvia, Slovakia. Technically, Peter Freno being that Slovakian, who we know has dropped. So I can pick up whoever is next in that group, which I think is going to be another Spanish runner. So yeah, a very, very international men's 110-kilometer race underway with Raul, the Romanian, currently leading that field. Just like a very, very different field makeup than what we saw yesterday in the 55K.
Yes, Corinne, and that must be quite a shock to the system for these runners in the CDH. After running the biggest part of the day in the sun, having to cool themselves down with the creeks and all that, and then all of a sudden diving into the Viella Valley and hitting a thunderstorm, which doesn't seem to be thunder now, but like with pouring rain, and all of a sudden the terrain is slippery, muddy. That will make for a bit of a change, and that's a long descent, and so if it's been pouring down on the whole part of the valley, those trails will be extremely slippery, and so again, choice of footwear might make a difference here. Although where I thought originally that Alban Berson had a shot at reeling potentially Raul Butacci by the finish line, I think that difference is much greater, and Alban is actually fading, it seems, all the way to the point where potentially Sebastian Krogvik could potentially come and challenge him for second place.
Yeah, that Sebastian looks like he's been pushing on that climb. Curious to see kind of what that battle looks like as they descend. They're currently projecting that Alban will come out on top at the finish line, but we do know that that gap has come down between the two of them pretty substantially since leaving the 96-kilometer aid station. We still don't have a fourth place male through that kind of mid to high point aid station yet, but we'll be keeping our eyes on that. Trying to see if there's any other kind of newer updates on that front. Someone was asking about Elizabeth Rios earlier in the day, the Bolivian runner. She had been running in 9th for much of the day, but it looks like she has moved up into 6th position. So she is moving up in the field. Again, a lot of Spanish runners making up a number of spots in the top 7 in the women's race. We got Spain, Norway, Spain, Bolivia, Spain, Portugal, the U.S., and France, with Steph Howe of the U.S., it looks like falling back to 9th position at the 81-kilometer mark. We'll see if she can rally over the back part of this race. Again, this is the longest race, I think, for her since having her son. So curious to kind of see her put things back together. She said going into this that she felt a little bit underprepared and definitely a little bit nervous. But I feel like Steph will tell me she's underprepared, and then I watch her run amazingly. So I'll be curious to see kind of how her day pans out. But right now on your screen is the leader of the men's race. I feel like he gave the camera a little smile there. He looks really, really smooth.
Yeah, it's good to have a little bit of a front view to get an understanding of how they're feeling. moving pretty well still indeed. Raul Butacci, originally from Romania, on his way to the finish line down there in Viela to secure a solid win today on the CDH. 110 kilometers and 6,400 meters of elevation gain. And yeah, tucking away his pack. That's it. It's about halfway down.
Yeah, he's made it through some of the steepest part of this descent, though. Kind of will roll through the woods here, and then eventually we'll see him pop out onto the road, and then we'll watch him just zigzag through town, and then he'll be at the finish line, and it'll be amazing. This is where we saw our runner periodically like pull away a little bit from our camera, I think, through some of the trees here. But yeah, he looks like he's run 107 kilometers, I would say, right? Like how well does anyone move at that point? But
yep,
he is moving smoothly. He's not stumbling. You know, this section this section is only going to get more slippery for people as the day goes on, right? The more people that you have kind of tromping on the wet grass, on the wet mud, like these sections, I believe, and I imagine will get more and more slippery as we have more finishers descend it over the course of the day. But if he can clear this section smoothly, he'll be well on his way. He'll hit the tarmac, and then he'll be able to stop thinking and just focus on putting one foot in front of the other all the way to the finish line.
Yeah, and massive kudos to our mountain biker, because it is a mountain biker on that section, offering us these images, and I'm pretty sure his full-on grip to the back brake to stay behind Raul and not ram into him, as the track is very, very steep. Few words of encouragement.
Yeah, I love the cheering going on there. Yeah, not easy to stay to move kind of quote unquote this slowly on a mountain bike through some of this too, particularly if it's wet or greasy. You know, there's a lot of asks to be had, but so far I don't think we've seen any of our camera people wipe out. We saw some wipeouts in the 55K from some of our lead runners, but we have not yet seen, I think, any camera personnel go down yet on the race course. So that's always a good sign. I like when our guys behind the lens keep it upright.
Yeah, I feel like with seeing these two following the 100 mile, it wasn't so much about sleeping in this case, but more about staying warm. We caught one who was trying to find shelter in a little refuge, probably like a place where they herd the sheep. And he wasn't too happy about that thunderstorm that he clearly wasn't prepared in terms of gear for. But it seems like Raul is actually out of it. So there's only the remains of that thunderstorm, and it's not raining on him. Actually, the sun seems to be even shining again onto the Viela Valley. There we go. We can see some beautiful blue sky. So that's good. It means that all the spectators will be back on the finish line to welcome Raul Butacci to claim the victory in this 2023 CDH. Looking back, just making sure he's in the safe.
Yeah, and if you can hear us and you're watching this from shelter somewhere near the finish line, he should be down there in about 14 or so minutes. So I'd slowly start to make your way maybe out from under cover to welcome our winner of the 110 kilometer race as he makes his way down the final couple kilometers to you all in the city center.
Les écouteurs? Ah! Alors attends, les écouteurs, t'étais avec quoi? Bouton plus? Bouton du bas. Du bas? Je reste appuyé, je t'entendais, mais... Oh, ouais, j'entends plein. C'était le bouton du haut, le plus? Bah, t'essayes du tout, mais moi, je suis bien dedans, gros. Vas-y.
Looks like they're trying to figure out the intercom to communicate with the studios to get the commands about what to do. So think about it. They have to run on this terrain, still aim with the camera, figure out their mobile application, the issues with the sound, with earphones. And they're still moving.
Et sur le bouton, ça apparaissait en rouge ou pas quand je parlais là? Regarde, je vais appuyer sur le bouton, tu me diras ce qui apparaît sur l'écran.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to figure out that intercom. But, you know, as far as we have the images, it's all good. And we are still with Alisa, excuse me, Alisa in the VDA.
Essaye de parler au téléphone, gros. Non, mais au téléphone, le mien.
And it looks like it's a bit drier on the ground. Maybe they've popped into a valley that... Oof, no, maybe not that dry, actually. And there we go, back with the CDH. 12 hours and 34 minutes elapsed. So again, we won't be able to compare the times between this year and last year because the courses are slightly different. But you can, Andreu Simon had run an 11:48 for the CDH last year, but it seems like there's another 5 kilometers added to the course this year. With some 500 meters of elevation gain on top of that. So keeping my eyes.
And this part of the course is quite slippery, as you can tell. It's like definitely, well, it's no longer actively raining, I think, on this section of the course. They definitely got hit by that whole rainstorm, and this whole section of the trail is going to be quite greasy as runners make their way down it. So kudos to every single athlete who manages to make it through this section without falling over, I think.
Yeah, and as we keep saying, the more runners go through it, the more slippery it's going to be, more challenging it's going to be. But it doesn't seem to be an issue for Raoul Butachi, who's here clearly still able to push the pace on this flatter section where you can't just rely on gravity. At this point, you're not about to give up that first place. Keep your head down and keep moving forward. But we saw earlier across that field where you had better visibility on what was happening behind the runners. Raoul did look back over his shoulder to make sure nobody was storming onto him, and only to see no one behind him as Alban Berson seemed to have faded on that last bit of a climb. And Sebastian Krogvik at the last checkpoint was only 6 minutes back. So if Sebastian Krogvik had a very strong climb in that last part of the race, things could get spicy, especially on the slippery trail.
Yeah, I think if he can see him or be near, what kind of like in that closing position in those final 2 kilometers to the top of that climb, there's like a chance for a battle for second. I do think if Alban gets over the top of that climb into the descent and is kind of out of sight of Sebastian, I can see that gap staying more likely. But I think if Sebastian is close enough at the top of the climb where it's like, I can see this person, the elastic hasn't completely broken in that sense, like it's been reformed, that would be very interesting in my mind.
And what do we want? We want exciting and interesting. So
We want the
hopefully
battle.
this is this is the scenario that will take place. And I just noticed, looked like Rémi Berchet, who we were talking about earlier, as he was written as
Has not
withdrawn.
withdrawn,
Is still in the race.
Is back
so
on
that's,
course, it sounds like. Yeah.
Yeah, which is good news because, like I said, I know he's one runner to grind things through, even if he's got a bad day. So meaning that if he had withdrawn, that would have been a bigger problem. So that's a relief on that end. And still sitting in 7th position. The pace is slowing down. The pace is slowing down. I hope that he is still in control. Excuse me.
I mean, you keep saying that. You keep saying, oh, did you just find your mute button? Have you just been informed the mute button exists on your microphone the entire time? Or are you just given a new mute button?
Yes, I have been informed about that mute button a bit later than I would have hoped, but I have just been served from
You
a
mean
man.
the thing that's been dangling? The thing that's been dangling from your headset for hours and hours and hours?
Yeah, you know, sometimes it's the
It's
most
okay.
obvious
We all
thing that you just don't notice. There he is!
We all enjoyed you you eating pancakes earlier. Yeah, so we saw this radio tower a number of times. It's about, like 2 or so minutes probably from getting down to the road?
Not even that, like 90 seconds perhaps at the pace he's moving right now. It's just over a K to the finish now. And it looks like, there you go, he's picking up the pace a little bit. He can smell the barn, probably he can hear the finish line by there. And that will be a very, very well-deserved win in this 2023 CDH by Raul Butacci. Making sure he's not going the wrong way. Good call. Take your time. And that is a very steep, extremely well managed here from Raul Butacci. That downhill is so steep, and as Corinne anticipated, extremely slippery. You missed out. Your prediction came right. That track that is very, very steep just earlier. He slid for about 3 meters, but stayed on his feet. So we got a 10 out of 10 for style. And there we go. We can see the road that Raul Butacci will be very shortly stepping onto.
Yeah, you were giving him a hard time for slowing down, but he's been running for 12 hours and 41 minutes on slippery, rocky, steep stuff. So I feel like he's moving pretty well. I feel like hitting the road here, even if he feels crampy, etc., which I wouldn't be that surprised about. You know, he's in the home stretch. You get a second or a third or a sixth win here or whatever it is, and that will, hopefully buoy him forward towards the finish line, independent of what battle is going on behind him, potentially between second and third place, which we might not know about until we're close to the finish line, which is quite exciting.
I know, Corinne. I'm giving him a hard time, but I just don't want him to lose that win so close to the finish line. Like he's led in true fashion today, and so that's just me getting a bit worried. But I think he'll be all right. And then I guess we won't know until very late. Yesterday we had drone shots to give us a bit of an idea of where these runners are from one another as they come into town, because there might very well be a bit of a fight between Albon and Sebastian. Raul Butacci on your screen if you're joining us on his way to winning the CDH 2023. And the crowds are here. They've walked up a little bit to see runners come in. You can see a smile on his face. He can finally relax. Last 500 meters is coming into town, a few turns, and there we go. We have our aerial shots giving us a little bit of perspective on the city of Viella, who got absolutely pounded with heavy rain about an hour ago. And luckily, the weather gods are with us to offer a bit of a break so all the spectators can come back into town and welcome Raul Butacci, claim that win.
Yeah, and while it hasn't been a wire-to-wire win, he has led for a majority of the day. And while the upper left-hand side of your screen says VDA in red writing with a 2:43 on the clock, that is not. There we go. Thank you, team.
There we go.
They changed it to the green. The CDH has the 110K. He's been out for 12 hours and 43 minutes. So again, not only like the course is definitely longer and slower this year. Our times are definitely slower than last year. But our men's leader is just a few more road turns away from being crowned the 2023 CDH of Val d'Aran 110-kilometer champion.
Yeah, and what a race it has been.
Our finish line camera and pick up some of that audio too.
Yes, I guess they will be onto it. Oh, I felt like that runner next to him looked exactly like him. That's gotta be family. And there he is, home stretch, last 100 meter into the finish line here in the city of Viella. Giving or receiving high fives, whichever way you see it. Everybody reaching out and lined up. Look at this. It is very similar to what we can see right now during the Tour de France. It's a couloir. It's a couloir of runners, of spectators. Sorry, I'm getting excited. Handing their hands out for a collective high five. A bit of a hug too. Probably a familiar face. And there we go. And we don't have the audio from the finish line. So we can just imagine Depa screaming away. And ringing that bell that already had over 1,200 runners ring the bell for the 55K yesterday, the PDA. And today, Raul Butacci is the first runner of this 110K to cross the line and is being welcomed.
Doggy.
Indeed, by his dog and partner.
Yeah, so good to see. I also hope I've requested to the back if we have finish line audio that we can have.
Yeah.
I know that they'll do an interview here at the finish line, and I would love to be able to hear that. We heard most of them yesterday, but not all of them. So let's see if our team can get us that finish line audio.
Oh, and he's going back for a round. He's been probably called out. There we go, by Depa. And was it Sheila Aviles in the crowd? Did I see that right?
It's very possible. We wouldn't be far from. She's recovering from surgery still, so she's like not quite back to running, but would not surprise me to see her at this event.
Oh, and there we go.
The music of Hans Zimmer, of the movie Gladiator. Oh, what a gladiator this man is, a true warrior. He's done it. He's our champion. What an athlete.
And yes, indeed, he was. Sheila Aviles congratulating him. Because again, as much as he's listed as a Romanian as a nationality, he's been living in Spain for the longest part of his life.
Estoy mucho, mucho, mucho más.
So we can expect him to have like a interview in Spanish with Depa on the finish line.
Bueno, y ahora es el momento. Bueno, estamos con Raúl Butachi, le decíamos, corredor rumano, afincado en Lleida, o sea, corriendo en casa, aunque vive en Tornabous ahora mismo, pero de Lleida a Lleida prácticamente, una victoria en casa, Raúl.
Bueno, la provincia de Lleida es muy grande, ¿eh? Pero sí, corriendo en casa y muy contento.
Oye, vaya temporada, y no digo esta temporada, si nos remontamos 12 meses atrás, más o menos, ganaste Madrid.
So it looks like he's even home here.
En CCC empezó la temporada con un cuarto puesto espectacular en Transgran Canaria, quinto en las Peñagosa Trails y ahora aquí con todo esto, con todo este público, con toda esta entrada, algo soñado, ¿no?
Pues sí, hace mucho tiempo que estoy buscando un día como esto y siempre...
It's been a while since I've had such a good day like today.
No sé las cosas, esto dije, no sé si lo hago bien o no lo hago bien. Pero tenía confianza en mí mismo, sabía que las cosas estaban bien, no fue el día del Mundial y aquí venía con todo.
Bueno, y con todo te lo has llevado. Si tuvieras que cerrar los ojos ahora mismo y quedarte con un momento de esta carrera, si dices el de la meta es muy fácil, este ya lo hemos visto y esto es de pelos de punta que se nos han puesto a otros. Pero trasládanos al Val d'Aran, trasládanos a esta carrera de 110. ¿Con qué lugar, con qué momento te quedas?
Bueno, no sé si me quedaría con un momento bueno o malo, porque he sufrido muchísimo por calambres y había momentos de que digo, es que no puedo, pero yendo primero y subiendo me encontraba muy bien, no podía bajar porque tenía calambres, pues digo, bueno, intentaré tirar. Pero es que realmente las primeras 6 horas es que no sufrí, disfruté. Todas estas minas de arriba, todas esas vitas, es que no te cansas. Pero es que miras y pasan los kilómetros sin darte cuenta.
So for the first kilometers that you said it, Corinne, that he wasn't leading. He said that the time was just flying by and I was really enjoying the surroundings. And before he got into race mode, and all of a sudden, when he started to be in the lead, then the race started. And he did that. He did say that he went through quite a bit of pain and troubles at some point. I couldn't quite realize exactly when that was, but you know, when you're gonna run 110 kilometers, that's definitely gonna take a toll on you at some point. But he nailed it, and he still had, Corinne, I was worried that he could get reeled in, but he had heaps of time to make it to the finish line safe, to claim that win in the 2023 CDH. And there you go, we're gonna have the finish photo. Just like every other runner who are going to cross that finish line, he will ring the bell. And there we go. So the Frenchman is still in second place so far, ladies and gentlemen. Coming at a much faster pace, we gotta admit, but still far behind. Alban Berson is resisting Sebastian Krogvik so far in the CDH.
Yeah, it looks like, well, he's moving quite well on this downhill. And we don't see Sebastian Krogvik in line of sight or behind our camera person that we're aware of. So it looks like Alban is, you know, kind of off by himself. His projected time has him finishing in about the next 7 minutes, with about a 10-minute gap over Sebastian Krogvik. We'll see kind of what that actual split boils down to. But right now, looks like second and third are well on their way. Interestingly, behind them, the Moroccan athlete, Omar Azrakati, has also moved well up. He is currently now in 4th position. That being said, a ways back from 3rd, but it looks like he's moved up to 4th. Spanish athlete, potentially, Ramon Nicolas, has moved up to 5th. Remy Burchett still in 6th. So looks like there's been a little bit of a shuffle kind of in that, you know, M9 to M4 position there, with Omar moving well up, potentially into all the way up into 4th position right now.
Yes, Corinne, and I think this is Hugo Gonçalves, you know, the Portuguese runner who was in 2nd place coming into that RTS 8 station. You remember? He was sitting down and not looking good at all. Like, he keeps falling down. He's now in 8th position, so that's probably how Rémi Berchet ended up in 6th, because only lately he was still in 7th. So
and
something
Ramon
must have.
And Omar, 4th, 5th, and 6th have all moved up. So
right,
yeah,
right.
Hugo's moved back, and that group of men have moved all the way back up. But Omar's been running, I think, as far back as 8th or 9th much of the day. So moving up with that group of men climbing. There is kind of quite a bunch of them. They're all let's see here. 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th are all hit that checkpoint within 3 minutes of one another. So the back part of the men's top 10 is all very bunched up, but we're talking 45 minutes back from 3rd.
Yeah, so let's say that the podium is pretty safe, but there's going to be a bit of a fight for those places. And yes, arguably here Alban Berson is still moving really well and faster than Raul Octavian Butacci, but didn't matter. Raul made his move way earlier and had secured enough of a gap to come very safely with, I think you're right, Corinne, about 10 minutes on 2nd place. But definitely a solid comeback from Alban, who not so long ago.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a comeback or just a really smart race plan in which he just kind of steadily, put his foot down on the accelerator a lot harder over the back 3rd of the race. We saw him move really efficiently in that aid station. We saw him running on this downhill, looking really, really strong. So I feel like it's been more just a really good race strategy playing out for our 2nd place male athlete today.
Yeah, probably taking advantage of his experience over the longer distances. Again, 13th place at UTMB 2022, 4th place at TDS 2021. So he's had a race pacing that was optimal.
Ya está en las calles de Viella. Ya tenemos a nuestro hombre del dron, a David Lariño, que está volando el dron.
Just a few more road bends before he's at the finish line.
En segunda posición, en categoría masculina, el que se va a subir al podio.
So Corinne, while we're looking at Alban closing on the finish line, I'm looking at the women's in 100K, and while Azara Garcia is still moving, it seems like Marie is still at the RTS 8 station, or maybe she hasn't crossed properly.
Yeah. It could be a number of things, right? I think we won't know until we get that, unfortunately, that 102 kilometer checkpoint probably, and all of a sudden Mari's gonna be there. She's either sitting in the aid station or she's probably 15 or so minutes behind Azara, and we'll get in 20 to 30 minutes, we'll have a checkpoint split from kilometer 102, and we'll be like, oh yeah, there she is. She's out on course.
Yeah. Hopefully that's the case. And there he is, coming into the final stretch. People, arms up in the air to welcome him. 2nd place finisher, Alban Berson. After a very well managed, and Depa is going wild. kind of smile we like to see. Emotions coming out.
What a beautiful moment for our runner-up of the CDH from France, Alban Besson. A superb race from 16th to 2nd.
And it looks like emotions are running deep through the whole family. And going back for another round of high fives and celebration. Giving back to the crowds who have been giving him such a beautiful welcome into Viella for that fantastic second place into the 2023 CDH. Just under 13 hours.
Let's hear Viella one more time for our second place finisher, Alban Besson de la France. Allez, allez, allez!
Ahí estamos.
And Depas does speak a little bit of French, so he won't be able to interview Alban.
Qu'est-ce que tu penses? Que sont ton feeling quand tu arrives à cette ligne d'arrivée avec tous les publics, avec tous les gens?
So what was your feeling as you crossed the finish line here in Viella with the public welcoming you? It was magical. This is what I like in trail running. There's always heaps of emotion and all the people out on the course cheering us on. I clearly want to thank all the volunteers and the organization. It's been phenomenal.
Es grandioso, que muchísimas gracias a los voluntarios, que no ha sido aquí solo el meta, sino que este mismo ambiente lo ha vivido durante todo el recorrido, que todo el mundo aplaudía, que todo el mundo daba felicitaciones. Y bueno, les dejamos a ellos que hablen de sus cosas. Raúl Butachi, ganador, Alban, segundo, aplauso grande para ellos dos, y esperamos al tercero, a Sebastián Krauke.
And so Raul coming to congratulate Alban here on the finish line. As we have images, replay of the start of the race earlier this morning, 6 a.m. in Les. And in 2 minutes, we should have Sebastian Krogvik come and complete this men's podium in the CDH.
De esta bandera Pyrenees by UTMB, aquí en Viella, aquí en el corazón del paraíso de Lleida, donde tenemos los Pirineos por castigo casi.
Sorry, I wish we had a little bit more volume here to hear the interview that I could translate for you. And here, Sébastien Chéniaud on your screen, who's coordinating all the camera runners and mountain bikers from the field. And obviously a very familiar name. Sébastien used to be a world-class athlete with a long career with the North Face.
We'll have our podium complete.
Oh, actually, 10 minutes. 10 minutes away.
Sebastián Krogvik.
yeah, I'm looking at the chat, and I was like you, Corinne. I had no idea Sage was racing.
Yeah, I don't watch his YouTube vlogs, so no idea. Also, Hoka athletes, I think, are contractually obligated to race a handful of these races, so I would take a trip to the Pyrenees, you know, sponsor funded, to go do a little race. But I think, okay, so 4th and 5th male athletes are who we're seeing on our screen right now. I think the 10-minute warning for 3rd is they're just using the same splits we are. I actually see him probably as close as 5 to 6 minutes from the finish line based on predicted splits, unless something has happened to him on that final descent. But we do know that the gap between 2nd and 3rd is probably going to hold to about 10 minutes during that race. But yeah, this final climb is kicking a lot of people in the pants, I think, trying to make their way up over the top of that final climb.
Oh, and I love a good bunter. A station fireball coming in strong onto poor Sage. I hope at least he's dropping out for okay reasons and not for a big injury or anything. He's had a massive streak of unlucky events happening health-wise as well, so hopefully he is fine. Shout out to Sage. Yes, we can make fun of his vlog videos as much as we can, but he's a very good human, so that gives him an excuse.
He's a phenomenally a good human. But yeah, I think that he's had a long road back from having dealing with bilateral pulmonary embolisms and kind of the clinical eval that came post that as well, kind of a long recovery time period. So I think that it's just been a long mend back from the Sage that we've seen run phenomenally well at a variety of distances over the years. But yeah, I think that trying to race your way into UTMB at a race like Val d'Aran for this year feels like a big swing for anybody. Just because I think that you're gonna have to push to stay in that top 10 group, in particular, and then you could bump up to UTMB for that race week versus staying in CCC, and maybe that's a good training stimulus, etc. But I think that is definitely risky. I'd much rather use that position to know that I've got a spot for 2024, and things are just locked up right now. You know, like be like, cool, I'm into the next race. Awesome.
And talking about having to make a push, I think that fourth place man currently is going to have to make a push if he doesn't want to get past, but that looks like it's going to happen anyway.
Just a reminder, everybody.
And we're going to miss this.
Yeah, as we wait to welcome Sebastian Krovig into the finish line. It seems like our drone was having a little bit of an issue too, getting some clear images off of that side of that final ascent right now. But that is likely someone from that group of Omar, Ramon, Remy, Alejandro, kind of all in that same bunched up group together. So curious to know who is actually in that kind of dynamic duo making their way up that final climb. But yeah, Sebastian Krovig should be on his way down to the city center, down to this finish line chute, and we'll be keeping our eyes on that so that we can welcome him in properly for his 3rd place finish here in the 110 kilometer race at Val d'Aran.
Yeah, and you're right, Corinne. There are a few names that we could attach to these two runners at the minute, so hard to identify them from up high in the sky. But as you said, we are now all waiting for a 3rd place finisher in the CDH. Kids are in the house.
Watching here, a magnificent weekend of racing.
And to welcome Sebastian Krovig. There he is, and that does look slippery. He has the poles out.
Yeah, I don't think he would usually use poles on this section, but I think a combination of having almost 109 kilometers in his legs and it being very, very slippery, poles are a great stabilizer, because any of those little movements, I've had this happen at Madeira, etc., where you're already maybe a little bit crampy and then you slip and you have to make this big movement all of a sudden, you're like very likely to just continue to cramp up pretty badly. So I think anything to help you stay upright, stay rubber side down on this section of the course is probably a good idea. So keeping that pole out is a good way to guarantee a little bit more stabilization there. But he'll be very happy, I think, when he hits the tarmac and is done with this slipperiness.
Yes, Grant. At this point, it's whatever it takes, whatever the F it takes to get to the finish line and claim that third place. And there we go. As you said, now he's in the safe, much less likely to slip. He's on the road, and less than a K to join Owen, Depa, and everybody under the finish line. And yes, we finally have a smile.
It's all over the place. You are almost at the end.
Sebastian Skravik, who's very familiar with top place finishes in the UTMB races, with a win at TDS 2 years ago.
Yeah, I think we just heard him complaining about slipping and sliding all over the place, and they said, "You're almost there, man. It's going to be okay." He's going to be very, very happy to see that finish line. Know that he's finally done. Started at 6 a.m. He's been running for just over 13 hours. What a day out.
Yeah, it is a big day. And when you think about it, like, they were on 110 kilometers. Now, the runners who started at 4 p.m. local time in the VDA have 163 kilometers to cover, with over 10,000 meters of elevation gain and loss in this loop from and back to Viella, where those runners are heading into. And for them, that will include at least one night out. Different ball game.
What an athlete, Sebastian Skravik from Norway. Here he comes. Y la Tigre Viera.
Vamos Viella arriba. Vamos Viella con la llegada a meta. Con la llegada a meta del que va a completar el podio. Del que va a estar entre los elegidos para la gloria en esta edición 2023 de la Valderrama UTMB, aquí en el corazón del Valle en Viella.
And I think in the women's field, you were right, Corinne, about Marie Klageg from Norway, as much as she's indicated on race, and we don't have an estimated time for the next point. She's still listed ahead of Nuria Piquez, who now has gone through RTS as well. Some 40 minutes back from Marie. So it looks like Marie indeed is on course, and it's just a matter of her coming out of the aid station that kind of didn't quite register her. But that's good news.
And Zara has come through the 102-kilometer mark, currently in 10th position. Came through there 13:06 elapsed about 5 minutes ago. So we'll look for a split from Mari there, hopefully in the next 15 minutes. 10 or 15 minutes is my guess. We'll see what that actually looks like, and maybe we'll silent ourselves and try to crank the volume as Sebastian rounds the corner to the finish line.
All right, let's crank it.
Just listen to that noise.
Vamos, ruido. Música de ambiente, pero que en la recta de meta para recibir a Sebastian Skravik.
Bravo!
Así le recibe Catherine Poletti a Sebastian Skravik en la llegada a meta. Y ahora todo el público de Viella con el gran campeón noruego.
as he says hello to his fellow podium finishers, Raoul and Alban. Here's our photograph of our top three.
Vamos a hacer la foto con el top 3.
And there we go, top 3 runners here in this 2023 CDH.
Esta es la foto del podio, la foto oficiosa de los 3 primeros.
Sebastian did not have much time to arrive, and he's still looking fresh. I'm looking forward to hopefully an interview.
Yeah, I think we'll be able to get an interview with him in English at the finish line, which will be pretty awesome to hear from. There we go. We can hear him. Yeah, perfect.
There we go. Owen is going to take care of that.
Sebastian, it was a perfectly executed race. You were between 2nd and 4th for the whole day. A perfect race.
Yeah, I mean, if it was perfect, I would win, right? But no, it was a beautiful race. I was amazed and really surprised of how beautiful it was. And the first half, I felt really good. Second half, I struggled with blisters. So in the downhills, I was losing a lot of time. But luckily for me, there were some guys that went a bit too hard. So then I could catch up with them and get the third in the end.
Sebastian, you have a wonderful relationship with UTMB. That glorious win in 2021 in the TDS. You were 10th in the Transvolcania a couple of months back. 3rd today. Your star is rising. Will you be back in Chamonix in about, 7 or 8 weeks' time?
Yeah, absolutely. I will do the full loop. So I'm really looking forward to it. Yeah.
And your expectations for UTMB, the big one? Top 10, I'm sure, but I'm sure you're maybe dreaming of a podium.
I mean, it's the dreams that kind of keeps you going and pushing in training. So top 5 would be like a dream.
And finally, you're from Molde, a famous town in Norway, some great athletes from there. What's Norway like compared to here in the Pyrenees? Do you have big mountains to train in there, or do you come to train in Europe?
I mean, it's a bit colder, of course. So for me, it was really warm today, and we have steep mountains, but they're not that high, so the altitude can be, when we go up to 2,500 meters, then I can feel it. Yeah.
Well, listen, well done. I'm sure you'll go back to your base camp in Norway to get ready for a big day in Chamonix. We all look forward to seeing you in Chamonix in about 2 months' time. Everybody, our 3rd place finisher, what an athlete. Sebastian from Norway, a superb runner. Well done.
Bueno, nos decía Sebastián Krobi que era la primera vez que estaba por aquí, que ha sido una gran sorpresa para él, el ambiente, las montañas, espectacular. Owen le decía que ya es un corredor que sabe lo que es ganar en una carrera de UTMB. Ganó en el 2021 la prueba de la TDS, este año volverá a Chamonix en un par de meses aproximadamente para la UTMB. Sueña con quedar entre los 5 primeros, ya para él sería un sueño. Y comparando estos Pirineos con su Noruega natal, dice que bueno, que las montañas son muy verdes, que aquí hace más calor. Está claro que tienen montañas también con las mismas pendientes, pero la altitud, la elevación aquí es mucho mayor. Ha tenido un problema en la segunda parte de la carrera, lo que no le permitía bajar como a él le gusta. Ha perdido mucho tiempo en las bajadas, pero está más que contento con ese 3er puesto, con ese podio en esta Valderón Pyrenees by UTMB.
What a great trio on the podium there. Happy to hear that lots of them are coming back for the full loop at UTMB come August and September. Reflecting a little bit about what's going on behind them on the course, it's probably 35 or 40 minutes before we see 4th and 5th, 6th and 7th make their way down to that finish line. On the women's side, we are anticipating seeing a split from Mari at that 102 kilometer mark, probably in the next 13 or so minutes. It does officially say that we can anticipate her through that zone. So there's just a problem with her bib leaving that aid station, but she probably has a 40-ish minute lead over Nuria Piquez, who's back in third place in the 100-mile race. We do have our top 10 plus men through the 25 kilometer aid station. This is the men fourth and fifth descending off the top of that final climb, and like what an absolutely beautiful location for those runners to be making their way down, although I imagine a little bit slippery at the top.
And I don't know, maybe I got it wrong, but I felt like I saw 3 runners.
I thought I did too as well, and that would make sense because at the 102 kilometer mark, I think we had 4 runners within 2 minutes of each other. Omar, Ramon, Remy, and Alejandro and Hugo were all within 3 minutes of one another at the 102 kilometer mark, about 2K or so down from where we're watching these runners descend right now. So 3 runners, maybe even 4 runners in your line of sight would not be that surprising in this like one drone shot even.
Yeah, so we shall see, and then it's going to be a downhill battle. Whoever can hold it together feels the least amount of pain in their quads and can't manage the slippery parts of that descent the best will be able to come into Viella in 4th place. They are so close together.
Yeah, we're having some issues getting some clear shots from the drones up here, but while we're kind of watching these shots come in from the drone out there, we can give a small update on the 100-mile race. Again, 163 kilometers, 10,000 meters of climbing. Miguel and Bruno, actually the 2 Portuguese runners, are currently running in 1st and 2nd. There's about 2 minutes or so separating them at most. Florent Girard is also in that kind of mix as well in 3rd, followed closely by Enrique, Johan, Nicholas. I mean, really the entire top, we'll call it the top 10 are separated by like 9 or 10 minutes or so. And really that top like 4 or 5 group are separated by, like well under 10 minutes. So 25K in, a tiny bit of separation happening at the front of the race, but really kind of a bunch of individuals all running quite close together. We anticipate that Alyssa Clark will probably be to that aid station in about 40 to 45 minutes or so. And so right now I'll be curious because we'll go to bed here. I'll kind of go to bed. You'll go to bed, actually. I'll go for a nap and then take a run, I think. You ran this morning, your time. I've been talking all morning, my time. Yeah, I'll sneak out for a run. But when we wake up tomorrow and we're checking back in with those 100-mile runners, welcoming them around the back half of this we're back live. Sorry, we're not sure where we got cut off. Normally we get a little goat noise in our headphones to tell us that a commercial break is coming, and that did not happen this time around, so we just kept talking and didn't realize we had gone to commercial. You guys should hear Martin and I off air. It's quite comical. We might just bring it into our normal race day coverage at this point. Wait until we're on hour 9 tomorrow. We'll see how I'm doing at that point. But essentially, I was saying that right now Alyssa Clark, who's leading the women's race in the 100 mile, is currently running in 105th overall. I'm so curious to see when we go to bed and wake up tomorrow and we are following the back half of that race, how, like, where she is in the field, because I feel like she will just be steadily clawing her way forward throughout the entirety of this race. And I'm really curious. We can start placing bets on it right now.
Well, I was gonna say that's the open question to everybody on the chat. Like, you can throw your numbers, your guesstimation, or on where Elisa will be in the overall ranking.
Franceses también vienen aproximadamente en una media hora, así que Owen, yo
Are you
creo...
listening to Depa, or are you just having a complete brain malfunction?
No, I am trying to listen to Depa, see what's happening, and he's telling the crowds that, like, the next runner should be in half an hour. So yeah, he's got a bit of time.
Yeah, we thought that split would be, it's probably a little bit less than that now, but it's likely, 28 to 30 minutes, and it's going to be someone from that group of 4, either Omar, Ramon, Remy, Alejandro, or Hugo. Kind of 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 were all very close together at the top. They're predicting that Hugo's moving very, very slowly, and that he's as much as a half an hour behind that group, despite coming through the climb together with those guys. So we'll see if he gets a second or third wind. But right now, 4, 5, 6, and 7 are all predicted to be to the finish line in the next 28 to 35 minutes, with Ramon and Remy actually potentially moving the fastest out of that group. So we'll be interested to see kind of how fast they are moving. They're predicted to be here, actually all 3 of them, Omar, Ramon, and Remy, are all predicted to be here in 27 minutes. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, which is nuts. Like, after so far 13 hours 26 minutes elapsed, they're expected to be coming in to the finish line in the exact same minute. It's gonna be hell of a throwdown, and hopefully we'll catch images of that.
It's a pretty brutal finish.
Yeah.
A very, very brutal finish, even.
Yeah, so yeah, indeed, I hope we'll have images of that. Like, our camera mountain bikers will go back up the hill. And until we have further images, I think we'll have a bit of a replay of the start of the VDA that took place at 4 p.m. local time this afternoon, so some 3.5 hours ago. Meantime, music is pumping on the finish line, and it will be so until the late hours of the night and early hours in the morning to welcome all the runners. Ring that bell and claim their running stones towards the UTMB final. Running stones that are valid for 24 months. So you don't have to kind of stack them all up. There we go, here's the replay.
Yeah. Yeah, totally.
All right, team. We're back live with you. We haven't left. We were just trying to figure out what was going to happen next. So we're waiting for the confirmation from the studios and from the field that they are going back out to catch the 4th, 5th, and 6th men that are coming down the hill into Viella right now for this CDH, as well as trying to catch images of Azara Garcia, our lead woman in the same race in the CDH. So as soon as we know more, we surely will let you know.
Okay.
All right, team. We have a bit of an update, and we will be hopefully finishing, watching the 4th, 5th, and 6th runners from the CDH in the men's category coming through the finish line. They're expected in 20 minutes, so we'll tune out for about 15 minutes, and we'll welcome you back on that finish line in Viella to welcome them home, and obviously follow all the top women's as well. So, Corinne,
It's time to take a break. We'll be back shortly.
Okay, we've snuck back in part because we just wanted to get to welcome Azaria onto the drone shot cresting the climb. Adam in the chat said that she should be on the downhill, and I said, not quite yet. I bet she's cresting the top of the climb, and that is, in fact, where she is right now. We're seeing her make her way up across to the final bit of this long, long climb she's been on. Again, that last split we had from her was around the 102-kilometer mark. She's now cresting the 104-kilometer mark. And then she'll be on a rapid descent to the finish line, expecting her around the finish in the next 43 minutes or so. We should see Mari up at the top of that climb probably in the next 10 to 15 minutes before she also makes her descent down towards the city center. We'll be back to bring you Mari at the top of that climb, the men's 4th, 5th, and 6th chasing their way to the finish line, and then Azara on her way to the finish as well. Until then, here's a recap from the 100-mile race that started at 4 p.m. today, local time. So, Martin, you just missed it for a second. I got scooted back in here because I was told she's on the drone. You can see her in the drone shot. And sure enough, Azara has crested the top of that final climb and is now on her way on the downhill towards the finish line. Hopefully on her way to win this thing.
Yeah, I got the same message. I was just a little further away from the screen than you, so I ran back. But yeah, indeed, to see Azara Garcia diving into that last section, that final downhill, quite unforgiving for tired legs and tired quads. But look at her, it is still butter smooth. She's got this. Yeah, pretty solid day here. And shout out to the drone pilots as well, offering us those images. It's quite unreal when you think about it, how we can now follow trail running races live and experience almost the same trails, the same views, the same environment. It's good we don't experience the same weather, because it was throwing down pretty hard on the 100-mile runners earlier if you weren't with us. But here,
yeah, it looked brutal, and we saw a short recap just a couple of minutes ago as well of a little bit of that horrible rain and wind and hail that the 100-mile runners had, you know, all of like 90 minutes into the start of their race.
Yeah, so just like in the men's race, today has been a one-woman show for Azara Garcia in this CDH. Started this morning at 6 a.m. local time, and she has been leading, correct me if I'm wrong, Corinne, but wire to wire, and has been gradually pulling away, losing a little bit of a lead, because at the last station in RTS, she did sit down for quite a while. And he kind of melted down to 15 minutes or so.
Yep.
But that's
yeah, spent a little bit of time at that aid. We saw her sit there with her crew for a while, etc. But we do think that she still has about 13 to 14 minutes or so over the Norwegian athlete. Again, a name that people aren't probably going to be too familiar with, particularly I can at least speaking for North America, but she did finish in the top 10 at Trail Worlds just, a little over a month ago in Innsbruck, Austria. She finished, I believe, in 8th position there, just behind Emily Schmitz. So she's got legs. She's very talented. Excited to see her here, and I hope that means they'll get to see her at a UTMB finale race, if not this year, hopefully next year for sure.
Yes, Marie Klakeg from Norway. And we made the mistake. I made the mistake earlier because I saw the name of her club, Greenland Ultra Runner. But apparently this is not based in Greenland, but it is in Oslo. So that makes way more sense. And as we're looking at the 3D map of these 110 kilometers, we'll have a short commercial break, and then we'll be back with you to keep following Azara Garcia, probably in the later stages of that downhill. And welcome her into the finish line right there in Viella that you can see on your screen. So stay with us. We'll be back.
Dacia, partenaire automobile officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
Yeah, you better. Yeah, you better.
And we're back to our famed finish line / start line if you're running the 100-mile race. But what we are waiting for is runners in the 110-kilometer race to make their way to us at the finish line. We are only slowly and slightly starting to lose our minds a little bit. We've been talking for a while, and this is not even the long day. But we do know that we are anticipating our first and second place women to be here in the next 30 to 45 minutes, with probably about a 15-minute gap between the two of them. But we are also waiting for our 4th, 5th, and 6th place male runners, who we believe are all running together. Omar, Ramon, and Remy should be to the finish line in the next 5 to 6 minutes. So who's going to be across the finish line first? We don't know. And that's what we're here to find out.
We don't, Corinne, but we are definitely excited to find out about this. This is going to be hell of a battle going on between these 3, potentially 4 runners. And hopefully we'll get images. We'll have our mountain bikers going back up the hill to see them. It looks like there is some action on the finish line. That's going to be one of them. We have no idea who it is going to be.
Another DINAFIT athlete.
Our next finisher.
Is this Omar?
It's going to be Omar.
Welcome Omar to the finish.
That is Omar, ladies and gentlemen. Omar Esakriti. Who's came back and probably given everything he had to come. Ooh, yes, that was hell of a sprint.
El corredor marroquí afincado en las Islas Canarias. Omar cuarto clasificado. Quinto.
Ramon or Alejandro?
Wow, how they descended that last descent. We weren't expecting them for another 10 minutes.
I believe that's Alejandro. Merrill athlete, actually. So not Remy or Ramon. That's Alejandro Villarino.
What a battle. Alejandro, fantastic.
There we go, yeah. Wow, it must have been hell of a sprint in town, because Omar crossed the finish line and he was spent. Had to come to the closest chair and sit down.
Omar, cuéntanos las sensaciones durante los últimos kilómetros. Esperamos que no iban a llegar hasta las 7 más o menos, pero tienes que sentirte muy bien después de cuántos kilómetros hoy, 105.
La verdad es que los primeros 30 kilómetros se lo dije al compañero, quería parar porque me encontraba muy mal. No sé no sé.
Oh, that's good. Like in the first 30 kilometers, he was not feeling good at all. And so he's run with Alejandro. and like Alejandro really kept him going.
Acabé fuerte y nada, muy contento.
¿Y qué tal el tiempo hoy? Porque en Canarias, yo vivo en Las Palmas, tú en Tenerife creo, ahí pasamos calor todos los días. ¿Hoy cómo fue?
Pues hoy hemos pasado todo, lluvia, sol, hemos pasado todo, fue magnífico, me ha encantado.
And he said he really enjoyed the race, the course, and the weather conditions because he comes from the Canary Island, and so he said like I enjoyed the sun, the rain.
Descansar primero. Y ya pensamos primero descansar.
Pues muchas gracias y mucha suerte este verano.
Vamos a hacer sonar, que haga ruido, vamos a hacer sonar las vallas para recibir el meta al sexto.
Yeah, the question was, are you going to be at CCC? And he says like, I'll give you an answer when I'll have recovered. And there he is, ladies and gentlemen, Rémi Berchet.
Sexta posición, Rémi Berchet.
Making sure he's going to make it ahead of Ramon, I'm sure there. Quick look over his shoulder.
Oh, and he must have given everything he had. Because I think you're right, Corinne. There must have been also a big fight to save that position. Just under 12 hours.
Ha sido la clave, la última subida, ¿la conocías?
Sí, la conocía y sobre todo la bajada. La bajada sabía que si iba bien de piernas, podía apretar y bueno, de séptimo he podido remontar y bueno, acabar quinto y bueno, súper contento y una pasada, esto es increíble.
Quinto, primer corredor español en entrar en la línea de meta, Alex Vilariño.
So, fifth and first Spanish under the finish line, Alejandro.
Esa sonrisa lo dice todo.
Sí, la verdad que, joder, estoy muy contento. He empezado a un ritmo tranquilo y bueno, sabía que los delante han salido muy fuerte y no podía seguirles y bueno, me han tirado la cabeza fría, he hecho mi carrera y bueno, la verdad que no me lo esperaba hacer un quinto puesto aquí, así que de puta madre.
Ahí lo tienen, Alex Vilariño con todos ustedes. Quinto clasificado, primer corredor español en llegar a la línea de meta.
And there we go. As we had the finish line interview, Rémi Berchet thanking the crowds. Azara Garcia is on her way to that very same finish line. And still clear of second place.
I imagine Mari is like just cresting the top of that final climb based on kind of like estimated times to the finish. I know on the tracker it shows that she's up and over it, but that's kind of what things have looked like all weekend. I'd imagine that that's kind of where she's sitting right now, is just about to kind of like dive into that downhill on her way to the finish line. Checking in on the women's 100-mile race. Looks like we're anticipating Alyssa Clark to be to that 25-kilometer aid station in the next 10 to 13 minutes or so. We'll keep an eye on that. Once they get past the 25K mark, there's a 33-kilometer checkpoint before they start descending down through a few more checkpoints, ultimately making it to about the 50K mark where they can see their crew in the race. But yeah,
our 2023 champion, and we expect a
that's so slippery. And we heard, I was gonna say, we heard from Sebastian that the part of the problem he was having on the downhill is that he was dealing with some blisters. So the downhills were just getting really painful. And so he was having some trouble moving on them well and losing a lot of time there, and felt lucky that some of the people went out a little bit too hard, that he was able to kind of regain them. But I think that's part of the reason he was using poles too, is probably braking a little bit on the downhill and trying to take some of that pressure off of his feet as well.
Yeah, true, Corinne. And I was looking at the 100-mile runners in the men's, and they're still pretty close from one another. I really wonder if they're going to try and create groups or gather around to run through the night, because we know, especially during UTMB Mont-Blanc, that that's a big advantage. If you can be in a group, you have just as many pair of eyes looking around, making sure you're on track, and it's much less of a energy burning to have to pay attention to every turn and making sure you're always on course and always on pace. I feel like being in a group is much safer also. So I wonder if some of these runners will gather around. We got 2 runners from Portugal, 2 runners from France. Whoa, hella, like, no, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 runners from France in the top 10 within 10 minutes of each other.
Yeah, and just having that group to kind of work with, it's just, yeah, as things get dark in particular, it helps with some of that like emotional and mental fatigue of just having some other lights around you, some other eyes looking for flags, etc. It's just, yeah, it's very nice when you head into the night to not be completely out on your own in the midst of it all. And that might mean that you're just like kind of moving from person to person a little bit, not necessarily sticking with 1 or 2 people for long chunks of time, but it definitely, I think, is helpful. So we'll see kind of what happens in those overnight hours, but yeah, they're definitely all very much still packed up together.
We can see here a bit of a front on Azara Garcia. She's now all out to make it to the finish line. Yeah, we don't have the audio. But yeah, still moving well. Azara Garcia. So it's hard to tell, but here with the tree cover, it feels like the trail is not as damped and slippery as it is higher up and further down. So that might be a section where you can relax a little bit, stretch the legs, keep your shoulders down. But yeah, like Sebastian's saying, he had blisters. That is not the kind of finish you want to have when you have painful feet.
Yeah, someone in the chat wrote, this last downhill is like a bedtime story telling of black toenails. It's like, yeah, if your feet aren't a little bit mangled, they're about to be pretty mangled. Yeah, using the tree there on the slippy roots and rocks. Our bike gave her a little bit of space before kind of letting off the brakes to make it through that little section. But yeah, it's this is not easy running this late into the race. In the dark, it's going to be even harder for the people coming behind her, but she's going to make it in well before dark. I think sunset locally is around 9:30 or so p.m. In the trees, it's going to come a little bit earlier, but yeah, she's well on her way. She'll get off some of this trail here in a second and start to feel a whole lot better.
But yeah, it is a brutal last part to wrap up 110 kilometer. And yeah, when you were saying using the poles going down to kind of limit the side-to-side motion and try not to activate potentially the side muscles and limit the cramping. Well, here, like, this is precisely the terrain that will trigger all of this. So far, Azara is continuing her way down, carefully holding on to trees, using her arms to balance herself. And it's a matter of minutes until we see her coming to Viella Town.
She's got her try hard face on. I feel like Azara is an athlete that always looks very serious. You know, like she's always kind of just in the thick of it, working really hard. A little cattle guard to get across there. Always fun to hit those late in a race when you're not sure if your feet are going to fall through them. It's definitely a benefit to have large feet when you're making those crossings. But yeah, she's an athlete that I feel like always looks really focused, always looks like she's working, and that's not a bad thing by any means. There are some athletes who I think their try hard face makes them look kind of tired, and you're worried that they're overheating or something's going awry, and then they continue to charge and crush it, and you're like, oh, that's just how they look when they run. Azara kind of has that same seriousness, I feel like, about her when she runs. She's very much like in the zone, very focused, and at this point too, it's like at kilometer 107.5 out of 110, I'm definitely in the mindset of thinking, you know what? The faster I run, the faster this thing is over with. Like you're kind of ready for this thing to be put to bed. Yeah. And she's almost there. She will almost get to put this thing to bed. She has not that much longer on these slippery trails before she's going to hit that pavement and know that she can kind of safely coast into the finish line.
Yeah, exactly. You want to stay focused. You don't want to make a mistake at this point. Take a tumble. That would just be so unfortunate and unnecessary. So you're just like, okay, I gotta get this done. You stay focused. You stay in the zone. But yeah, and it makes it even more emotional when these runners are like so focused, head down, doing their thing, and then like when she'll come into Viella, probably into the finish line, the face will change. She will finally let it out, and that will be even more emotional. And as you said, Corinne, I'm sure Depa will be setting that finish line on fire to welcome her as the 2023 winner of the CDH, and that will certainly mean something to her as well.
Yeah, I think it'll be one of those things where we'll be quiet when she gets near the city center and just give Depa the floor. You'll have to probably turn down your personal YouTube volume at home because Depa is going to be setting the finish line on fire for this woman. It's going to be really cool to hear and see, and I look forward to hopefully being able to hear that finish line interview as well, because I think it's just going to be really cool to hear about her day. I think this has been a wire-to-wire win for her. We know that Stephanie Howe went out with her early and has since kind of faded back a bit in the women's top 10. But otherwise, you know, like it's been a good day of people pushing. Actually, it's possible that Steph is outside the women's top 10. I hope she's okay. It looks like she's sitting in 11th, maybe right behind with, I knew Claudia started. I was kind of surprised that I think she's coming back from injury a little bit. Claudia Tremps, who's obviously immensely talented, is sitting back in 10th position right now as well. I was almost wondering if she had started the race. This is the first time we've seen her in the top 10 all day. But yeah, for Azara, this will be a wire-to-wire victory for her here in this year's edition of the CDH, the 110-kilometer race. Again, a slower course than last year, a little bit of a longer course than last year. Conditions have been fairly good. I think they got warm during the afternoon, and then they had a big storm come through, which has made the trail that you're seeing as our run on right now quite slippery. But she is making good time on her way down it, and she will soon be to the road where she can relax a little bit. I have to imagine her feet and toes hurt really badly right now.
Yeah, at this point, pretty much everything does hurt a little bit.
Everything
I'm looking
hurts.
at yeah, I'm looking at sixth place in the women's field currently from Bolivia, Elizabeth Rios. She was here last year and she took second.
To Kate Scheid.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, she's running really well. She's been moving her way up in the top 10. There's kind of a group of women that are bunched together a little bit there. She's only 3 minutes or so behind, or she's projected to be only 3 minutes behind Sarah, the woman right in front of her at the next checkpoint. It looks like she came into the 96K checkpoint about 9 minutes back, so she's closing to 5th position even. So we'll kind of expect there to be some movement on this final uphill from these women kind of in those 5th and 6th positions. Waiting for Christina to come through that next checkpoint as well. Should be there any moment. And then, yeah, Nuria's kind of out by herself a little bit in no man's land, 17 minutes ahead of another super talented Spanish runner, Maite. So we'll kind of keep our eyes peeled, see what happens there. But right now, the one on your screen leading the Spanish charge here with 4 Spanish athletes in the top 5. Mari, the Norwegian athlete, in second, being the only kind of anomaly in that group, is well on her way to getting to open things up a little bit. She's kind of hit, I think she's through the steepest part of this descent at this point, and she's going to be to the road here in just a couple minutes. Anticipating that she will be at the finish line in about 14 minutes.
So
we haven't seen the radio tower yet.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, there's still a bit of time, but she's still moving well. Nothing's stopping her now. And we can certainly appreciate our mountain biker trying to give us even a side shot here on that tight trail coming down to see how Azara is doing. And before we tune back in to welcome Azara Garcia to celebrate her win at the 2023 CDH, we have a quick commercial break, but stay with us. We'll be right back for that epic finish into Viera.
Dacia, partenaire automobile officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
The Ultra Trail de Mont-Blanc is the Super Bowl of trail running.
3 times I've raced UTMB, I feel like I've underperformed every time.
He sets the biggest goals possible.
I kind of say it's like digging a hole. It gets tiring, it gets hard, and for some reason you just go, I'm just gonna keep digging. The places where you really grow are the ones that keep kicking you in the teeth.
Dacia, partenaire automobile officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
And there we go. As promised, we are with Azara Garcia, who finally her face is starting to relax. The smile is here. She knows now that it's in the bag, and it's good to see. She's in the last kilometer, passed out. She definitely knows. And a final check at the watch. Ah, that's so good to watch.
Yeah, she's like, okay. I said she looked so serious, but I feel like now that she's on the road and she can see, like, look at that line of sight. She can see the village. Obviously, you still have to wiggle your way down there, but she's got less than a kilometer to go. There's just a dog hanging out in the road here. Don't mind that whatsoever. But, like, she's on her way. She's going to be able to hear the noise from the finish line. She's, I think, potentially catching a guy right in front of her.
I don't know if it's the camera runner who's in front.
No, like way ahead of her. There's 2 or 3 people running on the road way, just
I
like
see what you
100
mean.
meters ahead of her.
I had missed that, but I don't think she would care less. She could care less about that. But yeah, as you said, I think it's so much more powerful when those athletes are like in the zone, grinding it out.
Men, the 8th and 9th men haven't finished yet.
Yeah, so they're gonna be right there, finishing just ahead of her.
Yeah, and she's predicted to be there. She's predicted to be there before them. So it's very likely that she's moving up into like 8th or 9th potentially. Because they're predicted to be there in like 14 minutes, and she's predicted to be there in 8 minutes.
Oh, she'll be
It's
there in
gonna be a
a couple
battle.
of minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, she's ahead.
I think
She's moving much better than the current predicted times.
Yeah, I think on that last descent, like the predictions were a bit off. Just like Omar had surprised everyone on the finish line to take 4th.
He didn't surprise me or us, but that's
No,
okay.
no, we were
knew
there.
He was in 4th. We were aware.
Yeah, it'd be good to have like the either mountain bike videos or the camera runners just to see her face and her smile grow wider and wider as she comes closer and closer to the finish line. What a race for Azara Garcia.
Yeah, we'll soon split down to the finish line shot as well, so that we can catch her coming in, and when we do, we'll kind of go silent so that we can welcome her in with Depa just losing his mind in the finish area. What a race for her. Wire to wire win. It's going to be about 14:15, I think, on the clock or so. She's got one more corner to round before she hits that kind of final drag. What a great race for her. Here she comes.
And there we go. We got the official sound music playing. And once again, the crowds are lined up to welcome her into Biella. And Depa and the music are going to take over the call.
Vamos con todo, vamos a recibir a la campeonísima, a la gran Azara García, la grande, la más grande. Ahí está enorme está Azara García. Ahora va a estar
our 2023 CDH champion, Oceania Garcia. What an incredible, incredible run. Complete domination from the start. One of Spain's finest, one of the world's best trail runners. What a privilege to see this lady run. Just look at that joy. Incredible emotion. Thank you, Vieda. Thank you, Valerian. What a special, special moment.
Wow, that was something. The whole family was there. Tears and hugs were shared. And that's what we love. There's no better way to finish such a race.
Yes, they do. Girls just want to have fun. And we're going to have fun tonight.
What a great, an absolutely phenomenal run for Azara. Such a cool victory. 14 hours, 15 minutes or so and change. 14:14:52 officially, actually just under 14:15 on the clock. What a great run. Signing t-shirts. That's pretty awesome.
Kissing hand and shaking babies. That's the way to finish 110 kilometers. And I don't know, it's got a special taste when those are great humans as well, succeeding. Not that there's many bad people in trail running, but I don't know. That smile is absolutely genuine. Sheer joy. And there we go. Interview with Depa. I'm gonna try my best.
Bueno, esta carrera es muy importante y venía muy emocionada, pero os puedo decir que no lo voy a olvidar en la vida. Gracias por la llegada, por el recibimiento que me habéis hecho todos. Ha sido algo increíble. Lo necesitaba. Muchas veces me escribís mucha gente y me decís que yo os motivo, pero no tenéis ni idea de lo que me motiváis vosotros a mí con vuestros mensajes. Gracias.
And so she says it was a very special race, so it was a meaningful, even more meaningful finish with all the people out there cheering for me and all your messages out on the course. It really made it special.
Came with me, came with us.
Come and say hello to us. It was a really special moment. You got to share the victory with us, Arna. Tell us about your day. Tell us about your finish. How are you, mate?
This is a dreams come true. It's like you dream of this finish, and I have seen it on TV. I have done bad races in UTMB, and I haven't had this, but it was special. And this is not the first time I was like a bit in front of Azara. So we have raced quite a lot. So she's a storm. She's strong, and yeah, it was a tough day. Tough race, beautiful race. If you want to do a really tough mountain race, come here.
One of the toughest in the world. We're live on the UTMB channel. I'm sure you have family and friends back home in Latvia.
Oops.
And yeah, we cut
It
that
seems like
final
we
interview.
Lost the audio there.
But we're back, and this is the color red. This is the VDA, 4 hours, 4:20 into the race. Another sign from the universe, perhaps. They started earlier and already have been through beautiful weather for the start, and then hail and strong winds and rain, and they are in for 163 kilometers and 10,000 meters of elevation gain. And you can see here that ridge is absolutely stunning, offering them like 360-degree views on the valleys surrounding this course. This loop in the Spanish Pyrenees is one of the most epic courses, part of the UTMB World Series. And there we go, we're back on the split screen with the finish line.
Yeah, I think the 10th place male just finished. The audio that we cut out right before we went to this drone footage from the VDA course was of a Latvian athlete who finished just ahead of Azara, saying not the first time he's finished, only just ahead of her. So I thought that was quite cute.
Para cumplir su sueño de ser un corredor profesional del mundo del trail. Así que imagínate la emoción. Mando un mensaje a sus padres. Digo, padres, lo siento que he venido a España para entrenar, para competir.
Oh, look at that crane. Could it be our lead man in the 100 mile here on the screen, on the left part of the screen?
It's distinctly possible. We expect our lead men to be approaching the 33 kilometer mark, which is a checkpoint for them. They are not there yet, but that could be, they're imminently expected there. Actually, two of them together, both the Portuguese athletes, Miguel and Bruno, are supposed to be there imminently. They're about 8 to 10 minutes ahead of kind of the chase pack behind them, but what a beautiful ridge to be running on, just, ahead of dusk.
Yeah. And last year, indeed, we had insane sunset images over that ridge from the same aerial shots. And imagine as you're running on that ridge, you're looking around you, you see all these mountains and these deep valleys. You must feel so tiny, especially when you're on your own. Like, I mean, that runner has the world in front of him.
Bueno, y vaya mes de junio también, esto es de Senriaño, por etapas, llegas aquí, has conseguido...
Yeah, it looks like you better keep your eyes peeled and when you're running here, because you gotta follow the flags, and you're most likely not of course, but like outside of any trail. You're just going down the mountain, and now we have the same view. So this is not the first runner, because we saw other runners run down when we cut off from the finish line interview, so that might be second or third. And I don't know, that person is stopping next to this person who probably is from the organization. That would be my guess. Probably checking in with them or something, I don't know. And
yeah, the name of it is like not identifiable just off the raw map from a checkpoint perspective. So kind of curious to know where that is on the course. Yeah, and then we are expecting our second place female to be to the finish line here very soon. I'm actually kind of hoping that we've sent a camera back up the road to escort her in the final kilometer. That would be ideal. She should be to the finish line in the next 8 or so minutes, so she should be hitting that road into town in just a matter of minutes, I'd imagine. So I'm hopeful that we've got a camera going back out that way.
Yeah, I would trust that those camera mountain bikers who went all the way down with Azara only a few minutes ago would be going back up, making their way at least to the road section to welcome Mary Klageg from Norway. So 9 minutes away, probably another 4 minutes until she would hit the road. Figuratively speaking, of course. while we are back on that ridge. I'm guessing, Corinne, that might very well be the highest point. In which case, we were just following a runner who's probably like in the top 10, probably 20, 30, whatever. and our
The
men's
high point of
leader.
which course? The 100 mile?
Sorry, the right what we're seeing right now in the 100 miles. So that ridge where we were following a runner, probably it wasn't the lead runner, if that's what I'm guessing.
Yeah,
But
I mean the women are just below the high point of the first high point of the course. I think the technical high point doesn't come until the 90-kilometer mark. I'm pretty sure.
yeah.
But
And we've got more runners here.
They do crest. Yeah, that almost looks like that might be that 33-kilometer checkpoint even. Because I don't think it's a proper aid station per se. I think it's just like kind of a checkpoint along the ridge. So that very well could be the 33K checkpoint.
Yeah,
which, if that's the case, those would be our leaders who are expected there any moment now.
Here we go! Welcome home and on our finisher. Welcome to the finish line.
For our female finisher to come in.
Congratulations,
Diego Jean-Marie Liberette de la France. Bienvenue, Jean-Marie. Très,
There's a lot going on with 2 races well underway here.
Yeah, like we're looking at different tabs, different splits. The 10 coming in the men's category. We've got
The 11th and the 11th runners come in as well.
12th.
So
yeah,
we are
and
well.
12th. So
11th male. No, that's the 11th male, 12th finisher.
correct.
Because
Sorry.
Azara is in
Yep.
the top 10.
Yes. And
So,
so technically,
Little-
there's
little
one more
numbers,
runner.
their gender. Yeah.
Yeah, one more runner, Hugo Consalves, before seeing Marie, and there she is, Marie Claqueg, on her way to the finish line. Probably the last couple of Ks, expected in about 5 minutes. That might be a little bit more than that, but only just.
Yeah, see, it is getting dark in the woods. She's definitely like, once she pops out onto the street, it's going to be totally fine. But in the woods there, it is getting quite dark for both our runners and our cameras.
Camera runners,
You know,
yeah.
personally, I feel like I'm getting very close to my screen to see what's happening. So that is why our technical live coverage will more or less end as the sun begins to set here in the Pyrenees, but we will be trying to welcome our 3rd place female, Nuria Picas, should be third in the women's race, to the finish line. She's expected to be probably another hour or so until the finish. So we'll kind of be keeping an eye on that. But yeah, another hour until she finishes. So it'll be dark, dark at that finish line. But we'll try to welcome her in as well. And she is being. She's got ample time. She's got probably 15 minutes between her and 4th position as well. So we expect them in the next hour 15 minutes or so to make it to the finish line. But right now on your screen on the right-hand side is your 2nd place female in the 110-kilometer race. Again, this is Mari Klekleg Fenry of Norway. on the left-hand side, more images out on the ridgeline in the VDA, which is the 100-mile race.
Yeah, and you're right. I don't know how much adjustment is made with the images on Mary, but it's getting pretty dark, and she was struggling to see. She was asking for directions, making sure she was going on the right trail. We are very, very close to the screen to see what's going on with Mary and where she's stepping. Hopefully, she can get out of there before it gets too dark. But technically, she would have a headlamp with her. And there we go. I think this is the crossing, probably close to the antenna. And we get a little bit more. There we go. Yep, that's the opening, the antenna,
Yep.
and then the
So
road.
She's 2 minutes or so from the road, and then she'll be. Oh, she's got to feel good to be out of the trees for the most part. Just a little bit more trees for her, and then she'll be scot-free on the tarmac all the way into the finish line for that final less than about 1 kilometer to make it in to that finishing arch to finish second place here today. Not a bad June and July for Mari.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. And it looks like it dried up a little bit, not as slippery as for the top men when they came through. She is being cautious though, so it's probably still not 100% dry. And so do we have anyone from Norway cheering for Mary here on the chat? Oh, a little bit of a sidestep here.
Yeah, it's so greasy. Oh, like you can just see how slippery it is. Oh my goodness.
I totally take that back. Wow.
Yeah,
This is
Martin,
not the-
you've talked a lot of crap about people trying to run downhill today, and I want to just put you back out there on some of that grease and see what happens.
Oh, I love that. I love that kind of stuff. But definitely not after running 109 kilometers. That's for sure.
Yeah, no, she's moving fine. She's gonna hit the road here in a second and be able to run more normally and just feel. I'm hoping smoother in that final kilometer. She'll be very, very excited, akin to, I think, her fellow Norwegian Sebastian, who I think had similar sentiments about this section of trail. Was just really tired of slipping all over the place. It was really hurting his feet. So excited to have her hit the road here.
Yeah,
So close. There it is.
Steps on the trail. And there we go. There we go, good man Anders from Sweden, but cheering for Norway too. And yes, indeed, giving her a little bit of extra push when the legs seems to be hurting a little bit in that final descent. She is, it looks like her face is still pretty composed, trying to stay focused. And very soon she'll be hearing the finish line. Depa, Owen, everybody will be waiting for her. Heaps of spectators, some of them already here.
Yeah, she'll get a warm welcome into that finish line. She'll be very excited to have made it there. I think she's been in second place all day, at least since we saw her 2 hours into the race. Hasn't looked back. So I guess we do know that Steph Howe went out, I think, in that kind of second position for a while. So she has not been in second all day technically, but since 2 hours or so into the race, she's been in second place, and she's maintained that well all day long. Really excited to have her come into the finish line here. What a beautiful way to end a long day in the mountains.
Yeah, Corinne, and the family is rallying on the chat. We've got Maris Dalfenre. Go Mary, the brother-in-law back home cheering you on. Go champ, come on. It's good. We've got a lot of people here cheering for her. She must feel it by now.
She knows she has it. She's got a smile on her face.
And Owen is taking over for the English-speaking finisher. Depa will take, I was going to say take a back seat, but that's not a thing that he does.
Pero bueno, esto es un... bájame un poquito la música otra vez. Bájame un poquito la música, que hay que ordenar a esta gente. Esto es un sin Dios. Fabi, bájame la música. Esto es un sin Dios, no tenéis ni ritmo ni hostia. Vamos a ver si llevamos el ritmo así, va. 1, 2 y 3.
And there we go, you can hear the crowds clapping. Depa, world class at doing his job.
Ahora sí, joder, ahora sí. Eso es. Ahora sí, hombre, ahora sí. ¡Vámonos arriba! ¡Vámonos arriba! Hoy lo tenemos, últimos metros, recta de meta ya. Soy bueno, soy bueno, soy bueno. Me gusta el ambiente.
And there we go. Home stretch for Marie.
Para llegar con ese tiempo. Hola María.
She's represented Norway in the World Championships, and now she's represented Norway at the European Major. That is fathered on by UTMB, as she's about to climb onto the podium in second place.
Muy bien, muy bien, muy bien.
Marie Fenrir from Norway.
Ya, muy bien ahí.
Here she comes.
Ahí está. Vamos María. Llegó la corredora noruega, la internacional con la selección de su país, representando a Noruega en los mundiales de Austria, también en Tailandia 2019, segunda clasificada.
All for you, Marty. Say hello.
She's like, do I have to run more? They're like, go say hi. Give some high fives. And she's like, no, I'm kind of tired.
What a run.
She must be absolutely delighted. Both to finish in such a great position, as well as, just as you said, to be done and put the thing to bed. And now she's actually going to bed right away and coming back to the... It's all right, peeps, I'm done. See ya.
Marie, we've got a coffee and a bit of dinner here.
It's trying to lure her back to the finish line, but that's it. She's had enough. And in the meantime, more men
are
coming in.
Coax Mari back to the finish line for a finish line interview. have some people to say hi to, it seems like, more than anything, though.
Yeah. It's like, all right.
Owen's really trying very hard to lure her
Oh,
back
it's just
into
like,
the
come on,
finish
come
line.
on.
Okay.
You got to give me something.
Oh, it's Depa. Yeah. We'll see if we can listen into an interview with Owen if they get her back to the finish line.
Yeah, that would be great.
¡Qué alegría! Inolvidable.
And as you see, indeed, the lights are now on to give a little bit of visibility on the finish line.
Ring the bell,
it's all for you.
Yeah, no, she is on. Yeah, there you go.
Owen, si es que a ver, no viene con libro de instrucciones. Quedar segundo en una carrera no viene con libro de instrucciones. No saben. Pero ahí la vamos a tener ahora. ¡Enorme! ¡Enorme!
Murray, can we say hello? Murray, can we say hello? Come back. Come back. I know you want to go for dinner. You want to go and have a drink. But everybody would love to hear a few words from you. You represented Norway in the World Championships. Come with me. Come back up here. You represented Norway in the World Championships. But I suspect that this could be the biggest moment of your career, to come second at a European major, Val d'Aran by UTMB. How does it feel?
It feels fantastic. So it was a beautiful race and I just had fun all the time, almost.
What was the objective coming into the race today? Did you dream of a top three? Did you think that you had it in your legs to get onto the podium today?
No, I was just thinking I want to explore and enjoy the race and look at the beautiful mountains and just had fun.
The first time on a podium, and I'm sure not the last time. Wait, what are your plans for the rest of the summer? What do you hope to do?
I don't have any plans. This was a vacation with my husband, so it was a vacation run.
Well, what a holiday, what a result. It's about to rain, so go and get yourself warm. Everybody, a big round of applause. What an incredible runner-up, Murray. Dice que está de vacaciones, que nunca soñó en llegar segunda. Es una pasada, que tenía muy buenas sensaciones hoy. No sabe qué va a hacer durante el verano todavía. Guys, if we can maybe ask our first and our second place finishers to come together for a photograph, just in case the weather turns. And at least then we have our first and second place runners together for a photograph here at the finish line.
Well, it looks like the weather is about to turn once again. And that is not good news for all the runners still out there in the CDH, but also all the runners going into the night for the VDA, the 100 miles.
otro corredor que llega en línea de meta, que la tenemos entrando en estos momentos, es Jonas Boas. Do you remember? ¿Tú te rappelles de lui? Jonas Boas. ¡Ay! Mucho tiempo sin ver a Jonas Boas. Atento al suelo.
Alright team, final update. We will definitely be back to welcome Nuria Pikas coming into third position in the CDH. She is expected to come across the finish line in about 40 minutes, so we'll definitely be back just shortly before that to welcome her once again on the finish line. Our teams on the ground are pretty tired. They've had a hell of a day and they're gonna have a massive day tomorrow. 12 hours of live coverage. We're gonna be with you to offer you all the images of this 100-mile, so bear with us. We're gonna have replay images of everything, but be sure that we will welcome the third place female finisher here in Viella. This will be most likely Nuria Pikas because she is somehow some 15 minutes ahead of Maite Mayorea. So it looks like it's in the bag for Nuria Pikas for a third place. So essentially in less than 40 minutes, don't miss out the finish of Nuria Pikas. We will be there. Hopefully you will too. See you soon.
Arriba Cañoneros y el Manole, una lección de profesionalidad, una lección de humildad, una lección de uno de los más grandes.
Dacia, partenaire automobile officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
The Ultra Trail de Mont-Blanc is the Super Bowl of trail running.
3 times I've raced UTMB, I feel like I've underperformed every time.
He sets the biggest goals possible.
I kind of say it's like digging a hole. It gets tiring, it gets hard, and for some reason you just go, I'm just gonna keep digging. The places where you really grow are the ones that keep kicking you in the teeth.
Vamos a ver ahí con ese aplauso recibiendo la línea de llegada. Bajo la lluvia, tocando la campana.
Well done, fantastic run. It's just a pity that the finish line isn't as dry as the rest of the day, but congratulations.
Bueno, nos están dando la información desde la organización que la carrera, la VDA, la carrera larga, se neutraliza, se para en la Artiga de Lin. Es noticia de última hora, noticia que nos acaba de dar Xavi Pocino, organizador de esta Valderan Pyrenees by UTMB. Se para la carrera en la distancia larga en la Artiga de Lin, pensando, por supuesto, en la seguridad de todos los corredores y a esperar que pase la tormenta con un fuerte aparato eléctrico, como estáis viendo aquí. Imaginaros lo que puede ser a 2000 metros. Siempre velando por la seguridad, la carrera VDA queda neutralizada.
So important safety news from our race director, Xavi Pocino. The race has just been neutralized. Our VDA, the big race that started this afternoon, because of the dangerous storm conditions, the electric storm that is hitting the mountains, the race has been neutralized for the moment. Thinking, of course, in the safety of the runners. They are our priority, and for the moment, the race has stopped.
No hay
Yeah. Thank you, Owen. Thank you.
Porque si es así, lo digo, me bajo los pantalones aquí públicamente, delante de... No hay nadie a la lamenta porque está lloviendo. Yo, por tu regalo de cumpleaños, solo porque el año que viene me acompañes en el Tour de los versión 2024, hago lo que sea. Pues en breve, yo calculo que en una hora como mucho, ha pasado. Estamos aquí, estamos ahora en pleno esto, pero en una hora yo calculo más o menos que pasa que no viene nada más. Igual espera, no aguanta, espera. Esta funciona bastante bien, son los radares de estamos en el punto blanco. Ahí está pasando ahora está todo el meollo de la cuestión, está pasando ahora. Luego desde aquí abajo, ahí estamos nosotros, queda limpio, que está limpio, viene limpio. O sea, viene desde Bilbao, pero me ha dicho mi mujer que en Bilbao está a mediodía estaba lloviendo, pero bien. Como de los de Bilbao, montéis las tormentas, ya que digo, y no me arranca España. Si haces una tormenta, que sea de Bilbao, Bilbao.
Venga, venga, venga. Vamos a recibir a más corredores en la meta de Viella. Venga, arriba. Arriba Viella, un aplauso para él. Para ese finisher de la CDH. 15 horitas. Venga, venga, énorme, formidable, impeccable. Allez, la cloche. Félicitations, mon pote. Tu l'as fait. C'est déjà fait. Très bon boulot. Gérard. Enhorabuena, enhorabuena et bienvenue. Venga, después de la tormenta viene la calma. Vamos ahí, esa afición. Après la pluie, le beau temps. Après la tempeste, le beau temps. Hay que ser positivos. Venga, venga, otro. Mientras tanto, dando su merecida ovación a los finishers de la CDH. Vale, fuerte, claro que sí, fuerte.
Vamos ahí con todo. Vamos con todo a darle meta.
Enorme, Antonio, enorme. Enhorabuena, tío. Antonio.
Vamos ahí con el aplauso, con todo, con el incondicional, con el público que está recibiendo a todos en línea de meta.
Depa.
¿Qué?
Por favor, meta.
¿Qué ha dicho? ¿Meta o qué ha dicho? Sí. Vale. Hasta las 10, esperar Nuria que llegue, que ahora se les habrá complicado. Esperar a recibir a Nuria y marcho a cenar y vuelvo a las 12. Y a ver cómo está esto, porque a las 12 baja un poquito la música y hasta la 1 no dejan hablar.
Venga, vámonos. Enhorabuena, Guillem. A punto de recibir a la tercera.
All right, team, we promised you we would be there, and we are indeed. Hopefully, the finish line is not going to get blown out, but it's getting pretty crazy here in Viella. Lots of rain, lots of wind, and obviously lots of slippage in that final descent that we've seen was extremely tough, extremely steep, and these runners are coming in for a well-deserved celebration.
Bueno, y efectivamente.
And we're expecting Nuria Picas to be crossing the finish line anytime now in the next, let's say, 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes.
Nuria Picas va a ser después de el año pasado ganar.
Sobre todo que no te confundamos, paramos
And I'm catching up with all of you on the chat. We don't know actually why Peter Frano had to drop out of the race. Hopefully no injury. One assumption we made was that he had run a very terrific race during World Champs and a very tough 80K not so long ago. So potentially he wasn't fully recovered, hard to tell. But yes, indeed, he had to pull out. And Depa is now taking over on the finish line to welcome Nuria Picas, who's about to come in third in this CDH with 15 hours and 24 minutes elapsed. Nuria will punch her ticket into UTMB. I don't know if she already had it, but her plan definitely is to partake in the UTMB Mont-Blanc. And everybody's trying to protect a little bit of all the equipment, that they were lights out to welcome the runners, that they're probably originally covered with plastic bags. But look at this, the barriers are being blown out. This is crazy weather right now in Viella on that finish line. So imagine if here in town the weather conditions are so crazy. Imagine what it is up in the mountains as those runners will be coming down into Viella. That last descent, 1,200 meters, brutal. Look at this. It is quite insane. People are getting blown out. I can't believe what I'm seeing. I hope all the runners out there are going to be safe.
No pasa nada, se van a volver a caer otra vez. Pero alejaros por seguridad, por favor, de las vallas y de cualquier estructura que se pueda, desprender.
And so apparently Depa commanded the crowd not to touch it, to stay safe. And actually the fact that those barriers are down is probably safer for the runners, because we don't want them to be blown out as the runners are coming into the finishing chute. What a crazy turn of event for the finish of Nuria Picas. She is expected soon, but as we know, the expectations don't always take into consideration the weather conditions that are absolutely insane right now in Viella. This is, we've never seen this at this event, such crazy weather. And once again, it confirms the need to carry all new mandatory equipment for sure. And yeah, we've got It's Me Rahul. Let's go Hong Kong.
Un poquito de animación, un poquito de fiesta, un poquito de risas. Que seguimos recibiendo el meta. Más corredores que van llegando. Ahora mismo. Preparado para tocar la campana, preparado para certificarse como finisher de la carrera Bravo, Alfonso.
And welcoming all these runners. Depa is in the house. Oh, ooh la la. That is next level craziness here in Viella.
Completamente. Se oye comentar a las gentes del lugar.
Los rockeros no son buenos.
Ahí está.
And you can hear thunder in the background. This is, this is unseen, unprecedented weather in the Val d'Aran. Because it is summertime, and usually we have from time to time some late afternoon thunderstorms, but they are usually short-lived, and this time they are coming back and they are here to stay. This is gonna be a crazy night for all these runners of the CDH that are finishing now, but also and even more so for all the runners of the VDA who have left this afternoon at 4 p.m. local time and that are going to spend
1 night for some and 2 nights for others out there covering 163 kilometers and 10,000 meters of elevation gain and loss. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be an epic race for all of these runners, and that surely is going to make the race way tougher for everyone, not only because of the rain, potentially the cold weather up high, because those runners are going up way above 2,000 meters several times on this course, and therefore during the night they could be encountering very cold temperatures, and of course, and we've already seen that, the trails are going to get extremely muddy and slippery, and that's going to make for shaking their heads. Sometimes the finish is not what you can expect, but it is a finish nonetheless.
En français, vous savez les ravitaillements de la ligne d'arrivée dans les mêmes lieux que tu as prendre les vagues dans le village. Félicitations, belle course.
And Depa explaining all the runners that the finish line aid station, all the food and everything the runners need to feel better and warm and have their drop bags, they can pick them up outside of the finish line, because here there's not enough shelter to carry everything. So it is wherever they've dropped their bag and picked up their race kit earlier.
En la CDH tomaron la salida a las 6 de la mañana desde Les. 15 horas 28 minutos de carrera en estos momentos.
And there we go. We are past 15 hours and 30 minutes of racing, 410 kilometers and 6,400 meters of elevation gain. And all the barriers are flying away once again. And we can see in the distance the buff umbrellas getting blown in the wind. So Team Buff definitely expecting, oh, you can see the flags way down being dancing. Depa is going to be blown out of the finish line. Ladies and gentlemen, what is happening? We are losing the camera. We're losing everything. It is crazy. Hopefully we're not losing the runners. What is happening? This is insane. Hopefully the finish line stays in one piece. And then we have our friends speakers well aware that we're losing the images. Wow. Things just got real.
En la categoría femenina, tercera posición.
I think this is it. We have the buff umbrella in the middle of the street. People are making some noise. I'm going to give the floor to Depa to welcome the third place female finisher in this CDH 110 kilometers. Ladies and gentlemen, we are welcoming through this crazy weather and still at the heart of Viella, Núria Picas.
Hola, campeona catalana, Núria Picas.
It is good, it is good. Everybody is coming back on the line to welcome the third place finisher in this CDH. And there we go. Time does not matter. She is here to give away a few hugs, a few high fives.
Picas, tercer puesto. Tercera clasificada en la Volveramba UTMB. Tercer puesto para Núria Picas.
And look at this. The rain is pouring down.
No te quedes con la campana, Núria. Bueno, vamos a intentar no robarle mucho tiempo a Núria Picas. Vamos a intentar no robarle mucho tiempo a la tercera clasificada. Núria, algo muy rápido, micro, rápido. cómo se ha vivido esta llegada épica, sin lugar a dudas.
Una passada. És molt bèstia. És la cursa potser més bonica que he fet mai, però igual la més dura. He patit com una perra, però bueno, aquí estem, no? I ja està. Gràcies a tothom pels ànims i... no ho sé.
Moltes gràcies, Núria Pica.
So I think she spoke in Catalan. So it was even harder for me to try and understand and translate.
Tercera posició per a Núria Piques, que arriba ara mateix, que completa el pòdium categoria femenina. Increïble! Lo va dir, lo va fer. Tercera posició per a la més gran, Núria Piques, guanyadora de l'UTMB, 5 veces guanyadora també de la Salomon Ultra Pirineo. Tercera posició, increïble!
Yeah, speechless in front of that finish. I mean, Nuria said it was a beautiful race, but one of the hardest she's ever done. And God knows she has done a lot of races. Nuria quickly leaving the finish line. And as we're back on this infamous bell, La Campana, as they call it, that is being rung by everyone who crosses the finish line, and that is a celebration of being a finisher of one of the races of the Val d'Aran by UTMB, the European Major. And so there we go, the men's ranking, the top 3. Raul Butacci took the win in a beautiful style, almost leading from wire to wire behind perfectly executed Albon from France, and then Azara Garcia, Marie Claquet-Fernet, and Núria Piques, who just arrived an hour 17 after Azara, and in absolutely crazy weather. Azara has managed to sneak through the finish line before the night, as well as before the storm really truly hit the Viela Valley. So that's a wrap, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for being with us through this CDH, the 100K, as well as witnessing the first part of the VDA, the 100-mile race that we will be covering tomorrow for 12 hours. Local time, we'll be back at 9:30 a.m. With a recap of what's going to be happening, what has happening, during the night. And I believe if it is like last year, we will be catching up with the runners at Beret, at the ski resort, Bereria Beret, the famous ski resort. So this is a kind of a life base in the 100 miles. And last year we could catch a glimpse of the top runners going through. So I'm guessing this is also where we're going to be catching up with the runners tomorrow morning. So once again, thank you so much for being with us. These are the replay of today's 100K. And on this note, I wish you all a good day or a good night wherever you are. And I will see you tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. local time. Thank you and see ya.
It is so emotional.
On va vous laisser vivre ces images.
2, on!
Way faster transition compared to Kitty Scheid. What is going on? This is not good.
Your UTMB champion!
Une nouvelle fois ici à Chamonix.
Fantastica.
And a beautiful victory.
Et les larmes de joie et de bonheur.
Going through the crowd.
Yeah, you better.